Chapter 224. Yi Qinghan didn't know how many things had happened outside. He didn't even know how long he had been trapped in this vine cage. He only knew that he had entered the state of soul stillness twice, and had derived the Night Emperor's 38 forms into the Night Emperor's 49 forms, but he still couldn't break out of this strange cage. And it seemed that after 49 forms he had reached his limit. Yi Qinghan had derived for a long time, and his scalp was breaking. He couldn't derive another form. His attack power had increased a little, and he could also unleash 49 slashes at the same time, enveloping his entire body in sword light and sword shadows, leaving not a single gap between him and his opponent. But no matter how many sword lights he used, no matter how many moves he used, he felt that there was only so much power. He was far from being able to break through the vines and fly out. Have I reached my limit? I've probably reached my limit. But why hasn't my attack power increased much? If this goes on, how am I supposed to break out of this cage? Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. He looked at the faint green aura field around him, and the vines outside the aura field that seemed to be made of steel. Xiaohe, come out. Sai, what should I do? How long have we been in this puppet passageway? He summoned Xiaohe and controlled the aura field at the same time. He didn't affect Xiaohe's movements so that it could move freely in the aura field. Boss, don't be discouraged. We still have time. We've been in the land of illusion for more than 8 months. In this puppet passageway we've been here for more than a year. Xiaohe jumped into Yi Qinghan's arms after being summoned. Its 2 black eyes had lost their luster and were a little dim as it transmitted its voice. They had spent more than half a year in the desert terrain of the puppet passageway, and then almost 7 or 8 months in this forest world. During this time Xiaohe wanted to use its sharp teeth to break through the vines, but, although its teeth were sharp and hard and the vines could be easily bitten through, it was entangled by the vines from all directions the moment it burrowed into the vines. It was directly trapped like a meat dumpling. In the end it had to be helped by Yi Qinghan to retreat with great difficulty. In this place there was nothing he could do. He could only wait and see if Yi Qinghan could comprehend something and increase his attack power by several times. With a wave of his saber he could destroy a patch of vines. Otherwise he would not be able to escape. However, Yi Qinghan only knew one type of martial art, and this martial art seemed to have been cultivated to the extreme. And its power could only be increased so much. Therefore Yi Qinghan and Little Black felt very powerless and discouraged. Sigh. These vines are intertwined, one sticking to the other. Their defense is too strong. Boss, if you knew a martial art, how good would it be if you could break all of them in one move? Then we can go out slowly. I miss the smell of roast meat. Xiaohe was lying weakly in Yi Qinghan's arms. The black horn on his head kept rubbing against his arm as he chatted with Yi Qinghan through telepathy. Yi Qinghan did not answer Xiaohe. He raised his head and stared blankly at the dense vines that intertwined with each other like a fishing net. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. His face suddenly glowed with a red light, and his eyes suddenly became frighteningly bright. After a moment he suddenly spoke. His voice was urgent and agitated. Wait, Xiaohe, what did you just say? I say, I really want to taste barbecue. Xiaohe stood up in confusion. He blinked his eyes and looked at Yi Qinghan. Why was he so excited when he heard about barbecue? No, it's that sentence before, the first sentence before that. What was the first sentence before that? Yi Qinghan seemed to be very excited. His whole body trembled as he asked anxiously. Xiaohe was even more confused. He rubbed his face with his claws and transmitted his voice. I didn't say anything. I said that these vines are intertwined with each other. One is stuck to the other. Their defense is too strong. What's wrong, boss? Did I say something wrong? Intertwined. One is stuck to the other. Fishing net. Why didn't I think of that? Yes, that's right. That's it. Yi Qinghan suddenly laughed out loud. Then, without asking Xiaohe's opinion, he forcefully recalled him back into the beast's space. Then he quickly took out his dagger and practiced the Night Emperor 49 styles in the air. Entwined. Fused. Fishing net. Rays of light flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. He stared at the blade chi that was produced as he waved it in the air. He felt the trajectory of the 49 blade chi. The azure dragon dagger in Yi Qinghan's hand continued to dance. It was as if Yi Qinghan could see 49 fire dragons tumbling and dancing in the air. Then, the fire dragons in his eyes intertwined with each other. The two merged and finally turned into 25 fire dragons that were even thicker. He continued to send out saber waves, but this time there were 25 saber waves. Immediately after, the 25 saber chis fused into 13 saber chis. The 13 blade chi fire dragons continued to merge and became 7. 7 turned into 3, 3 of them eventually became 1. When Xiaohe was forcefully recalled back into the beast space by Yi Qinghan, he felt very confused and wronged. Yi Qinghan had always been very good to him. He had never treated him like this before. It was just that he saw everything that Yi Qinghan did through the connection between his soul and Yi Qinghan in the beast space. He couldn't help but understand. Yi Qinghan must have thought of something just now and directly started cultivating. He knew that this state was called enlightenment. Enlightenment was something that could only be encountered by chance. So he didn't make a sound. He only silently observed everything outside in the beast space. He saw Yi Qinghan waving countless blade chi. These blade chi didn't attack the vines through the aura. Instead they kept flying and swimming in the aura. But, after a while he felt that something was wrong. Why did the blade chi become fewer and fewer? 49, 25, 13, 7? 1. In the end it completely disappeared. Also, why did boss suddenly stop cultivating and close his eyes? There was no problem if he stopped cultivating and closed his eyes. But the problem was, why did boss suddenly cancel the aura? Then Yi Qinghan suddenly closed his eyes and canceled the aura. The vines outside were like a beast released from its cage. They quickly spread towards Yi Qinghan's body. The vines in all directions were like poisonous snakes, quickly shooting towards Yi Qinghan's body. Boss, Xiaohe was shocked. This wasn't a joke. If he was entangled by these vines and Yi Qinghan couldn't move, then it would be completely over. He anxiously transmitted his voice as if preparing to remind Yi Qinghan to quickly open the aura. However, before he could finish his transmission, Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes. The corner of his mouth moved slightly, forming an evil smile. He slowly raised the dagger in his hand. The blade slowly spat out light and casually swung it down. Night Emperor's first move, World Extinguishing Slash. Chapter 225. With a loud shout from Yi Qinghan, the saber radiance in front of him suddenly soared, forming a several-meter-long saber wave in the shape of a fire dragon. The saber wave directly left his body and flew forward. The saber wave was like a real fire dragon, bringing with it a piercingly cold and boundless momentum as it fiercely collided with the swarming vines in front of it. Chi chi chi. There was no big explosion, no clanging sound of metal colliding. The fire dragon-like saber wave directly pierced through the swarming vines without the slightest resistance or obstruction, just like a blue dragon dagger piercing through an ordinary wooden board. It was very casual and very easy, directly piercing a 2-meter-wide hole in the vine cage. Ha! The long-lost sunlight refracted in, causing Yi Qinghan to involuntarily narrow his eyes. Yi Qinghan laughed heartily as he looked at the flowers, plants, and trees outside that glowed green under the sunlight. His figure flashed and directly passed through the hole that had not yet completely closed, walking out of the vine cage that had surrounded him for several months. The taste of sunlight is so damn good. Standing on the ground, Yi Qinghan did not care about the countless vines that were quickly retreating, but raised his head to look at the dazzling sun in the sky. Although he did not know whether the sun in this forest terrain was the same as the one in the Flame Dragon continent, or whether it was an illusion created by the master of the god-slaying mountain. But he only knew that at this moment, the sunlight felt so warm on his body. After sighing with emotion for a moment, he did not stay for long and directly walked toward the translucent light shield outside the greenish-black stairs on the right. Boss, how did you suddenly become so fierce? You actually broke the vine cage with one slash? In the small valley, Xiaohe was eating roasted meat in big mouthfuls. His small face was full of high spirits and joy. Yi Qinghan grabbed a pheasant leg with one hand and took a big bite. He was in a very good mood, sweeping away the listlessness of the past few months. His face was ruddy and he was in high spirits. It's all thanks to you, little black. Just a casual sentence from you was enough to enlighten me. After figuring out the secrets of the Night Emperor's 7 forms, I finally combined the Night Emperor's 49 forms into one form. My attack power increased by more than 10 times and breaking these vines was a piece of cake. Yi Qinghan began to drink slowly as Xiaohe explained. It turned out that the Night Emperor's 7 forms was to slowly divide him. Each form would become 7 forms, which would become 49 forms. Finally, these 49 forms would interweave and fuse together like a fishing net. They would interweave and become inseparable, becoming a whole. Of course, the attack power would explode 10 times. It was like 7 thick ropes of hemp. If you wanted to twist them together, it would be very difficult and not firm. But if you divide these 7 hemp ropes into countless smaller ropes, then interweave them together and finally twist them into a big hemp rope. Then it would be much easier and it would be incomparably firm, able to withstand hundreds of kilograms of weight. It was the same principle. If you wanted to force the Night Emperor's 7 forms to fuse them together, it would be very difficult. And even if you could fuse them, you would at most be able to fuse 2 or 3 forms, and they wouldn't be very powerful. But if you divided them into countless smaller forms and fused them together to form a single form, it would be much easier and the power would be much greater. Although this was easy to say, it was very difficult to do. And the Yi family probably didn't have the specific training method for the Night Emperor's 7 forms. Otherwise, no one in the Yi family would have been able to learn it after so many years. Of course, if Yi Qinghan hadn't entered a state of soul stillness, his soul's thoughts would have been more than 10 times faster than usual. And in that moment of sudden enlightenment, he probably wouldn't have been able to learn the famous move of the Yi family's founding ancestor, the Night Emperor. Wow. I don't understand what you're saying, but it seems to be very powerful? And boss, the world extinguishing slash that you chose is so cool. Xiao He ate the barbecued meat while listening to Yi Qinghan's explanation. In the end, he still didn't really understand. GG, excitedly chirped a few times and continued to transmit his voice. Then boss? Are you confident that you can directly break through the later levels? Directly out of the puppet tunnel and into the 3rd level? Then, after breaking through the 3rd level, we can get the divine weapon, escape and return to the Yi family castle. Yi family castle. Yi Qinghan's heart was filled with a trace of longing, not for the Yi family castle, but for the 2 people in the Yi family castle. At the same time, he also thought of the quiet lake behind Ecstasy City. He shook his head and suppressed his longing and said with a slightly gloomy face, Xiao He, you're too naive. Not to mention the 3rd level, I don't even have the confidence to break through the last level of the puppet tunnel. However, I'm very confident in breaking through the 6th to the 11th level. After resting for 3 days, we'll break through 6 levels. Okay. Boss, I'm going to take a bath, GG. After resting for 3 days, Yi Qinghan once again embarked on his journey. He had already wasted too much time on the first 5 levels. Half of the 3 years had already passed, and there were still 7 more levels left and the final challenge. Taking Xiao He with him, Yi Qinghan didn't even need to merge with his battle beast. He directly stepped into the entrance of the passage and appeared in the puppet passage again. Without waiting for the monsters in the passage to appear, he directly entered the small parallel space. The 6th level was a rocky hill and there were stone arrays everywhere. However, the monsters in the 6th level were actually stone mechanical men. In the beginning, when Yi Qinghan saw these strange mechanical puppets, he was slightly startled. He easily waved his blade a few times, and directly smashed the stone mechanical men into pieces. Forward. He killed along the way. In less than half a day's time, Yi Qinghan had already found the tunnel to the 6th level. At the entrance of the tunnel was a mechanical man that was a few times bigger than the stone mechanical man from before. Without any pleasantries, he directly used world extinguishing slash to blast a large hole in the stone mechanical man's chest, and walked into the translucent barrier. Without stopping, he continued on his way. The 7th level, the 8th level, he easily broke through the 7th and 8th levels. When he reached the 9th level, Yi Qinghan once again encountered some trouble. He encountered a level 7 magical beast, the rock-swallowing rat. Although the rock-swallowing rat's teeth could crush rocks, its speed was relatively fast and its defense was also very strong. However, Yi Qinghan didn't put it in his eyes. It was just that he didn't encounter one but a group of them. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that they covered the mountains and plains. At a glance, there were at least a few billion of them. Moreover, the 9th level was a flat terrain, unlike the 3rd level which was a canyon. There were places to hide. Fortunately, the terrain of the 9th level was very flat. As soon as he entered, he could see the translucent barrier emitting a faint green light in the distance. Helpless, Yi Qinghan could only put his life on the line and kill his way to the exit. Along the way, his aura was shattered by the rock-swallowing rats that swarmed him from all directions. He could only protect his head. The rest of his body was instantly torn to pieces by the rock-swallowing rats that came from all directions. It was a tragic sight. There was even a time when he accidentally bit off half of the bone in his hand. Fortunately, he had the Saint Artifact bronze ring which healed him in time. Moreover, he used his Yuan Qi to continuously activate his aura. Finally, after half a day's time, he reached the exit. Walking into the small valley at the entrance of the tunnel, he saw that there was not a single part of his body that wasn't covered in scars. He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat and collapse to the ground. Chapter 226. He believed that other dukes would definitely die if they entered such a perverted level. No one else had a perverted sacred item like the bronze ring. He wondered what kind of even more perverted monsters would appear if an emperor came to challenge the level. Guardian beasts of different strength appeared in the puppet passageway based on strength. If a group of emperors entered, they might even encounter a group of black dragons. This time he rested for about 10 days. After all, he would feel uncomfortable if his wounds weren't healed. 10 days later, he couldn't help but kiss the bronze ring on his finger when he saw that there wasn't a single wound or scar on his body. This thing was too amazing. He wouldn't trade it even if he was given 10 sacred items. He continued on his way. Wuxia had said that the 1st, 5th, 9th and 12th levels were the hardest. Therefore, after passing the 9th level, Qinghan felt relieved. He prepared to continue passing the 10th and 11th levels before resting for a while. Finally, he passed the 12th level in one go. The 10th level was a group of magical beasts he had never seen before. He hadn't seen them in the magical beast register of the House of Ares either. These beasts were 5 to 6 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. They had the head of a lion, 9 legs and sharp spikes all over their bodies. They looked very terrifying. Most importantly, these beasts' defense was astonishing. Qinghan could at most knock them back and injure them, but he couldn't kill them completely. Fortunately, these beasts weren't fast. Qinghan used a few Armageddon slashes to create an opening in the encirclement of the beasts. He quickly escaped. The 11th level was actually very easy. Of course, it was very easy for Qinghan. If it had been anyone else, they would definitely have died. The 11th level was a group of beasts that looked like wasps. The wasps could shoot poisonous stingers from their tails to attack the challenger. Most importantly, the poisonous stingers could actually penetrate Qinghan's aura and the artifact armor that Qinghan was wearing. They shot directly into his body. These poisonous stingers didn't have any other toxins. The only thing they could do was to make the victim bleed non-stop. This level was very perverted. He believed that if it were any other vassal realm cultivator, they would definitely die. Qinghan once again thanked his father 10,000 times in his heart. The bronze ring's magical airflow immediately stopped the bleeding. In the beginning, Qinghan kept pulling out these poisonous needles. After that, he simply ignored him. No matter how fast he pulled them out, they couldn't be faster than the poisonous needles shooting from all directions. Therefore, he endured the numbness and itchiness all over his body and directly ran in all directions, looking for an exit. In the end, he finally found the exit after 2 hours, and once again despised the creator of Mount Luotian 100 times. This was simply toying with the challengers to death. In just 2 hours, even the blood of the dragon had been drained dry. After returning to the small valley, Qinghan spent more than a day pulling out the hundreds of millions of fine needles from his body. Qinghan had the urge to beat someone up when he saw the numerous needle marks on his face, hands, and even his lower body. However, he didn't dare to beat someone up or vent his anger on monsters or magical beasts. This was because if he continued, it would be the last level, the most difficult level that Wuxia had said. Helpless, the small beast of the holographic department in the small valley became his target to vent his anger. For a time, the small valley was filled with strange cries. This time it only took Qinghan less than a month to break through 6 levels in a row. He was prepared to cultivate and rest for a while to let his mental state reach its peak. He also wanted to see if he could cultivate again to see if he could enter the state of soul silence a few more times and make a breakthrough in his strength. He didn't hope to break through to the Emperor realm. After all, the Emperor realm needed to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth in order to enter the Emperor realm. He only hoped to enter the state of soul silence and cultivate for a month or two so that his battle chi cultivation could reach the peak of the Duke realm. However, this state was like the wind and couldn't be grasped. If he deliberately wanted to enter it, he couldn't do so at all. Qinghan thought hard for half a month and tried all sorts of methods to no avail. Finally, he began to cultivate. On the contrary, when he didn't deliberately pursue it, Qinghan suddenly entered this state again after cultivating for a month. This time, he entered the state of soul silence while Qinghan was cultivating. At that moment, Qinghan could clearly feel that the surrounding origin energy was involuntarily surging towards his body. His battle chi automatically circulated in his body, gathering the origin energy into his meridians and then into his dantian. It automatically turned into a liquid state and finally into a solid state, fusing with the core. This feeling was very strange. Qinghan felt like he was a bystander. He watched as his body involuntarily operated like a machine. He continuously processed the origin energy of heaven and earth, turning it into battle chi, then into liquid battle chi and finally becoming a part of the core. Moreover, he felt that his soul sea was boiling with excitement. It was constantly expanding and becoming bigger. However, this state only lasted for a very short period. After that, Yi Qinghan woke up automatically. The origin energy above his head automatically dispersed, and his battle chi automatically stopped circulating. Amazing, amazing. Yi Qinghan slowly opened his eyes as he recalled the feeling he had just experienced. It was rather wonderful and could even be said to be ecstatic. Boss, you're so awesome. You've cultivated for 3 months. When Yi Qinghan was still immersed in this feeling, he was awakened by Xiao Hei's secret message. What Xiao Hei said made him even more shocked. How come? Xiao Hei, I feel that I've only cultivated for a short while. How come 3 months have passed? Yi Qinghan touched his nose and asked out of amazement. Boss, this state of yours is too amazing. I'm so envious. Look at your current cultivation level. Xiao Hei clicked his tongue and exclaimed. Yi Qinghan hurriedly checked himself. To his surprise, he felt a core in his dantian. It was so huge that it almost took up his entire dantian. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Boss, you're now at the peak of the Duke realm, and the strength of your soul is probably stronger than the first-level Emperor realm experts of your human race. If we leave the God-slaying mountain, the old fools of your family will be so scared that their eyeballs will fall out. Now that we've merged, we can probably kill most of the Emperor realm experts in an instant if they ambush us. Xiao Hei chuckled. Of course he was happy for Yi Qinghan. At the same time, he felt that he had followed the right person to follow Yi Qinghan. Peak of the Duke realm? First-level Emperor realm soul cultivation? Able to kill most Emperor realm experts in an instant with a sneak attack? Yi Qinghan swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. He could no longer remain calm. Before cultivating, he had only thought about it and fantasized about it. He wanted to see if he could enter a state of soul silence. He didn't expect it to actually happen. It seemed like his luck was really King good. Chapter 227. 2 years had passed and Yi Qinghan did not stay for long. He rested for a day and had a good barbecue. He looked at the small valley with nostalgia, and stepped onto the dark green stairs, ready to enter the 12th checkpoint, the last checkpoint of the puppet passage. It was also the checkpoint of death that Yi Ruoshui mentioned. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, Yi Qinghan was ready for battle. At the same time, his eyes were like lightning as he quickly scanned his surroundings. The 12th checkpoint was very small, only the size of a football field. There was a spacious hall with countless luminous pearls hanging on the walls, illuminating the hall as if it was daytime. He could see through this hall with a single glance. There was no door or anything else. Most importantly, there were no monsters or demonic beasts. This is strange. Why are there no guardian monsters? Why is there nothing here? Yi Qinghan thought that he had gone to the wrong place. He rubbed his eyes and scanned his surroundings again, only to find that there was nothing at all. Wait, nothing at all? Yi Qinghan suddenly discovered a very frightening problem. There was nothing in the hall. In other words, there was no exit, no stairs, and no translucent light cover. Your second master, how can you do this? How can I get out? Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. A moment later he began to run around, searching everywhere. But after running for a long time he found nothing. No door, no mechanism, no monster, no exit. Just as Yi Qinghan was about to start cursing, the flow of air in the center of the hall suddenly changed. A black figure appeared out of nowhere in the center of the hall. At the same time, a low voice suddenly sounded, startling Yi Qinghan. It's been more than 300 years. Finally, another challenger has come. Such a low level? Such a young age? So it's the lucky person who obtained the soul ring? There's someone here? Yi Qinghan reacted immediately. His muscles tensed and his battle aura circulated. The blue dragon dagger in his hand flickered, ready to strike at the man in black. But, after a moment he suddenly thought of something and his body suddenly stiffened. His Adam's apple moved up and down a few times and with great difficulty, he opened his mouth and said shakily, "Blink? Teleportation? You're a god-tier master?" This man appeared out of nowhere, and he didn't see any teleportation array flashing. Then, the only explanation was that this man was a god-tier master who could teleport. According to the Flame Dragon dimension, I'm a god-tier master. The man in black was very tall, about 2 meters tall, and looked to be in his 40s. He had a goat-like face, a sparse beard on his chin, and his 2 eyes were long and narrow like slits. Hearing Yi Qinghan's question, the goat-faced middle-aged man nodded and replied faintly. I saw a god. Yi Qinghan's body began to tremble involuntarily. Although he told himself to stay calm and steady, he still couldn't help but tremble. In the Yi family manner, Yi Qinghan had already told him that a god was not that powerful, and that a god was just a warrior more powerful than a sage. In the land of illusion, he knew that the Yi family also had a god, and that he had chatted with this god for a long time. He had even scolded him and said that he was his ancestor, but this was the first time he had seen a god, and at such a close distance and in such a strange place. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but become excited and panicked, so he began to tremble uncontrollably. "You're the creator of Luotian Mountain? That god-tier master?" After a long while, Yi Qinghan's curiosity once again suppressed his fear. Seeing that the goat-faced man in black was still quietly standing there, looking at him with an expressionless face, he finally mustered up the courage to ask. "Creator? Luotian Mountain?" "No, this place was created by my master and I don't have that much ability. I'm only responsible for guarding this checkpoint. I'm called Lu Shi." The man in black opened his slender eyes a little, still standing there, and said indifferently, "Damn." When Yi Qinghan heard this, his body staggered and he almost fell to the ground. This man turned out to be the guardian of this checkpoint. A god-tier master guarding this place? Wasn't this King obvious playing with them? Who could break through the protection of a god-tier master? However, seeing that the middle-aged man with a goat's face just stood there and didn't do anything, Yi Qinghan seemed to feel that there might be some tricks or rules that he didn't know about. Otherwise, if this person wanted to kill him, he would be killed as soon as he entered this place. There would be no chance for him to ask questions or sigh. "Senior, may I ask what the rules of this checkpoint are?" Yi Qinghan hesitated for a moment before he braced himself and began to ask. His expression began to slowly regain its indifference. Since the guardian was a god-tier master, then any tricks were all fake. If this man in black wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to escape death no matter what. Well, not bad. Lu Shi seemed to be very satisfied with Yi Qinghan's performance. His expressionless face twitched slightly as he said, "If you want to pass this checkpoint, it's very simple. You just have to defeat or injure me within a year. Of course, I will control my strength to be twice your current strength. After a year, if you still can't defeat me, I will attack and directly destroy you." Defeat him? Twice his own strength? If he didn't succeed after a year, he would die? Sure enough, there were rules, and these rules were so abnormal. Twice his own strength. How could a person win against someone twice his own strength? "Senior, I don't know what you mean by twice the strength you mentioned. Do you mean twice my current strength? Is it twice as powerful as all of my powers?" Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and decided to clarify things. If he included his body fusion, then there was no need to fight. He could just surrender. His current body fusion could instantly kill most emperors. If he included twice his strength, he should be able to instantly kill a sage, right? He might as well commit suicide if he fought someone who could instantly kill a sage. "You are currently at the peak of the 7th rank, which is what you call the peak of the Duke realm. Then I will set my strength to the intermediate stage of the 8th rank, which is the 2nd level of the Emperor realm. Your soul is currently at the beginning stage of the 8th rank, so I will set your soul strength to the peak of the 8th rank. The peak of the Emperor realm. If you can defeat or injure me within a year, you win." Lu Shi seemed to be very patient as he explained to Yi Qinghan in detail. "Where are the martial techniques? Also, you can't use the laws of heaven and earth, right? I haven't comprehended any of the laws of heaven and earth." Yi Qinghan decided to clarify everything. Otherwise, if this goat-faced divine rank expert used the laws of heaven and earth to attack him, he wouldn't even need to fight anymore. One had to know that once one comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, the power of one's martial techniques would increase by several times. The goat-faced Lu Shi narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment before replying, "And according to the rules set by the master, since you haven't comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, I won't use the laws to attack you. As for martial techniques, I won't use them. I will directly use my energy and battle chi to attack you." Battle chi, 2nd level Emperor realm? Soul strength, peak of the Emperor realm? Not using the laws? This seemed to be a little interesting. Chapter 228. Yi Qinghan was slightly excited. With his battle beast, his battle chi could reach the 2nd level of the Emperor realm. His battle technique could even make most peak Emperor realm warriors dizzy for a second. He still had a year. If he was lucky enough to break through to the Emperor realm, he could definitely use his battle technique to defeat the Guardian and successfully pass. Did the Guardian not know about his 2 hidden trump cards? Or did he know about it but deliberately let it go? It's been more than 300 years. Finally, another challenger has come. He's actually at such a low realm? At such a young age? Ah, so he's the lucky person who got the soul ring. At this moment, Yi Qinghan recalled the baffling words the man in black had said when he first appeared. He was the first person to pass this level in 300 years? The lucky person who got the soul ring? What was the soul ring? Yi Qinghan suddenly remembered that his bronze ring seemed to have the word soul on it. And this ring seemed to be something from the god-slaying mountain. His father got it from the god-slaying mountain. It seemed like the soul ring the black-clothed man was talking about was his bronze ring. However, this soul ring was just a holy artifact. Other than healing injuries, it had no other use. It shouldn't be in the eyes of this god-rank expert, right? Could it be that there was something more amazing about this ring? He didn't realize it? Senior, you just said the lucky person who got the soul ring? Are you talking about me? Is this the soul ring? Yi Qinghan raised his left hand, revealing a bronze ring with a big soul character on it. And this is the soul ring. Although it's damaged, it's still an amazing treasure. As for the origin and use of this ring, I will naturally tell you after you pass the 3 levels and obtain the godly sword. If you can't and die, I will take the ring back. You don't need to know. Lu Shi nodded and said slowly. Damaged? Even a damaged treasure is considered a great treasure? Then wasn't this ring very amazing before it was damaged? Yi Qinghan was very shocked. It seemed that the ring his father got was indeed a treasure of the god-slaying mountain. Even a god-rank expert said it was an amazing treasure now that it was damaged. Before it was damaged, it was definitely a super treasure. After thinking for a while, Yi Qinghan asked one last question. Senior, if I attack you now, you won't fight back, right? You said that you can only kill me after a year. Lu Shi nodded lightly and grinned. Don't worry, you'll be safe for a year. However, I won't kill you. If you anger me, it doesn't mean that I can't beat you up. Senior, are you sure your battle chi has been suppressed to the 2nd layer of the Emperor realm? His soul was at the peak of the Imperial realm? And will you maintain this level of strength for a year? Yi Qinghan made a final confirmation and prepared to attack. He saw Lu Shi nod her head. His battle aura began to circulate, and with a dagger in his hand, he began to run quickly. Finally, he leapt high into the air and shouted, Senior, please take this. Splitter. The cyan blade wave came crashing down on Lu Shi's head. In the blink of an eye, the long blade wave had already reached the top of his head and was about to split Lu Shi in half. Swish! Lu Shi's expression was already indifferent. When the blade wave was only half a meter away from his head, he casually waved his hand. As he waved his hand, a black energy sword suddenly appeared and rushed towards the blade wave. Bang! The collision of energy caused an explosion and brought up a gust of wind. However, this small explosion only made Yi Qinghan and Lu Shi's hair and robes flutter. It didn't cause much impact to them. Earth Splitter Second Style. Yi Qinghan saw that Lu Shi was indeed trustworthy. He didn't use any special techniques and only released his battle aura. He used his battle aura, which was 2 times stronger than his, to forcefully resist his attack. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. His body shifted sideways in the air, and the dagger in his hand drew a strange arc, creating a blade wave from the side. Earth Splitter 3 Style, Earth Splitter 4 Style. Wind Chasing 6 Style. At the same time, he used the downward momentum of his body to hack a few more times. When he landed, he had already created countless blade waves. Moreover, he didn't stop. As soon as he landed, he slid his feet and began to move quickly around Lu Shi. At the same time, the dagger in his hand quickly hacked out different kinds of moves, creating a series of cyan blade waves that continuously hacked towards Lu Shi. For a moment, the hall was lit up with bursts of cyan light. In just 1 or 2 seconds, Yi Qinghan had already hacked out 18 blade waves, surging towards Lu Shi. The blade waves were more than a meter high, glowing with a faint cyan light. They quickly rushed towards the black-clothed man from all directions. The scene was extremely beautiful and dazzling. Lu Shi faced countless blade waves. There was still no expression on his face, but his eyes revealed a trace of contempt. He began to wave his left hand casually as if he was driving away mosquitoes. As he waved his hand, black energy swords continuously shot out in the air. Each energy sword collided with a blade wave with extreme accuracy. Bang, 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 there was a series of sounds like firecrackers being set off. Countless fireworks exploded around Lu Shi. Sparks flew in all directions, creating a myriad of colors. After a series of explosions, a strong wind blew around Lu Shi, causing his black hair and clothes to flutter loudly. But strangely, there was not a trace of disorder. Damn, his control is so precise. There's not a single mistake? Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. He decided not to try anymore. The power of the Night Emperor 49 forms was only so great. This level of attack would probably only tickle Lu Shi. Didn't you see that he was standing in place? He didn't move at all, let alone hurt him. Annihilation Slash. A blade wave that was several times longer than the previous one and twice as large as the previous one blasted towards Lu Shi like a fire dragon. Yi Qinghan didn't hold back and blasted out his strongest attack at the moment. His own battle aura had already reached the peak of the Duke realm. It was just that he didn't have any powerful martial techniques, so he could only unleash 50% of his attack power. He deduced that the attack power of the Night Emperor 49 forms barely reached 100%. However, this Annihilation Slash was a super powerful move that was combined with the understanding of the Night Emperor 49 forms. According to his estimation, the attack power had increased by at least 300% to 500%. It was at least the normal attack power of a level 1 Emperor Realm warrior. He didn't believe that Lu Shi, whose strength was only suppressed to level 2 Emperor Realm, could take this attack head-on without dodging. As expected, when Lu Shi saw this fire dragon blade wave, the contempt and mockery in his eyes disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by seriousness and calmness. A translucent light shield with some black patterns suddenly lit up. At the same time, Lu Shi's right hand, which had been motionless all this time, moved. He pushed his hands forward at the same time, and a black chi sword that was several times larger than the previous one appeared. It collided heavily with the fiery dragon-like blade wave. Bang! This time it was different from before. There was a thunderous sound in the hall. A dazzling white light lit up in the air, followed by a powerful shockwave that pushed Yi Qinghan back. He only steadied himself after retreating more than 10 meters. His chest felt suffocated and he almost vomited blood. After taking a few deep breaths, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and saw that the goat-faced Lu Shi had also left his original position and retreated 2 or 3 steps. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. He smiled and squinted his eyes. There's hope. Chapter 229. Senior, this is already my strongest attack, but it couldn't hurt you in the slightest. It seems that I have to work hard in my cultivation and strive for a year's worth of improvement. Otherwise, I won't be able to defeat you and pass this trial. Yi Qinghan bowed deeply to the black-robed man and smiled. It's not easy for you to make me take 2 steps back. Go cultivate. Whether you live or die will depend on whether you have a big breakthrough in a year. If you feel that your attack has improved, you can challenge me anytime. Lu Shi faintly nodded his head. Then, with a sway of his body, he moved to a corner of the hall, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes to meditate. Yi Qinghan cupped his hands at Lu Shi again and walked to the other side to sit down. Although he didn't show any expression on his face, he was overjoyed and excited. Through the attack just now, he concluded that he had a high chance of passing this level. He was at the peak of the Duke realm. World Extinguishing Slash could increase his attack to the level of a level 1 Emperor. But don't forget he hadn't merged with his beast yet. If he merged with his beast, his basic attack power would reach the level of an Emperor. With the addition of World Extinguishing Slash, his attack power would reach the level of a level 2 Emperor. His attack power would be on par with the black-clothed man. Most importantly, his opponent was a human, not a puppet. He had a soul. If he had a soul, then his most important trump card, Soul Stun, would be effective. As long as Lu Shi could be stunned for 0.1 seconds, then the next World Exterminating Slash from Beast Fusion would definitely injure Lu Shi. Then he would win and pass the test. But Lu Shi suppressed his soul strength to the peak of the Emperor realm. Yi Qinghan wasn't sure if Soul Stun would affect the soul strength of a peak Emperor. Therefore he didn't dare to reveal this trump card. If he didn't succeed, Lu Shi would increase the difficulty of the challenge with his hidden strength. Then he would be finished. Therefore he decided to cultivate for half a year. He didn't need to improve his attack power. At least, he wouldn't be able to say that he comprehended body fusion during this half a year. However, he still decided to cultivate. If he was lucky enough to break through to the Emperor realm or enter a state of soul silence to strengthen his soul, then he would have a higher chance of defeating the black-clothed man. Yi Qinghan closed his eyes and stopped cultivating his battle chi. Instead, he began to ponder about the laws of heaven and earth. Everyone in the House of Ares knew that Emperor realm martial artists had comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. Thus, they were recognized by the laws of heaven and earth and were granted the right to fly in the sky. However, very few people knew what the laws of heaven and earth were and how to comprehend them. Yi Qinghan knew a little, but he didn't understand. Of course, if he understood, he would have already entered the imperial realm. Yi Qingyo had told him some things, and Yi Ruoshui had also explained many things to him. The law of heaven and earth was an invisible order that existed between the heavens and earth. It was the law of heaven and earth that maintained the balance between the heavens and earth. Although the world was vast, it was ultimately composed of different elements and different laws. The heavens bestowed life upon humans, and humans experienced birth, old age, sickness, and death. Hence there was the law of life. The alternation of day and night, nocturnal and nocturnal, resulted in the law of light, darkness, darkness, and darkness. The great earth gave birth to all living things, yet it possessed a unique pulse that would forever continuously circulate. This was the natural laws of the great earth. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, birth and destruction. There were also countless other laws. There were countless laws in the world. As long as one explored them, then these laws would appear. As one explored more and more clearly and thoroughly, one would understand the origin of the laws. Then the laws would recognize one, and one would be able to borrow the power of the laws to split open the heavens and earth, to soar into the heavens and enter the seas. There was nothing one could not do. The world was too vast and there were too many laws. Even Yi Ruoxue didn't know exactly how many types there were. However, she had divided the laws she knew into two. One was the supreme laws such as life, destruction, light, thunder, death, space, time. The other was the elemental laws such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These were the 5 elements that made up the world and so on. Each type of law had its own profound mysteries. For example, the earth elemental laws that Yi Tianlong had comprehended were also known as the earth elemental laws. There were 5 profound mysteries: the earth elemental mysteries, the gravity elemental mysteries, the life elemental mysteries, and so on. If one could completely comprehend all 5 of these profound mysteries, then one would become a god. Although it was easy to say and easy to hear, it was extremely difficult to comprehend even a sliver of it, much less all of its profound mysteries. Everyone knew that light could illuminate the world and bring life to the world, but who knew how light was produced? Why could it radiate heat? Why could it give birth to all things? What are the natural laws exactly? And how am I supposed to reach this doorstep? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment, but still couldn't figure it out. However, he knew that this wasn't something that could be rushed. If someone could comprehend the natural laws in a few days, then the human race wouldn't be able to stop that person. He was no longer human. At least, no such person had appeared in the Flame Dragon continent. Of course, there were 2 other types of people. One was a spiritual body, and the other was a jade spirit body. Spiritual bodies were naturally close to nature, and could more easily sense the natural laws. Thus, every spiritual body that appeared on the continent was at least at the Emperor realm. Some had even reached the Saint realm and were on the verge of becoming a god. The body of a jade spirit body contained the natural laws. As long as a peak marquis merged with her, they would be able to comprehend the mysteries within, making it easier for them to comprehend the natural laws. Yi Qinghan's sister Yi Qingyu had a sacred body with a jade spirit body. However, she had been crippled in the infatuation garden, and Yi Qinghan was currently trapped on the god-slaying mountain. Of course, he didn't have the opportunity to experience this mysterious feeling. The road is long and I will continue to search. Yi Qinghan sighed slightly and began to explore the laws of heaven and earth. Just as Yi Qinghan closed his eyes and meditated on the natural laws, Lu Shi, who was sitting cross-legged on the other side, suddenly opened her eyes. She raised her head in surprise, glanced at Yi Qinghan, and disappeared from the hall in a flash. Meanwhile, a stranger suddenly appeared in the small valley where Yi Qinghan had been resting. It was a woman shrouded in a fiery red robe. From the back, this woman's figure was quite perfect. She stood calmly beside the small pool, quietly gazing at the water. The small beasts beside her were either digging for fruits, eating grass, or drinking water. It was as if they didn't see her at all. It was very strange. The air suddenly rippled, and Lu Shi, who had been guarding the 12th level, appeared out of thin air in the small valley, scaring the small beasts away. But Lu Shi didn't even look at them. She glanced at the woman by the lake and suddenly knelt down. She said respectfully, "Lu Shi greets you, milord." Chapter 230. Lu Shi pays his respects to milord. The god-level expert Lu Shi, the ultimate guardian of the puppet passage, knelt down to pay his respects. The red-robed woman by the lake did not have any special reaction. She continued to quietly look at the lake without speaking or turning her head. The goat-faced Lu Shi did not complain or blame her at all and continued to kneel respectfully. "Get up." After a long while, the red-robed woman finally spoke. Her voice was very pleasant and crisp, but it had a natural feeling of vicissitudes. The young voice had a vicissitudes of life, which made it sound very strange. "Thank you, milord." The black-robed god-level guardian, Lu Shi, stood up with a serious face but did not say much. The red-robed woman spoke again. Lu Shi, you won't blame me for breaking the rules set by your master, right? Lu Shi wouldn't dare, and I didn't break the rules. I only gave him the lowest level of difficulty. It is also fate that this child obtained my master's soul ring. Moreover, even if he passes, the third level was set by my master himself. If he can't pass it, he won't get the divine sword, so I didn't break the rules. Lu Shi seemed to be very afraid of the red-robed woman and quickly explained respectfully. The red-robed woman sighed slightly. Well, I can only help him this much. If he can't even pass this level of difficulty, then he's just a good-for-nothing. You've been guarding this god-slaying mountain and watching him pass the levels all the way. What do you think of this child? Very good. At least in this fire dragon dimension, his aptitude, character, and comprehension can be considered top-notch. As for his future path, how far he can go will depend on himself. The black-clothed man Lu Shi pondered for a while and gave a pertinent answer. If he can't pass the 3 levels, spare his life, destroy his cultivation, and throw him out of the god-slaying mountain. If he can't even pass the small god-slaying mountain, then he's not qualified to get something he shouldn't have. Although the red-robed woman's tone was still flat, the invisible momentum she exuded made even Lu Shi feel a burst of mountain-like pressure. He did not even dare to breathe loudly. After the red-robed woman finished speaking, she disappeared into thin air. There was not even the slightest fluctuation in the air. It was very strange. Phew. The black-robed man saw that the red-robed woman had disappeared. He raised his head, straightened his back, shook his head, and returned to the hall of the 12th level with a flash. The goat-faced Lu Shi suddenly disappeared and then suddenly returned, but Yi Qinghan did not notice it at all. He had been in meditation the entire time, pondering and comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. However, the laws of heaven and earth were just like the mysteries contained within them. They were 2F** king profound. It could not be seen or touched. It was like a farmer in the mountains who finally managed to enter the city, but when he passed by a toll booth, the person at the toll booth asked him to explain what parts were used to build a car. The farmers in the mountains only knew how to farm. They had rarely seen a car. How would they understand if they were to explain this? How could he understand? By the same logic, Yi Qinghan had very little basic knowledge to begin with, and he was also very young. His current strength was obtained through hard work, diligent cultivation, and several fortuitous encounters. Now he was suddenly asked to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. This was simply like a blind man trying to have an affair. He couldn't find the door. After comprehending for half a month, Yi Qinghan was finally defeated. It seemed like this thing wasn't something that could be accomplished in a day. He decisively gave up on the idea of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth to step into the Emperor realm. If this path didn't work, then there was only one path left, and that was to cultivate the soul. If he wanted to strengthen his soul, then he had to enter the state of soul silence. However, he started practicing the Night Emperor's 49 forms when he had nothing to do. He cultivated when he had nothing to do, and he wanted to see if he could enter this state again. However, the Night Emperor's 7 forms became the Night Emperor's 49 forms, and finally became the current Night Emperor's 1 form, World Annihilation / There was nothing left for him to cultivate. In his heart, he already believed that this was the most perfect state, so he couldn't enter the original state of concentration no matter how much he cultivated. As for cultivation, the battle aura in his dantian was already saturated, and the core had grown to its limit. Cultivation could no longer increase the battle aura. Therefore, he tragically discovered that his cultivation was also ineffective. He couldn't comprehend the Night Emperor's 7 forms, and he couldn't cultivate either. Yi Qinghan discovered that he actually didn't know how to enter the state of soul silence. Could he not cultivate? Could he not comprehend? Couldn't he deduce? Yi Qinghan discovered that he actually had nothing to do. This can't go on, I'll die. After half a moon queen, Yi Qinghan finally stopped cultivating. Or rather than saying cultivating, it was more accurate to say that he was letting his thoughts run wild. He couldn't cultivate, couldn't deduce moves, couldn't comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Then his chances of breaking out of seclusion became smaller. The more anxious his heart became, the more his mind naturally liked to let his thoughts run wild. Therefore he couldn't think calmly and he fell into a vicious cycle. After letting his thoughts run wild for a month and a half, he finally came to his senses. If this went on, not only would he not be able to cultivate anything, he wouldn't be able to comprehend anything. In the end, he might even end up with schizophrenia. Therefore, as expected, he opened his eyes. When he saw the man in black sitting quietly opposite him, his eyes lit up. Yes, I can't cultivate, I won't cultivate, I can't comprehend, I won't comprehend, I'll find someone to secretly learn. After all, there was a deity-level expert sitting opposite him. If he were to learn anything from him, he would definitely benefit immensely. So he stood up and walked towards Lu Shi, a gentle smile on his face. No, it would be more accurate to use a charming smile. Senior. Yi Qinghan felt that his voice had never been so gentle before, even a little coquettish. What's the matter? The goat-faced Lu Shi did not open his eyes, only lightly asked. Oh, Senior, don't you feel that the days are a little boring? Yi Qinghan asked tentatively. When the man in black did not reply, he continued, Senior, you've been guarding this fallen god mountain for many years, right? Have you ever gone out to play? Silence. Lu Shi did not seem to hear Yi Qinghan's words. His eyes were still closed and he did not reply. Seeing that Lu Shi did not respond in the slightest, Yi Qinghan awkwardly rubbed his hands, coughed twice and continued, cough, cough. Senior, actually, these days are too boring. We can chat more, for example, talk about history, talk about literature, talk about the laws of the earth and so on. When Yi Qinghan mentioned the laws of heaven and earth, Lu Shi had a slight reaction. He opened his slender eyes, a hint of ridicule flashed across them and faintly said, Young man, don't show off your cleverness in front of me. You want to secretly learn from me? No way. But, if you're really bored, I can train you for free. Chapter 231. Practice, practice, practice? Well, Yi Qinghan could not ask for more. In any case, according to the rules, Lu Shi could not kill him within a year. And getting injured? He had a bronze ring, no, a soul ring. He had a soul ring, and no matter how he tortured him, he could quickly recover. At most, he would just have to endure some pain. As for pain, what Yi Qinghan was least afraid of was pain. His strength was obtained through painstaking training. What kind of pain could be as painful as having his meridians broken? Well, Senior, please make your move. This is called learning from each other, it's not a challenge from me. Senior can make your move at will. Yi Qinghan said boldly. His meaning was clear. Make your move, this young master is not afraid. The goat-faced Lu Shi looked at Yi Qinghan with some surprise. He did not expect this kid to have a masochistic tendency. Since it was not a challenge, then it was not against the rules for him to make a move. Moreover, his days at the god-slaying mountain were really boring, so he would reluctantly fulfill his wish. This could be considered as doing that person a favor. As for whether or not he could comprehend anything, it would depend on his luck. Kid, if you can't stand it, tell me. Lu Shi stood up, the corners of his mouth twitching a few times, revealing a gloomy smile. He suddenly waved his left hand, and a 2-meter-long brown iron rod as thick as a fist suddenly appeared in his hand. Yi Qinghan felt that in the blink of an eye, Lu Shi had magically produced an iron rod. He could not help but sigh at the ability of a god-level expert. But without waiting for him to sigh, the goat-faced Lu Shi suddenly laughed mischievously. He raised the iron rod in his hand high, and then slowly swung it down towards Yi Qinghan. The iron rod suddenly disappeared in midair. When he blinked again, the iron rod slowly appeared out of thin air. However, this time the iron rod was already above his head, fiercely chopping down at his head with a series of afterimages behind it. Damn. This magic is too mysterious. I've only heard that god-level experts can teleport, how can weapons also teleport? Yi Qinghan was secretly surprised. It was too late to dodge, so he could only release his aura as quickly as possible to resist the iron rod that suddenly appeared above his head. At the same time, he used the shadow step and dodged to the side. Pah! Yi Qinghan's chi field didn't obstruct the iron rod in the slightest. It was as if the iron rod had hit a piece of tofu, directly smashing Yi Qinghan's chi field apart. Fortunately, Yi Qinghan's body had just slid, so the iron rod did not hit his head, but his left shoulder. Feeling a heavy object pressing down on his shoulder, his body staggered and he almost fell to the ground. Yi Qinghan ignored the intense pain coming from his left shoulder and quickly retreated to the side along with the force. Pah! The brown iron rod once again disappeared in front of Yi Qinghan. By the time he reacted, the iron rod had already reappeared behind him, smashing down hard on his back again. Pah! 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 The iron rod kept disappearing and reappearing. No matter how Yi Qinghan dodged or ran, the iron rod would hit him every time. However, Lu Shi obviously controlled her strength. Every time she only made Yi Qinghan feel an intense pain. She didn't cause any fatal damage to him, nor did she cause any bone fracture or internal injury to him. 10 minutes later, Yi Qinghan was smashed into a giant panda. Apart from his face, there was not a single part of his body that had not been smashed. All of his muscles were swollen. The plot was very interesting. Yi Qinghan was constantly being hit by the iron rod like a monkey being chased by a swarm of bees. he constantly jumped up and down and rolled around. Stop. Senior, stop. After another 5 minutes, Yi Qinghan finally couldn't stand it anymore. In the past few minutes, his physical strength, battle chi and mental strength had been greatly consumed. Because he didn't know where the iron rod would appear next, he had to pay full attention to his surroundings every second. Once there was a rustle in the wind, he would be able to react quickly and determine how to dodge in his mind. Then his body would quickly react. However, the iron rod's appearance was too strange and fast. Most of the time he could only protect his vital parts from being attacked. Lu Shi chuckled and reached out his left hand. The iron rod appeared in his fingers out of nowhere as he jokingly said, "How long has it been? You can't stand it anymore?" Senior's attack is too strange. Is this the law of space? Yi Qinghan sat on the ground, rubbing his shoulders and thighs as he grimaced in pain. He knew that god-rank powerhouses could teleport, but he had never heard that weapons could teleport. Moreover, he thought of the supreme law of space, so he asked tentatively, "Are you going to fight or not? If you can't stand it, don't bother this old man anymore." Lu Shi didn't admit or deny it. "Fight? Why aren't you fighting anymore? Senior, please wait for half an hour. Let me rest for a while." Yi Qinghan hurriedly replied. Lu Shi didn't deny it. Obviously, he agreed that this was an application of the law of space. Moreover, he could feel the application of the law of space at such a close distance. Only an idiot wouldn't fight. Moreover, Lu Shi controlled his strength with each attack. He didn't hurt his muscles or bones. As for the small injuries on his muscles, the soul ring could heal them in less than half an hour. Of course, he had to continue fighting. Although this couldn't be called fighting, it was more accurate to say that he was being beaten. However, to be beaten by a god-rank powerhouse using the law of space, this kind of treatment was something that all the powerhouses in the Fire Dragon continent would fight for. Half an hour later, Yi Qinghan got up again and began to enjoy Lu Shi's abuse. He was prepared to use a very stupid method to comprehend the law of heaven and earth to avoid Lu Shi's attacks. Lu Shi's attacks contained the law of heaven and earth. If he could completely avoid his law of space attack, it would mean that he had already touched the threshold of the law of space. This meant that he could enter the Emperor realm. Lu Shi's law of space attack used the law of space. It could cross space and appear anywhere. It was fast and strange, making it hard for people to defend against it. Logically speaking, Yi Qinghan couldn't avoid it at all. It would be useless even if he was beaten 100 million times. However, Yi Qinghan continued to stand up with great interest. He continued to enjoy being chased around like a monkey. This time he didn't continue to stay in place and wait for the rod to attack. Instead, he used a strange footwork in the hall and kept moving around. At the same time, his footwork kept changing, making his figure look ethereal and very strange. Yes, he used the shadow step. Lu Shi's attack just now reminded him of Yi Ruoshui's shadow step. He had started cultivating the shadow step on Nether Island. However, he had been stuck at the first stage and hadn't broken through to the second stage. Now that he saw Lu Shi's strange law of space attack, he thought of the second stage of the shadow step. The first stage of the shadow step was called Follow Your Heart. The second stage was called Shifting Shadows, and the third stage was called So Close, Yet Worlds Apart. Originally, he didn't understand why he couldn't cultivate the second stage no matter how hard he tried. Now he somewhat understood. Shifting shadows, shifting shadows. This was the usage of the law of space. If he didn't comprehend the law of space, how could he successfully cultivate the second stage? Chapter 232. He believed that as long as he could avoid Lu Shi's attacks, he would definitely be able to enter the second level of the shadow step. Cultivating the second level of the shadow step meant that he had comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, which meant that he was about to break through to the Emperor realm. Once he broke through to the Emperor realm, he was absolutely confident that he could defeat Lu Shi, who had set a limit on his strength, and break through the puppet channel. A god-rank expert constantly used the laws of space to attack him. Wasn't this a free sparring partner and teacher? If Yi Qinghan didn't seize this opportunity to comprehend the laws of space, then he would be a pig. Thus he began to cultivate painfully and happily. Lu Shi was helpless. He had been guarding this god-slaying mountain for thousands of years. No, the word guarding was not accurate. It should be said that he had been trapped in this god-slaying mountain for thousands of years. Even if he was a god-rank expert, time was no longer important to him. A god-rank expert had an almost immortal lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years. Usually, they would cultivate in seclusion for decades or even centuries. For thousands of years, it was just a snap of a finger. However, staying in this god-slaying mountain all the time was not the same thing. He was a god-rank expert. Even if he didn't enjoy the supreme glory of dominating a region, he should at least have a free and hot-blooded life. Moreover, although the master of the god-slaying mountain had given him a supreme secret skill, his comprehension of the mysteries of the laws had been stuck. As a result, his strength could only be at the peak of the heavenly god realm. Things like the mysteries of the laws could not be comprehended by meditating and deducing. Therefore he really wanted to go out. Not to mention exploring other places. Even if he just strolled around the Flame Dragon continent, he might be able to comprehend something. Moreover, he had stayed in this place for thousands of years and was very tired of it. He longed for an exciting and adventurous life, longed for freedom, longed for the outside air and sunlight. However, the restriction of the god-slaying mountain would not disappear until the small divine pavilion at the top of the god-slaying mountain was opened. Although his strength was considered top in the Flame Dragon continent, he couldn't break this restriction and couldn't get out. After 500 years, the second genius to reach the last stage of the puppet channel had finally arrived. However, it was a youth who hadn't even cultivated to the Emperor realm. Alright, it doesn't matter if you're weak. In any case, the checkpoints of the god-slaying mountain were designed to test the potential, perception, and luck of the challengers. The fact that this young man was able to obtain this soul ring meant that his luck had reached its peak. To be able to reach this level of strength at such a young age, his comprehension and potential were quite good. But why didn't this foolish young man cultivate? Not going to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth? Why did he ask her to beat him up for no reason? He doesn't know? Had she already seen through his pet and his hidden strength? Did he not know that the strength he had set to pass the test had already reached the bottom line set by the master of Luotian Mountain? You said you wanted to comprehend the laws of others through their attacks. This was not wrong and it was feasible. Moreover, Lu Shi had suggested to Yi Qinghan that he wanted to train Yi Qinghan. Lu Shi also felt that this was a good way to go. Hence, he chose the simpler spatial law among the laws that he had mastered. He continuously attacked Yi Qinghan so that Yi Qinghan could comprehend something and step into the imperial realm. Then he would go to the third test to try his luck. If he was lucky, he could enter the small divine pavilion and break through the god-slaying mountain. In this way he could also benefit from it and leave the god-slaying mountain that had imprisoned him for thousands of years. But what made Lu Shi so angry was that this kid was like a monkey. He had been jumping here for half a year without making any progress. And looking at this kid's appearance, he seemed to be enjoying it very much. Did he plan to continue jumping? He did not know that if one path of understanding the laws of heaven and earth did not work, would he find another way to understand it? Did he have to hang himself on a tree? Seeing that the time was getting closer and closer, but this kid was jumping more and more happily, Lu Shi was anxious. According to the previous method, if he failed to pass the test he would be killed directly. It was just that this kid had a big tree behind him. The red-robed woman's aura alone made him feel that he was invincible. Although the woman said that if he failed, she would directly destroy his cultivation and throw him out. However, Lu Shi was afraid that if he really did this, he would secretly offend the red-robed woman. If he did not do this, he would break the rules set by the master of Luotian Mountain. So he was very helpless. Looking at Yi Qinghan jumping happily, Lu Shi was even more helpless. So he increased the strength of each attack. He decided to make this young man unable to be happy or jump. Sure enough, 5 minutes later Yi Qinghan lay on the ground and waved his hands repeatedly, indicating that he had reached his limit and that if he continued to attack he would die. Yi Qinghan was also very helpless. It had been almost 8 months since then. Every day he was chased around like a monkey. He was covered in injuries and there was not a piece of good flesh on his body. He spent every day in pain, but he had not touched the threshold of the laws of space. Although his body had become extremely hard and his defense had greatly increased after being constantly beaten and healed by the soul ring for more than half a year. Although he had practiced the first level of the disorienting footwork to the point where he could move at will, his reaction speed had also become abnormally terrifying. But he had not fully understood the laws of space, and the disorienting footwork had not reached the shifting shadows stage. He had not stepped into the Emperor realm. Actually, he could not be blamed for this. It could not be said that Yi Qinghan's comprehension was poor, nor could it be said that Lu Shi was a poor sparring partner and teacher. It was just that Yi Qinghan's foundation and received too little knowledge. He was only at the first level of the elite realm before the age of 15. His current strength was completely achieved by continuous fortuitous encounters, constant hard work, and the help of the dragon crystal spirit fruit in the soul ring. Most importantly, his basic knowledge and foundation were too poor. Before the age of 15, he was still the seventh son of the Yi family. His position in the family was not even comparable to a high-ranking servant. He was not qualified to learn martial arts and cultivation knowledge at all. Moreover, he had never received a systematic explanation and education from a cultivation powerhouse. Although Yi Qingyo and Yi Ruoxue had casually explained some to him previously, his martial arts cultivation theoretical knowledge was too poor. But his knowledge of martial arts cultivation theory was too poor, so poor that any random core disciple of the 5 great clans was much stronger than him. Without foundation, how could he quickly comprehend the laws of heaven and earth with just comprehension? How could a coal miner expect a nouveau riche to understand the true taste of a noble in such a short time? Kid, are you going to continue fighting? Lu Shi looked at Yi Qinghan lying on the ground, grimacing in pain and panting like a dog. She could not help but sigh. Of course, Yi Qinghan said with a grin. However, his grin had probably pulled at his wounds, causing his smile to become a little forced. Chapter 233. Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly. What else could he do but continue? He had no other choice but to grit his teeth and walk down the path of comprehending the laws of space. He really didn't know what to do. Sigh. Lu Shi sighed deeply and was about to say something to comfort him. Unexpectedly, he suddenly looked to the left, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Yi Qinghan saw Lu Shi's cold, goat-like face suddenly change. He couldn't help but follow his gaze in surprise, but all he saw was the golden wall at the side of the hall. At this moment there was a sudden fluctuation in the air. A pleasant sound suddenly surged into his heart. At the same time he felt as if he very strangely saw, a rainbow-colored cloud suddenly descend from the heavens and the earth. Then this cloud suddenly bloomed, illuminating the earth. Then a bolt of purple lightning suddenly fell from the sky, directly entering the ground, and then instantly disappearing without a trace. What is this? Yi Qinghan forgot his pain at this moment. His mouth was wide open in shock as he asked Lu Shi in a trembling voice. This scene was too magnificent, too shocking. And why did it suddenly appear in his mind? Lu Shi gave a rare smile. He looked at Yi Qinghan and said, "Don't be surprised. Someone from your flame dragon continent has become a god. This is the descent of the laws of heaven and earth, bestowing the instant movement skill and divine crystal upon him. And what you feel is a phenomenon that will occur automatically at this moment, as long as a martial artist has begun to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, or has already comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. Someone has become a god again. Someone has become a god." Yi Qinghan licked his lips, thinking of that rainbow-colored cloud and that bolt of purple lightning. He seemed to vaguely think of something. He hurriedly ignored the pain in his body, sat up with difficulty and closed his eyes to meditate. Flame Dragon Continent, it was currently midnight. The ordinary people of the continent had long since gone to sleep. Only a few night owls who didn't talk much were still wandering the streets, bars and brothels. When this rainbow-colored cloud suddenly lit up, very few people actually knew. But that bolt of purple lightning had startled countless people awake from their dreams. The clouds blossomed, and the entire continent's sky was filled with a demonic 7-colored light. Countless people were woken up by the thunderous dream and crawled up. When they saw the remnants of the rainbow light in the sky, they were so frightened that they knelt down in the direction of the divine city. Other than a miracle, there was no other explanation for such a change in the world. Countless experts at the pinnacle of the Marquis Realm, Emperor Realm, and Saint Realm experts saw this shocking change at the first instant. Their expressions changed and they gathered together to discuss this strange scene. Could it be that a rare treasure had appeared in the world with such a great momentum? Of course, in Dragon City, although the experts of the 5 great families were very excited, they didn't have too many doubts. In their clan's history, it was recorded that this kind of divine purple lightning was a sign that someone had become a god. They were just flabbergasted. Who had become a god? The god-rank experts of the Flame Dragon Continent naturally knew who had become a god. Yi Ruoxue opened her eyes and revealed a faint smile. She then stood up and disappeared with a flash. The old ancestor of the Shui clan walked out of the cave outside the Drifts Now city. The 3 war gods of the Dragon City walked out of the seclusion chamber. The fishing rod in the hand of the Hidden Island's Island Lord inadvertently trembled. Then she put away the fishing rod and disappeared in a flash. The tranquility in the valley of the Demon God Mountain was once again broken by the sounds of people talking and sighing. A few tall barbarians in the barbarian god Forbidden Ground stopped cultivating and looked towards the east. In the Divine Lord Pavilion of the Divine City, Tu put down the book in his hand and looked at the distant sky through the window. He ordered the massacre god guards to appease the citizens of the divine city and continued reading. He wasn't worried about the appearance of a few more god-rank experts in the Flame Dragon continent. Instead, he felt that things were getting more and more interesting. The Tranquil Lake Island was destined to be a chaotic night. That purple lightning struck the Tranquil Lake Island's northern court, the Happy Heart Pavilion. Everyone on the island woke up with a start, including those in the Ecstasy City. Countless warriors in the Ecstasy City were shocked. The warriors of the Yu clan rushed to the Tranquil Lake Island immediately. The other warriors followed behind them, wanting to enter the Tranquil Lake Island to find out what was going on. However, the Tranquil Lake Island had been sealed off by the Yu clan's experts. The leader was the Yu clan's supreme elder, Yuji. Yuji didn't give much explanation. She just said indifferently, "It's thundering and it's going to rain soon. Everyone go back to sleep. Keep your clothes. Yu clan's disciples, return to your positions." The hundreds of disciples and experts of the Tranquil Lake Island were confused. They didn't understand what was going on. However, the four supreme elders of the Yu clan took action and passed down their orders. Without further ado, all the disciples of the Tranquil Lake Island started to move, preparing to welcome the esteemed guest. The supreme elders didn't say anything, and the disciples of the Yu clan didn't dare to ask. Only a few experts had guessed what was going on, and their faces were filled with surprise. After a long while, a voice rang out in the air, making them even more ecstatic. "Yu clan's clan leader, you are a heavenly genius. You have cultivated the great Tao. Congratulations." A black figure suddenly appeared out of thin air on the plaza in front of the northern courtyard, causing a group of women from the Yu clan to be startled. However, the three supreme elders in front of the plaza quickly knelt down and bowed. "Thank you, Senior Yi, for visiting. Please rest first. Our clan leader will come out to thank you after he finishes his cultivation." "Greetings, Senior Yi." When the rest of the disciples saw the three grand elders kneeling down, they quickly followed and saluted. "It's all right. I can catch up with a few old friends." "The person who came was Yi Ruoxue," he said with a smile. His long white eyebrows were slightly curved. He walked to the table that had been set up earlier and sat down. Buzz, 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 the air trembled again. Four silhouettes appeared out of nowhere. They were the three gray-robed elders and the clan master, Long Bifu. The three elders looked very ordinary, but their eyes were frighteningly bright. The three of them were all smiling. When they saw Yi Ruoxue sitting at the side, they ignored the people of the Yu clan and directly walked towards Yi Ruoxue. One of them said, "Little Yi, you're quite fast." "Yi, I'm a little faster than my three brothers. Sit here." Yi Ruoxue's white eyebrows furrowed. He quickly stood up and cupped his hands. Then he ordered the supreme elder of the Yu clan, "Little boy from the Yu clan, dismiss everyone. Only the three of you will stay. My three brothers don't like too many people." The supreme elder of the Yu clan quickly dismissed the disciples. He quickly walked over and bowed. "Greetings, seniors. Greetings, Clan Master Long." Although they had never seen the three of them before, they could easily guess that they were the three war guardians of the House of Aries when they saw the three of them together with Long Bifu. Chapter 234. Haha, dispense with the formalities, dispense with the formalities. The Yu clan is very fortunate to have produced another divine-level expert after the Moon Empress. This is a cause for celebration. Little ignorant fellow, this time around you've been defeated by a lady. One of the battle gods chuckled and teased the dragon. Yi Ruoxue assessed dragon coward, smiling. "Ah, this kid's not bad. He has a chance to become a god in 10 years. Brothers, you've taught him well. Those idiots in our family aren't as good as you. Come on, little Yi. You're just showing off. Do you think we don't know that little girl in the mountain behind your house? TSK. She got the divine crystal? Anyway, I've always wanted to ask you. Where did you get it? It seems that only Lord Devour in the God City in the Dark Forest has it, right? It's impossible in the God City. Did Lord Devour give it to her?" One of the war gods asked a question that had been bothering them for a long time. The Dragon City and the Yi family's fort were close to each other. With their sole cultivation base, it was easy for them to find out Yi Qingyu's situation. However, they hadn't asked Yi Ruoxue yet. "Ah." Yi Ruoxue didn't answer. She just smiled as if she agreed. The arrogance on her face was obvious. Actually, although the divine crystal was important in his eyes, the fact that the Yi family could have another god realm expert was enough to make the Yi family proud. However, the relationship between Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour made him more proud and happy. No matter what, Lord Devour was the real king of the Fire Dragon continent. Indeed, Yi Ruoxue acquiesced. The three war gods and dragon coward wore solemn faces. The way they looked at Yu Ruoshui changed. The three great elders of the Yu family didn't understand the serious relationship, but Dragon Coward understood it clearly as the palace master. If Lord Devour had such a relationship with the Yi family, it would be a big benefit to the Yi family in the House of Aries. However, although he was the palace master, he didn't dare to talk in front of Yu Ruoshui and the three war gods. He just stood there quietly. Buzz. At this moment, the air trembled again, and a white-haired old man wearing a straw raincoat and holding a fishing rod appeared out of thin air on the square. The old man looked at Yu Ruoshui and the others and smiled. He swung his fishing rod, causing it to shrink until it was as long as a finger. The old man put away the rod and laughed. "Everyone, I'm late. This journey is a bit long. We pay our respects to Senior Island Master." Dragon Weaver and the three Yu family elders had clearly seen this person before. They were the first to greet him. Yu Ruoshui smiled and waved her hand as she said, "Island Lord is too modest. You teleported here at such a great speed. Clearly your law of space has improved a step further." "That's right. Littleine, you can't pretend to be 13. Fishing on the hidden island has greatly increased your cultivation. It seems that we should also go fishing on the hidden island if we have nothing to do." The three war gods were obviously very familiar with the hidden island lord and were casually joking around. "Well, it wasn't easy for me to come here. I'm not here to disgust you. I'm used to eating fish by the sea. Let's eat the Yu family's spiritual fruit. Is the Yu family's patriarch not done cultivating?" The hidden island lord laughed and sat beside Yu Ruoshui. He grabbed the fruit on the table and began to eat heartily. He didn't have the demeanor of a powerhouse of a generation. So, fusing with the divine crystal is fast, but mastering teleportation will take some time. Alright, it wasn't easy for us to gather together. Let's chat and wait. In any case, the Yu family is rich. Let's eat as much as we want. Yu Ruoshui's white eyebrows twitched. She indicated for everyone to sit. In any case, time was worthless to them. Deity-rank powerhouses didn't lack time. Swish. At this time, a gray-clothed old man appeared on the plaza. His hair was messy and his robe was in disarray. He looked like a beggar wandering on the streets. "The Shui family's old freak has also come." The hidden island lord chuckled and nodded at the gray-clothed old man. The three war gods also nodded at Shui Shiwen. Only Yu Ruoshui coldly nodded. "This old man is no longer a member of the Shui family. I'm just a discarded disciple. There's something delicious to eat. Let's talk after we've eaten." Shui Shiwen cupped his hands at everyone. He reached out and grabbed a leg of meat, then took a big bite. Combined with his strange attire, he looked like an old beggar. Haha. Everyone shook their heads. Shui Shiwen was quite ruthless. He directly cut off his relationship with the Shui family so that no one would feel any dissatisfaction or ill will towards him because of the Shui family's previous actions. Yu Qingqing didn't go play the zither today. She had been summoned to the Happy Heart Pavilion by the Yu family's patriarch. At first she was very confused. Why did the patriarch let her accompany her to the Happy Heart Pavilion for half a night, even though he knew that she was diligently cultivating? It wasn't until the middle of the night that she saw a rainbow-colored cloud and a bolt of purple lightning suddenly appear in the sky outside the pavilion. Only then did she realize that Yu Shishui was taking special care of her. That bolt of purple lightning mysteriously entered Yu Shishui's head. At the same time, it brought with it a dense amount of natural energy, as well as an aura that made her want to sleep. However, Yu Shishui told her that she couldn't sleep, and even instructed her to cultivate continuously until she woke her up. Yu Qingqing didn't know what was going on, but she didn't ask any questions. Instead, she closed her eyes and began to meditate. She quietly took in the intoxicating aura. Not too far away from Yu Qingqing, a white-clothed, masked woman was sitting cross-legged in midair. Her entire body was glowing with a faint purple light, and a holy aura slowly flowed around her body. After a long while, the scarf covering her face slowly slid off, revealing a beautiful face that could charm all living things. At the same time, her eyes slowly opened. Her limpid eyes shone like the stars in the night sky, dazzling and eye-catching. The corner of Yu Shishui's mouth curved upwards, revealing a smile that could make all living things go crazy. She glanced at Yu Qingqing and smiled again. With a gentle wave of her hand, a transparent barrier of light enveloped the entire room. Then, her body suddenly disappeared from the room. "Greetings, Patriarch." Yu Shishui reappeared in the northern courtyard plaza. The three grand elders of the Yu family were overjoyed when they saw her. They bowed to her, tears of joy streaming down their faces. "Hey, you guys can leave for now. I have a few things to discuss with these seniors. Yu Shishui smiled faintly, trying to calm them down. At the same time, she turned around and bowed to Yu Ruoshui and the others. Yu Shishui greets the 6 seniors. I am extremely grateful that you were able to come. Greetings, Patriarch Long. Hey, younger sister Shishui is too courteous. There's no need to call us seniors. Now that you've reached the deity realm, we are all of the same generation. You can just call us brothers. Little brat, there's no need to call us seniors. Just follow his example and call us brothers. In any case, you're about to become a deity. The 7 of them hurriedly stood up. One of the war gods hurriedly tried to resolve the situation when he saw that little brat Long didn't know how to address Yu Shishui. Chapter 235. Ha, little sister Shishui, I'm older than you by a few years, so I'll just call you little sister. Congratulations, you've hidden yourself quite well. You actually took this step before me. Dragon Bastard was also a hero of his generation. He didn't put on any pretense and spoke directly. Haha, I had a sudden epiphany. I didn't expect to be one step ahead of you. Yu Shishui smiled slightly, her beauty stunning everyone present. Impressive, impressive. I didn't expect the Yu clan's charm arts to be so powerful after reaching the deity realm. We almost fell for them. Little sister Shishui's charm arts are unparalleled under the heavens. Yu Ruoshui chuckled and began to tease her. However, he couldn't help but sigh to himself. This woman from the Yu clan had become a deity, and her illusionary and bewitching techniques were incredibly powerful. If a group of saints had been standing in front of Yu Shishui, they probably wouldn't have been able to resist at all. Let's not joke around. Let's get down to business. The island lord of Hidden Island, who had been gorging himself, suddenly tensed up. He immediately set up a domain that enveloped them. Then he slowly said, actually, we came here this time because you've reached the deity realm, so there are some things that you shouldn't know about. Dragon Bastard, you're about to become a deity, so we won't avoid you. Please speak, Island Lord. Yu Shishui smiled faintly. She knew that business was about to start, and she hurriedly listened attentively. As for Dragon Bastard, his eyes also shone brightly. He was very interested to hear it. First, the deity realm agreement. The deity realm experts of the 3 prefectures cannot directly participate in battles between commoners. Otherwise, all the deity realm experts on the continent will work together to destroy them. This agreement wasn't set by the city lord, nor was it set by Lord Devour. The Flame Dragon continent has existed for a long time. It was set up by the older generation of deity realm experts, and has been around for hundreds of thousands of years. You must remember this. You can take revenge for personal grudges, but you cannot harm the innocent. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you. It wasn't set up by the city lord and Lord Devour? The continent used to have deity realm experts? Yu Shishui knew about the deity realm agreement a long time ago, but she didn't know that it had been set up by the older generation of deity realm experts. She asked suspiciously, there were deity realm experts 100,000 years ago? Although the Flame Dragon continent is lacking in spirit chi, it's still possible for a divine realm expert to appear every few hundred years. Old Snow Beggar became a god 1,000 years ago, and Little Knight also became a god 500 years ago. Both of you became gods at about the same time. Do you think there were any god-level experts in the past? The Island Lord seemed to know that she would ask such a question and quickly answered. Yu Shishui and Dragon Weaver glanced at each other. They could see a trace of shock and confusion in each other's eyes. Longfellow hesitated for a moment before asking, to think that the Fire Dragon continent has a history of over 100,000 years. If a divine-level expert appears every few hundred years, then wouldn't there be several hundred divine-level experts in the continent? Where did these experts go? According to what I know, a deity-rank powerhouse has a lifespan of several 100,000 years. Yi Ruoshui suddenly smiled. She pointed to the sky and said, they have gone to the divine plane, which is the divine realm. Divine plane, divine world? And as expected, expression appeared on Dragon Butcher's face, but he was even more confused. He continued to ask, then, why don't you all go to the god world? Can the 2 of us also go to the god world in the future? That's right. I've seen our clan records. The founding ancestors of our 5 clans all became deities, and they all went to the god world at the same time. Yu Shishui was also very confused. She asked the question that she had been hiding in her heart for a long time. The 3 war gods, Yu Ruoshui, and the Hidden Island Master all laughed bitterly and fell silent. Finally Yu Ruoshui sighed. Our ancestors did indeed all go to the god world, but they were the last group to do so. Of course, we also want to go. The fire dragon plane's spiritual energy is sparse, and if we want to advance our cultivation to the divine general realm, or even higher realms, it's almost impossible to succeed. If we don't go to the God world, it's almost impossible to succeed. It's just that, we can't go. It's not just us. I'm sure that the deities from the other two prefectures also want to go, but no one can. Apart from that bald-headed bastard from Divine City and Lord Devour, no one else can go to the God world. The fire dragon plane is like a dead well with its lid closed. Divine general realm? Bastard bald-headed bastard? Dead well? Yu Shishui and Long Bifu glanced at each other again, their expressions changing. There was actually a divine general realm above the heavenly god realm, or even higher. Yi Ruoshui had actually called the divine city lord a bastard bald-headed bastard? The fire dragon continent was a dead well? Why were the previous gods able to go to the god world? Why can't we go? Yu Shishui asked after digesting Yi Ruoshui's words. Because that damned bald-headed bastard from Divine City covered the fire dragon continent up. The Hidden Island Master was evidently just as angry as Yi Ruoshui towards the Divine City Lord. He actually cursed as he looked at the two of them. What I'm going to tell you next involves the greatest secret of the fire dragon plane. Remember, you must not spread this information or else the fire dragon continent will definitely fall into chaos. In the end, it is very likely that the entire fire dragon plane will be destroyed. Actually, the natural laws of every plane have bestowed upon it a path to the God world. The entrance to this path is on Purple Island, which is a few thousand kilometers away from Hidden Island. There are 5 trials on Purple Island. As long as you can pass through these 5 trials with your own strength, you will be able to enter the Purple Island teleportation formation and be transported to the God world. However, a few thousand years ago the Divine City Lord descended. The Hidden Island Master explained everything to Yu Shishui and Dragon Coward for half an hour before she was able to clearly explain everything. After she finished speaking, Yu Shishui and Dragon Coward didn't say anything for a long time. However, both of their expressions were abnormally agitated and resentful. If this continues, won't we never be able to jump out of this dead well? The billions of people on the Fire Dragon continent will continue their fate forever? This is too tragic, too hateful. Yu Shishui sighed deeply and shook her head. At this moment, her good mood had been completely overturned. Her heart was filled with pain. No. We're all waiting. We're waiting for a peerless genius to appear. We're waiting for this peerless genius to lead us all out of the Fire Dragon continent's fate. Yi Ruoshui finally stood up. She gazed in the southwest direction at the tall mountain shrouded in white mist. That's right. Unless a peerless genius is born, we can only stay in this dead well. We can only look up at the beautiful world outside until the Fire Dragon continent is completely destroyed. The Hidden Island's Island Master sighed deeply and shook his head powerlessly. Everyone fell silent as they gazed in the east. In the east, dawn had already broken. The red sun slowly rose into the sky, and the night slowly receded. Warm sunlight shone down on the entire tranquil lake island, bringing with it a sea of light. Chapter 236. Yi Qinghan had cultivated for an entire day and night this time. The rainbow light and the purple lightning yesterday had moved him greatly. Not only him, but all the Peak Duke realm warriors on the continent were also greatly moved. After all, they had already begun to touch the threshold of the laws of heaven and earth. The rainbow light and purple lightning were the most essential manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. Lu Shi watched as Yi Qinghan meditated for an entire day and night and sighed inwardly. This kid's luck was really heaven-defying. He had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Of course, the manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth when one became a god was the most touching for Peak Duke realm warriors and Peak Sage realm warriors. Those with a strong perception would definitely have some enlightenment. This kid had cultivated for an entire day and night, so it was obvious that he had gained some enlightenment. It seemed that this kid had a high chance of breaking through to the Emperor realm within 3 months. The second test, the puppet channel, had probably been broken by him. Now it was time to see the last test. Thinking of the last test, Lu Shi could not help but smile helplessly. This master of Fallen God Mountain was really something. Who knew where he had learned all sorts of things to come up with such a clever move? Whether this kid could pass or not would depend on the will of the heavens. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and shook his head inwardly. He sighed. Just a little more, just a thin layer of window paper. He would have stepped into the threshold of perceiving the laws of heaven and earth. He could vaguely sense the magical laws of space, but he felt that there was an indescribable feeling to it. He had not completely understood it yet. Yes, he would continue to cultivate the second level of the shadow step. Now he could already feel a trace of the concept. As long as he continued to practice the shadow step and constantly corresponded with each other, this layer of paper would be pierced sooner or later. He believed that this day would not be too far away. Senior, please continue to train me. I will definitely defeat you within 3 months. Yi Qinghan stood up confidently and walked towards Lu Shi with a smile. As he walked, his footsteps were erratic and indistinct. If you cannot defeat me in 3 months, I will have to kill you. Whether you live or die will depend on your luck. Although Lu Shi's words were still cold, there was actually a trace of urgency in his heart. He hoped that this kid would succeed in the end so that he could escape the cage of Fallen God Mountain. Shio. Lu Shi didn't stand on ceremony. He waved his arm and a black iron rod appeared out of thin air. Then the iron rod disappeared and reappeared behind Yi Qinghan's head. Yi Qinghan had long been on guard. He quickly stepped to the side and twisted his body at the same time, dodging the fatal blow. However, the speed of the iron rod was too fast and it still hit his left arm. Yi Qinghan endured the pain and didn't care. He didn't look. In the end, he simply closed his eyes and began to run quickly around the hall. The painful yet joyful training began again. Divine City. Shui Wuhan was wearing a long golden robe as he walked on the streets of the Divine City. Behind him were a few envoys of the Divine City who were also wearing the same golden robes. Today Shui Wuhan didn't train even though he knew that he was pressed for time. He only had a little more than a year left. If he couldn't raise his strength to the Emperor realm in this 1 year, then he would have to wear this cowhide-like robe for the rest of his life. He would live in the darkness forever, without himself, without hope, and without a tomorrow. The Divine City's City Lord gave him an endless supply of spirit fruits, elixirs and secret manuals, but he also gave him a deadline. Before the opening of Fallen God Mountain, he had to cultivate to the Imperial Realm and enter the trial to obtain the Divine Sword. If he succeeded, he would reach the heavens in a single step. If he failed, he would become an envoy of the Divine City forever and wear this golden robe for the rest of his life until he died. Therefore he was pressed for time, so pressed that he didn't even have time to play with women. He cultivated every day and night, almost to the point of insanity. A large number of spirit fruits, elixirs and secret manuals aided him. His hatred towards Yi Qinghan, the Yi family, and everyone in the House of Aries, as well as the hope that he had dreamed of for more than a decade. This gave him a very terrifying obsession, and this obsession created a rocket-like cultivation speed. A few years ago on Hades Island he was a level 1 marshal. The 12 golden-shelled insects were comparable to the elders of the Shui family. His overall strength was at level 3 marshal. A few years later he was at the peak of the noble realm. The 12 golden-shelled insects were fully matured. He was confident that he could kill an Imperial Realm expert with a sneak attack. However, he knew that this wasn't enough. He had to get stronger. He knew that the path of heaven would open in a year. There would be countless experts. If he wanted to survive, he had to get stronger. But today he stopped cultivating. He put on the golden robe and walked out of the pavilion to the main street of the Divine City. Because he was released from prison alone. Tu Qianjun didn't change much. 4 years had passed. Time didn't leave many traces on his face. It was just a lot paler. These years in the divine prison, he still had good wine, delicious food, and beautiful women warming his bed every night. There wasn't much difference in his life. However, the lack of sunlight over the years had caused his face to have a sickly paleness. He looked at the countless people who came to welcome him at the entrance. He didn't say anything. He just stood under the sunlight greedily. He squinted his eyes and enjoyed the sun and the warm wind blowing from the corner of the street. Back to the Immortal slaughtering pavilion. After a long time, Tu Qianjun smiled faintly. He waved his hand and led a group of people back to the Immortal slaughtering pavilion. After returning to the Immortal slaughtering pavilion, Tu Qianjun walked into the study room of the massacring god guards. He chatted for half an hour before walking out with 2 jade boxes. Everyone else disperse. Shui Wuhan, follow me. After dismissing the emissaries standing at the entrance, Tu Qianjun nodded to the emissary in front of him and walked into a small pavilion on the left. Congratulations, young master, for breaking through to the Imperial Realm. You have left the divine prison in advance. In the future you will definitely soar through the 9 heavens. Shui Wuhan wasn't surprised. He followed Tu Qianjun into the small pavilion and took off the hat that covered his entire face. He knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, "Get up. I've troubled you for the past few years. However, it was a blessing in disguise. You obtained the Divine Master's recognition and your strength has skyrocketed." Tu Qianjun was full of smiles. Clearly he was in a good mood after being released early and breaking through to the Imperial realm. I don't dare. Everything is because of young master's great fortune. However, when the heavenly path opens next year, I'm afraid I won't be able to return. I can't continue to follow young master around in the future. Shui Wuhan said bitterly. Haha, don't worry. Don't you still have 1 year? Cultivate hard and break through to the Imperial realm as soon as possible. Then you can comprehend more laws. I have faith in you. Tu Qianjun waved his hand and replied with a smile. Then he picked up a jade box from the table and handed it over to Shui Wuhan. He then whispered in a mysterious voice, I've specifically asked my father for this. You must practice diligently. Don't disappoint me. What is this? Seeing Tu Qianjun's mysterious behavior, Shui Wuhan couldn't help feeling excited. Tu Qianjun knew that the Divine City Lord had bestowed him with countless spirit fruits, spirit herbs and secret manuals. Therefore the thing inside this jade box was absolutely extraordinary. Chapter 237. Black Snow Lotus. Tu Qianjun said with a smile. Ah. Shui Wuhan was overjoyed when he heard this. His gray and black eyes suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. Black Snow Lotus was a treasure. Of course, it was a deadly poison for others, but it was one of the top 3 treasures for the Shui family. With this Black Snow Lotus, the power of his 12 insects would double. Once he stepped into the Emperor realm, the trip to the God-slaying mountain would be extremely comfortable. Shui Wuhan quickly knelt down and said with a trembling voice, Young master, you treat me so well. I don't know how to thank you. No need to thank me. Tu Qianjun sneered. The smile on his face suddenly changed. It became somewhat ferocious and full of hatred. His tone also became cold. You don't need to thank me. I just want you to go to the God-slaying mountain. If Yi Qinghan is not dead, dismember his body. If he is dead, kill all the members of the Yi family and the Yu family. Leave no one alive. Ha! Shui Wuhan opened his mouth and unexpectedly laughed. He turned around and walked towards the door. He said word by word, Young master, you don't need to say more. As long as my golden-shelled insects successfully evolve, I will definitely make the people of the Yi family and the Yu family beg for death on the God-slaying mountain. No, it doesn't matter if it's the Yu family, the Yi family, the Feng family, the Hua family, or the people of Dragon City. I won't let any of them off. Ah! Ha ha! Two cold and cruel laughter rang out in the small attic, scaring the maidservants who were about to enter the attic to serve the guests. Lu Shi was very angry. Although he had suppressed his strength in Soul Realm, he felt that with his comprehension of spatial laws as a divine-level expert, Yi Qinghan would be like a locust trapped in a cage. No matter how hard Yi Qinghan tried, it would be impossible for Yi Qinghan to escape his grasp. However, he found something strange today. His iron rod that had always hit the target had started to miss. Although he missed once, he still felt that it was unforgivable. He was a God Realm master. How many years had he cultivated? Tens of thousands of years. How could he fail? How could he fail? However, when he saw that his iron rod was still lying quietly on the floor of the hall, and Yi Qinghan's figure continued to jump more and more happily in the hall, his body becoming more and more blurry, faintly discernible, he knew that he had indeed failed. He wasn't surprised that Yi Qinghan was slowly comprehending the law of space. However, even if Yi Qinghan entered the Emperor realm and entered the door of comprehending the laws of space, Yi Qinghan wouldn't be able to do so. He didn't care about it at all. Although his comprehension of the law of space was not too deep, it was still a piece of cake for him to deal with a rookie who had just entered the field. But why did he fail? He could not figure it out and he put it down to mental fatigue. It was just that even he didn't believe this idea. A divine-level expert soul was extremely powerful. With such simple control, he would not feel tired even if he were to control it for 1,000 years. Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. He decided to continue chasing that monkey, striving to force him into the Emperor realm as soon as possible so that this young man could break the puppet channel and try his luck in the 3rd stage. However, when he glanced at Yi Qinghan again, his brows suddenly twitched, and a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but smile. In the hall, Yi Qinghan's figure was still constantly jumping. However, as he jumped, Yi Qinghan's figure became more and more blurry. In the end, he suddenly disappeared, directly appearing in the space more than 10 meters away. Then, his figure disappeared again and in the next second he appeared in the space more than 20 meters away on the left. His entire person was like a ghost, constantly flashing around in the hall. Shifting shadows, haha, shifting shadows. I finally succeeded in my cultivation. Emperor realm, I finally stepped into the Emperor realm. Yi Qinghan kept flashing back and forth in the hall as he laughed happily. After the rainbow light and the purple lightning that day, he finally stepped into the door of understanding the law of space in 2 months. He successfully cultivated the second stage of Shadow Step, shifting positions. He also successfully stepped into the Emperor realm. At this moment he felt unprecedentedly comfortable. All the pores on his body relaxed and his entire body, including his soul, was immersed in a feeling of comfort. He stopped moving, stood there quietly, closed his eyes and began to enjoy this wonderful state. Dense heaven and earth yuan qi had already gathered around him unknowingly, and this heaven and earth yuan qi began to involuntarily flow into his body. Slowly, layers of black liquid started to leak out of his skin. At the same time, without him realizing it, his soul ocean expanded further. The core in his dantian was spinning rapidly, but it didn't grow bigger. Instead, it gradually shrunk and its color became golden and translucent. Half an hour later, Yi Qinghan slowly opened his eyes and comfortably stretched. Unexpectedly, black powder started to fall from his hands and face. What's going on? Why is my body black and numb? What is this? Yi Qinghan had just woken up from that wonderful feeling and was suddenly shocked. Don't make a fuss. This is the impurities in your body. You entered the Emperor realm, and the heaven and earth yuan qi cleansed your body, making your body stronger. Lu Shi's voice sounded faintly. At the same time he waved his hand. Yi Qinghan felt a light breeze blow past him, and the black pieces in his body actually turned into black powder and floated away. Even the dirt in his underwear was completely removed. His method was very magical. Thank you for teaching me, senior. Yi Qinghan moved a few times and felt extremely comfortable. He quickly turned around and bowed 3 times to Lu Shi. For half a year, Lu Shi had been his sparring partner for free, but he didn't have any complaints or dissatisfaction. He was very grateful for this. Although he was curious why Lu Shi was so good to him, it didn't reduce his sincere gratitude towards Lu Shi. Don't thank me. I didn't go against Master's rules. Everything was obtained by your own comprehension and hard work. Also, if you can really get out of here alive, you might even blame me in the future. Lu Shi waved his hand lightly. He had seen this young man's hard work and endurance for half a year. How could a normal young man endure being beaten every day for half a year? When Yi Qinghan heard this, he quickly shook his head and said, "How can that be? I can't even thank Senior enough. Why would I blame Senior? Let me put it this way. You are now on the path of comprehending spatial laws. Actually, many martial artists think that spatial laws are useless. Basically, no one will choose to cultivate spatial laws." Chapter 238. You know that God rank masters can teleport, right? When a martial artist reaches the God rank, the laws of heaven and earth will automatically bestow them with teleportation skills and divine crystals. As for the law of space, no matter how one cultivated it, the end result was that the human body could teleport and so could weapons. So, since one could obtain such a skill for free after becoming a god, why would a martial artist try to comprehend the law of space in the beginning? Of course, I don't have much understanding of spatial laws, so I'm not very clear. So, I hope I didn't harm you and you won't blame me in the future. So that's how it is. If God-rank masters can obtain teleportation skills for free, then cultivating spatial laws is a waste. If you cultivate other laws, you will have more offensive and defensive skills after becoming a god, and you will also get a teleportation skill for free. Yi Qinghan understood, but he didn't blame Lu Shi at all. After all, if it wasn't for Lu Shi, he probably wouldn't have been able to step into the imperial realm. Moreover, he believed in the laws of existence. He didn't believe that spatial laws, one of the supreme laws, could only teleport. Of course I won't blame Senior, and I'm very grateful for Senior's explanation. I've decided to officially challenge you in 3 days. I'm prepared to break through the last stage and break through the puppet channel. Yi Qinghan bowed again and said sincerely, "Okay, I'll be waiting for you to challenge me." Lu Shi nodded lightly. As he spoke, his sparse beard trembled. Together with his goat-like face, he looked like a white goat in human form. However, after he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something. He said again, "Just now, you seem to have dodged one of my attacks?" Yi Qinghan looked at Lu Shi strangely, as if asking him in return, was it strange for him to dodge once after being beaten up hundreds of thousands of times? He had been beaten up for half a year and comprehended spatial laws. Was it not normal for him to dodge one attack? So he said very modestly, I've cultivated for so long and only managed to dodge once. Did I embarrass myself in front of you?" Embarrass himself? Lu Shi was shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly said, "If you can dodge one more time, I won't embarrass myself in front of you. Come on, I'll attack you like before. Show me how you dodge again. In response to Yi Qinghan's reply, he did not believe that Yi Qinghan could dodge his attack with that little bit of space law he had comprehended. He didn't believe it at all. It had to be known that Yi Qinghan's strength, space laws and impressive footwork were nothing in Lu Shi's eyes. Even if he was twice as strong, Lu Shi was confident that he wouldn't be able to dodge his attack. However, half an hour later, Lu Shi's slender and long eyes suddenly widened into round slits. Yi Qinghan had actually managed to dodge one of his attacks after he had attacked for 100 times. Kid, how did you do it? Lu Shi stood up and appeared before Yi Qinghan with a flash. She grabbed Yi Qinghan's shoulder and cried out. She no longer had her usual calmness, nor did she have the demeanor of a divine-level expert. Huh. Just like that, I dodged, and dodged? Yi Qinghan was shocked. He scratched his head in embarrassment. T. I'm a peak heavenly god. How can you, a martial artist who has just entered the Imperial realm, dodge my attack? Even if you cultivate to the Sage realm, you might not be able to dodge it. Lu Shi panicked. He actually threw away the calmness of a divine-level expert and cursed. Yeah. How did I dodge it? What's going on? This time, it was Yi Qinghan's turn to be confused. He asked Lu Shi with a puzzled expression. You're asking me? I'm the one asking you. Lu Shi cursed again. Then he realized that this kid had just entered the Imperial realm. How could he know such a complicated question? After a moment of silence, he let go of Yi Qinghan and continued to ask, tell me the details of how you dodged my attack. About that. Yi Qinghan saw that Lu Shi was being so serious. He fell into deep thought. After a while he answered solemnly. Senior, for the past half a year I've been thinking about how to dodge your attack. I've been practicing my footwork. As long as I successfully cultivate the second level of my footwork, it means that I've comprehended a bit of the law of space. Then I'll be able to enter the Imperial realm. Yi Qinghan saw that Lu Shi was listening attentively, so he continued, So, I didn't think too much about it. I was only thinking about how to dodge your attack. At first, I didn't know how to dodge your attack for half a year. However, the rainbow light 2 months ago gave me a bit of insight. That light suddenly descended and spread in all directions. In an instant, it lit up the entire sky. At that time, I had a bit of insight. I associated that insight with dodging your attack. I realized that any attack will cause a vibration in the space. If you use your mind to sense this vibration, you'll be able to discover the trajectory and frequency of the vibration. Then you'll be able to determine the speed and angle of the attack as well as the time and distance of the attack. Then you'll be able to react quickly and think of a way to dodge it. That's how I determined the fluctuation and frequency of your attack. Then I dodged it. However, it's obvious that I haven't completely mastered this move yet, so I can't completely dodge your attack. Yi Qinghan explained everything. He told Lu Shi how he comprehended the law of space, how he entered the Imperial realm, and how he successfully dodged Lu Shi's attack. However, after he finished speaking, he saw Lu Shi frowning. He thought that his practice was bad, so he couldn't help but ask again in embarrassment, What's wrong? Senior, did I go in the wrong direction? Lu Shi finally opened his mouth. He sighed deeply and shook his head. You're not wrong. We're the ones who are wrong. It's the idiots from the divine realm who said that the law of space is useless. Then he fell silent for a moment. Suddenly he pointed above his head and cursed, F***CKU. Which bastard told me that the law of space is useless? F***CKU. The law of space is the F***King's strongest law of heaven and earth. Then his face was full of excitement. He looked at Yi Qinghan with a face full of smiles and laughed loudly. Kid, you're a genius. Do you know that? Stick to your path of comprehending the law of space. F***CKU. If you successfully comprehend the profound mysteries of space, who can attack you? You'll be invincible among those of the same level. At least you'll be invincible when escaping. You can sense the trajectory and frequency of other people's attacks in advance. That's too awesome. Looking at the excited goat-faced Lu Shi, who looked like he was about to go crazy, Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. His mouth was wide open and he couldn't say anything for a long time. Chapter 239. After listening to Lu Shi's detailed explanation, Yi Qinghan finally understood how awesome his comprehension of the profound mysteries of space was. Invincible in escaping. Oh. Yi Qinghan was secretly happy. Not only was he invincible in escaping, but his body fusion technique was also invincible in attacking. If he continued to comprehend the profound mysteries of the law of space, He would be able to determine the frequency and trajectory of an enemy's attacks with 100% accuracy. Then, he would truly be invincible against attacks and defenses of the same level. Warriors of the same level couldn't attack him, but he could instantly kill them with his body fusion technique. Wasn't this invincible in the same level? What was this? Thinking of this, Yi Qinghan couldn't help but tremble. His Adam's apple kept squirming and he kept swallowing his saliva. Yi Qinghan's mood was very complicated at this moment. He knew that he was finally no longer the seventh son of the Yi family. He could openly return to the Yi family and loudly announce that the seventh young master of the Yi family and the seventh master of the Yi family had returned. He could even swagger over to the Yu clan and tell the Yu clan how correct their decision back then was. He could go to the barbarian city and tell the lady boss how powerful her man was now. He could tell Yi Jianghu that he could be completely responsible for her. He could tell his weak little sister that he could finally protect her for a lifetime. After resting for 3 days, Yi Qinghan stabilized his emotions and familiarized himself with the state of his body and soul in the Emperor realm. He couldn't care less about the flying technique given to him by the laws of heaven and earth in the Emperor realm. He decided to immediately start the challenge. He had stayed in the God-slaying mountain for almost 4 years. He was eager to break out of seclusion and return to the Fire Dragon continent and Yi family castle. Senior, I officially challenge you. Yi Qinghan cupped his hands at Lu Shi. Lu Shi smiled warmly and said, "Come on." In fact, he knew that Yi Qinghan could definitely defeat him when he controlled his strength. However, he still had to abide by the rules. After all, he made a divine blood oath in front of the master of the God-slaying mountain. If he violated the rules set by the master of the God-slaying mountain, he would be mercilessly erased by the laws of heaven and earth. And sorry for the offense. Yi Qinghan's expression became serious, and his eyes emitted a fiery light. He held the blue dragon dagger tightly in his hand and shouted, "Beast fusion!" After a year of silence, Xiaohe appeared for the first time. His tiny body turned into a shadow, and with a long howl, he once again burrowed into Yi Qinghan's body. In the next second, Yi Qinghan's aura suddenly soared, and a few strange and mysterious tattoos slowly appeared at the corner of his eyes. Shadow shift. Yi Qinghan's body suddenly disappeared. He kept flickering in the hall. Although his body was moving without any trace, he was constantly approaching Lu Shi. Lu Shi's body suddenly flew up into the sky. His body emitted a dazzling light and a super-large light shield enveloped his body. At the same time, he kept waving his hands and countless chi swords began to shoot out from his body in all directions without any pattern. So smart. Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly. Although Lu Shi's method was simple, it was very effective. At this moment, he vaguely understood that Lu Shi might have already known his trump card, which was why he didn't let him get close. As long as he couldn't get close, the body fusion technique wouldn't work. So if Lu Shi could last for a month, the two of them would end in a draw. A draw would mean that Yi Qinghan would lose. After all, Yi Qinghan had to defeat and injure Lu Shi if he wanted to win. Although Lu Shi's battle aura was set to the second level of the Emperor realm, he wasn't afraid of using up all his battle aura. After all, he only needed to last for a month. When the agreed time was over, he would be able to recover his divine realm cultivation. The amount of battle aura of a second-level emperor was nothing to him. Swoosh swoosh. Yi Qinghan's body kept flickering, dodging the messy chi swords that Lu Shi shot out. He was secretly thinking of a way. There's no other way. I can only attack even if I get injured. After a while, Yi Qinghan still couldn't think of a way out of this situation. He had no choice but to attack forcefully. He was currently at the first level of the Emperor realm. After merging with Xiaohe, his strength was close to the third level of the Emperor realm. Moreover, his soul had already reached the peak of the Emperor realm. He could only rely on his rough aura to temporarily defend against Lu Shi's chi swords. Then he quickly approached Lu Shi and released the body fusion technique. Charge. Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth. His body flashed with green light, and a green light barrier suddenly formed. At the same time, he started flashing in a straight line towards Lu Shi. Lu Shi had already expected that Yi Qinghan would choose to attack forcefully. He waved his hands quickly, and the number of chi swords released from his body suddenly doubled. The direction where Yi Qinghan was charging from was several times denser. Aura hold on. Soul confusion. Yi Qinghan didn't care. He opened his eyes wide and roared angrily. At the same time, a bewitching purple light lit up and covered Lu Shi's head in the air. Bang, 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 countless sounds of metal clashing could be heard. Yi Qinghan's aura was instantly shattered. Then a few chi swords shot towards him at high speed. Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth. His body shook strangely and he actually flashed forward quickly. Chi-chi. Just before Yi Qinghan's body disappeared, a few chi swords pierced straight through Yi Qinghan's body, causing a few arrows of blood to spray into the air. In the next second, Yi Qinghan appeared again in front of Lu Shi. His face was as pale as snow and his body and arms had countless visible bloody holes. Senior, I won. The dagger in Yi Qinghan's hand quickly made a light cut on Lu Shi's neck. Lu Shi's eyes were closed and his eyes were blank. A faint trace of blood appeared. Then, his body trembled and a mouthful of blood spilled out from his mouth. He fell powerlessly from the air. Lu Shi immediately woke up. Feeling the cool dampness on his neck, his face looked like he had seen a ghost. His pair of thin eyes were wide open. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was quickly falling to the ground, he quickly flashed and appeared on the ground. He stretched out his hand to catch Yi Qinghan who was falling from the air. He said hoarsely, "Brat, what happened just now? Damn you, you actually made me fall into an illusion for a second. You actually almost killed me." He had always known that Yi Qinghan had a war beast. He knew that after Yi Qinghan fused with his war beast, his strength would increase greatly. He also knew that Yi Qinghan had hidden his trump card. He knew that Yi Qinghan could defeat him, but it would at least take a big fight, right? He didn't expect that Yi Qinghan would actually knock him out and kill him in an instant. How could he not be shocked? Not afraid? If Yi Qinghan had really chopped his head off with his dagger just now, he would really be dead. Chapter 240. Cough, cough. Yi Qinghan did not answer. He quickly sat cross-legged and began to treat his injuries. Just now he had withstood countless chi swords. Although he had forcefully twisted his body at the last moment to protect the vital parts of his body, his arms had been pierced through by the chi swords. Buzz, Lu Shi couldn't wait any longer. A white stream of air emerged from his body and enveloped Yi Qinghan's body. Under the envelopment of the white stream of air, Yi Qinghan's wounds began to rapidly close up and form scabs. Of course, this had something to do with the mystical stream of air within his soul ring. After more than 10 minutes, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes. He smiled and said to Lu Shi, "Senior, I've passed the test, right? Of course you almost killed me. Tell me. How did you do it?" Lu Shi withdrew his airflow and nodded quickly. His expression was very solemn. "I'll tell you. Please don't tell anyone else." Yi Qinghan was silent for a while and decided to tell Lu Shi. After all, he had seen what Lu Shi had done in the past year. Lu Shi had definitely gone easy on him and even helped him understand the law of space. "This is a body fusion technique after I fused with my battle beast. It can cause dizziness to warriors of the same level of soul realm." Body fusion technique? Soul dizziness of the same level. *CKME. Lu Shi was speechless. He didn't think that a small material plane like the Fire Dragon continent could actually produce such an abnormal skill. However, in the blink of an eye, he thought of that even more abnormal red-robed woman, and he faintly understood. His eyes flickered continuously. After a while, he said with a more serious expression, "Boy, you must pass the third test, enter the small divine pavilion, and destroy this god-slaying mountain. In the future your road will be wider and more vast. Your achievements will reach heights that you can't even imagine." Of course I want to pass the third test. I don't want to die yet. There are still many people waiting for me outside. What's that? Senior, can I go to that small valley? I haven't eaten wild game for a long time and I haven't taken a bath. I really miss that taste. A trace of determination flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. He slowly stood up and grinned at Lu Shi. "Of course, let's go. Take a good rest for a few days and then break through the third level in one fell swoop." Lu Shi grinned and disappeared from the hall with Yi Qinghan. In the small valley, Yi Qinghan sat by the lake and looked at his reflection in the water. For a moment he was filled with emotions. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. The young and inexperienced boy had already become a mature and handsome young man. The childishness on his face had faded, and a faint beard had begun to grow on his chin. His body had also grown taller by a head, becoming 1.78 meters tall. Although his figure had changed, his appearance hadn't changed much. He still looked like a frail young man, too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. I wonder what the little girl in the back mountain looks like now? And Yu Qingqing, after all these years, Yi Qinggu has become even more beautiful and enchanting." Yi Qinghan touched his nose. He was just about to sigh a few times when his reflection in the lake suddenly broke. A black shadow suddenly shot out from the water, and directly pounced into his arms. "Boss, what are you thinking about? Why are you so engrossed?" Xiao He excitedly rubbed against Yi Qinghan's chest and transmitted his voice. Nothing much. Go and catch some pheasants. We'll roast them. Yi Qinghan smiled and said, All right. Xiao He's eyes lit up when he heard this. He quickly pounced into the bushes at the side, and soon returned with a few pheasants and hares. Yi Qinghan fiddled with them for a while, and the man and the beast began to enjoy the delicacies. This is your pet beast? When Yi Qinghan was almost done eating, Lu Shi suddenly appeared. That day he had disappeared after bringing Yi Qinghan here. Now that he suddenly appeared and saw Xiao He, he couldn't help but speak with great interest. Senior, you're wrong. When Xiao He saw that Lu Shi had arrived, he hastily threw himself into Yi Qinghan's arms and refused to show himself. Yi Qinghan picked up Xiao He and smiled as he stroked Xiao He's head and said, He is not my pet, he is my brother, a brother who has accompanied me in battle for a lifetime. Boss, you will always be my boss. When Xiao He heard this, he was moved and transmitted his voice. His horn constantly rubbed against Yi Qinghan, expressing his excitement and fondness for Yi Qinghan. Yes, you must treat him well. Lu Shi looked meaningfully at Xiao He's horn and continued to say with a smile, When are you going to challenge the third stage? Let me tell you, the third stage is a stage set by Master. It is very complicated and cumbersome. If you are not careful, even if you have heaven-defying luck, you will need a lot of time to break through it. There is still 1 year until the heavenly road of the Luotian mountain opens. This time, because you have broken through to the third stage, the first and second stages will be much weaker. Therefore, it is very likely that you will not be able to break through the third stage, but the warriors of the Flame Dragon continent will catch up to you. Therefore you must hurry. I see. Then let's do it tomorrow. I have already rested for a few days. Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and decided to challenge the third stage tomorrow. Yes. I will rest here. Tomorrow I will take you to challenge the third stage. Have a good rest. Lu Shi nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground. Yi Qinghan also let Xiao He enter the beast battle space to recuperate and build up his strength. He was ready to challenge the third stage tomorrow. The night passed uneventfully. The next day Yi Qinghan packed up everything in high spirits. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was ready, Lu Shi teleported with him. Why is it still here? Yi Qinghan looked around strangely and found that he had returned to the hall from a few days ago. He could not help but look at Lu Shi strangely. You will pass the third stage here. Don't think that this place looks simple, there are actually a lot of mechanisms that I have not activated. You will know later. Lu Shi said with a mysterious smile. Then he waved his left hand and shot out a chi sword, fiercely shooting towards the wall on the left. The chi sword directly sank into the wall, and suddenly there was a kacha sound in the hall. Yi Qinghan hurriedly looked over and saw that in the center of the hall, small neatly arranged stone pillars had suddenly appeared. The stone pillars were not small, just enough for one person to stand on, but there were many of them, more than 100,000. What is this? Seeing this strange situation, Yi Qinghan asked Lu Shi in surprise. This is the first minor stage of the third stage, the Gate of Destiny. Lu Shi's expression became especially serious at this moment, and he said to Yi Qinghan in a cold tone, There are 3 minor stages in the Gate of Destiny. You must pass all of them to open the Gate of Destiny and enter the small divine pavilion. Kid, I ask you seriously, are you willing to challenge the stage? If not, I can protect your life and send you out of the God-slaying mountain. However, your cultivation must be abolished, and you will not be able to cultivate for the rest of your life. If you choose to challenge the stage, you will not be able to quit halfway, and there is a high chance that you will die in the Gate of Destiny. This stage was personally designed by the Master, and I cannot interfere in the slightest. Otherwise, I will be killed immediately. So, make your own choice. Chapter 241. Yi Qinghan saw Lu Shi's serious expression and knew that he was about to get down to business. However, he didn't expect Lu Shi to give him a choice. At this moment he hesitated. There was a high chance that he would die in the challenge. Lu Shi definitely wouldn't lie to him about this. Don't challenge? He could get out alive and return to the Yi family. But, he would become a cripple? Return alive? No. Rather than living a useless life like a dog, it was better to die. Yi Qinghan made his decision after a moment. He had already enjoyed the exciting and hot-blooded life that great strength had brought him. If he became a cripple now, he was willing to die. I choose to challenge the challenge. The path of the strong should not be afraid of any dangers or difficulties. Only those with the heart of the strong can become strong. Yi Qinghan shouted without hesitation. At this moment his battle intent surged. Even if there was a blue dragon in front of him, he would dare to pick up the weapon in his hand and stab it. What a great heart of the strong. Go, this is the first challenge, the Stone of Destiny. Lu Shi's eyes flashed with a trace of admiration. He pointed at the countless protruding squares and began to explain the rules. There are 1008 stones of destiny here, and 1008 of them contain sword chi that can instantly kill you. What you have to do is to find these 1008 stones of destiny and shatter the rest of them. Then you'll pass the test. *CK. How do I find them? Isn't it obvious that they want me dead? Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. These protruding stone pillars were all exactly the same. God knows if they contain sword chi or not. Lu Shi saw that Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. His lips curled up slightly before he regained his composure and continued, I'm not done yet. When you shatter a stone, if the 8 stones around you contain sword chi, there will be a hint. For example, if 2 of the 8 stones around you contain sword chi, there will be a word 2. If there are 3, there will be a word 3. You can follow this hint and find the stones without sword chi and smash them all. That way you will pass. *CK. Yi Qinghan was enlightened. At the same time he seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and said in surprise, *CK, isn't this Minesweeper? Minesweeper? What's a Minesweeper? Lu Shi asked curiously. What I mean is that this Stone of Destiny is very powerful. Yi Qinghan said vaguely, but in his heart he was very happy. The master of Luotian Mountain was too talented. He actually made a game that was exactly the same as Minesweeper. Fortunately in his previous life, when Yi Qinghan was bored, he often played Minesweeper. However, although the Fate Stone had similar rules to Minesweeper, it was gambling with his life. Moreover, there were too many stones and mines. Since you're clear about it, let's start. Lu Shi didn't say much and nodded. It seemed that Yi Qinghan could start now. Begin? How do I start? Should I jump in directly? *CK. What if I jump in and step directly on a stone with sword chi? Wouldn't that be the end of me? When Yi Qinghan heard this, the joy that had just surged in his heart was instantly replaced by fear. Start directly? This was not a game. If he jumped wrongly, it would directly cost him his life. But if he didn't smash a stone, he couldn't start clearing the mines, right? In theory, you have a 90% chance of not stepping on a stone with sword chi. If you really step on it, then I'm sorry, but your luck is bad. If the heavens want to die, you have to die. You have no choice now. You chose to pass the test, so you can't quit. You only have a year at most to pass this small test. If you still can't succeed after a year, I will kill you directly according to the rules. Lu Shi said expressionlessly. Of course he hoped that Yi Qinghan would succeed. Of course if he couldn't, he would save Yi Qinghan. After all, he had promised the red-robed woman that he would protect Yi Qinghan's life at the last moment. However, if he were to save him, he would have to destroy Yi Qinghan's cultivation because this was the lowest rule set by the master of Luotian Mountain. *CK, I'm going all out. I was able to transmigrate here even after I died in the past. My luck is heaven-defying. I don't believe that I'll be so unlucky this time. After carefully observing the situation for a while, Yi Qinghan completely gave up. No matter how he looked at or felt these densely packed stones, he couldn't find anything different. It seemed that he could only try his luck. Esteemed father, esteemed mother, esteemed Yi clan ancestors, please protect me. Yi Qinghan secretly prayed in his heart. At the same time, he randomly chose a stone in the center and directly used position transposition to flash towards that stone. His feet firmly stepped on the stone. Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly opened, and at the same time he began to focus all his attention on the stone under his feet. He decided to immediately position transposition as soon as he sensed something unusual and try his best to escape. Although he knew that this sword chi was set up by the master of Luotian Mountain, he could not avoid it with his little strength. 1 second. Nothing? 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Yi Qinghan laughed wildly. His luck was not bad, he did not step on a landmine. However, if he had encountered a 1 in 10 chance, then his luck was really bad. It turned out that his luck had always been very good since he came to the Fire Dragon continent, and this time was no exception. Taking out the blue dragon dagger, Yi Qinghan fiercely slashed at the stone. Kacha. The stone cracked. When Yi Qinghan opened his eyes to look, he was dumbfounded again. The stone was hollow, and below it was a huge, dazzling red word 2. Damn, my luck is really heaven-defying. There are 8 stones around, and 2 of them have landmines. Damn. Why did I choose this stone? Yi Qinghan scowled and cursed angrily. 2 of the 8 stones nearby had sword chi, which meant that there was a 25% chance that he would step on a landmine and activate the sword chi inside. Then his soul would return to the heavenly realm and float to the west. If I die, then I die. Yi Qinghan was infuriated. Disregarding all consequences, he directly stepped out with one foot and casually found a nearby stone and stepped on it. If it was a blessing, it was not a curse, and if it was a curse, he could not avoid it. If the heavens wanted him to die, how could he live alone? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Wow. His luck was really good. He did not hit the jackpot again. There must not be a number 0. It must be 0. Yi Qinghan hurriedly picked up the dagger and quickly slashed at the stone while praying. Kacha. The stone broke and there was nothing inside. There was nothing. Wow, it's done. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed. As long as there was a stone that indicated that there was no sword chi nearby, then he would be absolutely safe. As a mine-clearing expert, he was confident that he could successfully clear all the mines within a few months. He had a high chance of breaking the Stone of Fate. Chapter 242. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Yi Qinghan was sleeping soundly on the pile of rubble in the hall. More than half of the originally densely packed stone pillars in the hall had already been split apart by him, but there was still a small portion that was as good as new and was quietly standing upright. At first, Yi Qinghan thought that as long as he could find the entry point, he would be able to break through the Stone of Fate like a hot knife through butter. He originally estimated that he would need at most a few months to find all the stone pillars without sword chi. But now that half a year had passed, he had only eliminated 2/3 of them. Indeed, this minesweeper game had a knack. In fact, he could quickly calculate whether the stone pillars had sword chi or not, and then quickly break through them. But when he really started to move, Yi Qinghan tragically discovered that this was not a game. This wasn't a game, and most importantly, he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Because if he made a mistake, he might lose his life. Moreover, he also discovered that this chessboard was too big and there were too many stone pillars. He did not have any objects that could be marked, nor did he use any cheats. So, he could only calculate very carefully, and every time he made a move he would double-check before he dared to make a move. Because of this, his speed of breaking through the stages became quite slow, and because he was full of tools that could be marked, he could only rely on his brain to calculate and remember. Because of this, not only did his brain have to work very fast, but he also had to constantly remember which stone pillars nearby had sword chi, and those stone pillars were very suspicious, so he was quite mentally exhausted. Every time he eliminated a portion, he had to stop and sleep for a while to recover his energy. Sigh. After a long time, Yi Qinghan woke up, rubbed his aching head, and prepared to start another round of Minesweeper. Looking at the tens of thousands of stone pillars nearby, and the tens of thousands of broken stone pillars, he could not help but sigh. It seemed like the military engineers in his previous life were having a hard time. Kid, let me remind you, you've already spent half a year. If you don't speed up, the Heaven's Road will open in half a year, and there are still 2 small stages after that. Of course, you have to speed up when you're sure it's safe. Lu Shi was sitting in a corner, and seeing that Yi Qinghan had woken up, she reminded him. Thank you for your reminder, senior. I will take note. Yi Qinghan nodded. He rubbed his temples, narrowed his eyes, bent his body, and continued his career as a military engineer. Behind the Yi family castle, Yi Tianlong was very angry. His eyes were wide open, and the few white whiskers on his chin were fluttering in anger. As the leader of the Yi family, he hadn't been this angry for many years. The last time he was angry was when Yi Qinghan caused havoc in the Enchanted Garden a few years ago. However, at this moment, not only was he extremely angry, but he was also unable to vent his anger, so he was very angry. In the Yi family, the only person who made him angry but did not dare to do anything was Yi Ruoshui. Of course, after Yi Qinghan wreaked havoc in the Intoxicated Heart Garden, he also had the right to do so. But now there was one more person, Yi Qingyu. That's right, it was Yi Qingyu who made Yi Tianlong so angry that he almost went berserk this time. The cause of the matter was actually a gathering order from the Yi family a few days ago. It had been 4.5 years since Yi Qinghan had entered the God-Slaying Mountain. In another half a year, the God-Slaying Mountain's heavenly road would open. Not to mention that Lord Devour's message said that the supreme treasure of the God-Slaying Mountain would appear this time. Because Yi Qinghan's life and death were still unknown, Yi Tianlong had listed this God-Slaying Mountain trip as the top priority of the Yi family. Thus, a gathering order was issued from the Yi family castle. The Yi family wanted to recall all the Emperor Realm experts of the Yi family. They also sent out name cards and paid a high price to summon all the peak Emperor Realm experts of the House of Aries. Half a year later, An extremely powerful lineup was prepared to welcome or rescue Yi Qinghan. He had asked Yi Ruoshui and she had told him that there was a high chance that Yi Qinghan was still alive. Thus, he didn't hesitate and prepared to organize the largest force that the Yi family could organize to head to the God-slaying mountain to rescue Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was the hope of the Yi family's resurgence. Yi Ruoshui had said that if Yi Qinghan grew up, he would be more useful to the Yi family than him. The gathering order was issued in secret, but unexpectedly Yi Qingwu still found out. In the end, Yi Qingwu made a big fuss and insisted on going to the God-slaying mountain. Although her strength had only reached the second level of the Marquis realm, she pestered Yi Qingyo every day, saying that she must go. Even if she couldn't go in, she wanted to wait outside the God-slaying mountain for the result. Alright, Yi Qingwu made a fuss and Yi Tianlong endured it. But why was it that when Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyo were arguing, Yi Qingyu just happened to hear it? Yi Tianlong looked at the young girl in front of him, who had a delicate expression but an unusually resolute look in her eyes. He glared fiercely at Yi Qingyo and Yi Qingwu and waved his hands resolutely. There's no room for discussion. You can't go to the God-slaying mountain, no matter how much you beg me. Yi Qingwu, go back to your room and stay there. I'm going. In these 4 years, Yi Qingyu had grown taller and had become more mature and beautiful. However, the delicate aura that emanated from her face was still very obvious. At this moment, she stared at Yi Tianlong and gently opened her lips. Her tone was very calm, but it was clear that she was determined. Yes, great-grandfather. Several years had passed but Yi Qingwu was still the same. It was as if her face would never age. She pouted and didn't dare to say anything else. She turned around and left. Young lady, I'm begging you, don't make a fuss, okay? The family has already organized nearly 60 emperors to go and welcome little Han. What can you do even if you go? Yi Qingyo saw that Yi Tianlong had reached the limit of his temper and hurriedly prepared to atone for his mistake. He came over to mediate. If you go, not only will you not be able to help, we will also have to take care of you. If this goes on, you will implicate them. Yi Baihu also hurried over to mediate. That's right, girl, don't make a fuss. You have to know that your identity is currently a secret. If you go to the God-slaying mountain, it is very likely that you will attract the attention of the monster race and barbarian race. They will then try to assassinate you at all costs. I don't need them to take care of me, I can protect myself. Yi Qingyu shook her head and still said indifferently. It was as if she wasn't discussing this with them, but rather informing them. When Yi Tianlong heard this, he harumphed heavily, turned around and scolded her without any trace of politeness. You can protect yourself. Don't think that you are very powerful just because you have reached the second level of the Emperor stage. Let me tell you, this time, there are a lot of powerful people in the God-slaying mountain. Any one of them can kill you. Let's not talk about other things, just the Yi family alone has sent more than 10 peak stage emperors this time. These people can kill you easily. Yi Qingyu's cultivation speed was very shocking. 2 years ago, she was only at the peak stage of the Duke realm. Yi Tianlong thought that Yi Qingyu's cultivation speed would definitely slow down this time. After all, the Emperor stage required one to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. This wasn't something that could be achieved through cultivation alone. It required comprehension and exploration. Just as Yi Tianlong and the others were about to explain some relevant information to Yi Qingyu, however, in just a few months, Yi Qingyu directly broke through to the Emperor stage. It was as if she didn't need to comprehend it and directly understood it as she cultivated. Now, Yi Qingyu's strength had reached the second level of the Emperor stage. Although the Yi family had sent almost all of their Emperor stage experts to the God-slaying mountain this time, Yi Qingyu and the others obviously wouldn't let her go. Although Yi Qingyu's realm was high, they were very doubtful that Yi Qingyu had the strength corresponding to her realm. After all, Yi Qingyu had never cultivated martial arts or fought in actual combat. I can protect myself. If you don't believe me, you can try. Yi Qingyu was still very stubborn and said indifferently. It seemed that she was very confident in her strength and actually opened her mouth to provoke them. Chapter 243. This time Yi Tianlong, Yi Qingyu, and Yi Baihu were astonished. From the looks of it, this girl was really very confident. It seemed like that was the case. It seemed like if they didn't let her try, she really wouldn't know what she was talking about. Alright, Qingyu, suppress your battle aura to the second level Emperor realm and also suppress your nomological attacks. Go and show this girl the reality. Yi Tianlong said. He was determined to let Yi Qingyu see the difference between her and an actual Emperor realm expert. Okay. Yi Qingyu nodded indifferently and looked at Yi Qingyu. Hee little girl, be careful. If you can't hold on, shout for us to stop. Yi Qingyu nodded and looked at Yi Qingyu. Seeing that Yi Qingyu was ready, he casually sent out a wave of battle aura. Of course, he only used a layer of battle aura that wasn't very powerful. At the same time, he didn't use the nomological laws of destruction at all. He was afraid that Yi Qingyu would be caught off guard and fall into his trap. That would be troublesome. Yi Qingyu didn't move as she watched Yi Qingyu's battle aura rapidly shoot towards her body. Yi Qingyu and Yi Tianlong thought that this was Yi Qingyu's first time in actual combat and that she was scared silly. They were about to help her defend. Unexpectedly, a blue light suddenly flashed from Yi Qingyu's body, and a light blue light shield appeared out of nowhere around her. When Yi Qingyu's battle aura attacked this light shield, the shield suddenly flashed blue and started to spin rapidly. The surface of the shield looked like streams of water that flowed rapidly on her body. It was extremely strange. She easily transferred Yi Qingyu's battle aura to the back of her body and then returned to her original appearance. Bang! Yi Qingyu's battle aura smashed into the empty space behind Yi Qingyu with a loud bang and created a deep pit in the ground. What was this? The aura field didn't seem like an aura field, and the defensive barrier didn't seem like a defensive barrier. How could it divert the enemy's attack? Yi Qingyu, Yi Tianlong, and Yi Baihu rubbed their eyes and stared in disbelief at the light blue shield around Yi Qingyu's body. This thing was too strange. The three of them had lived for decades, but they had never heard of such a thing. Allow me. Yi Tianlong didn't believe it. He shouted, reminding Yi Qingyu that he was going to attack. Then he rapidly released a wisp of battle chi which was a bit larger than that of Yi Qingyu and struck it towards Yi Qingyu. However, the moment his battle chi touched Yi Qingyu's light blue light cover, the light cover flickered and started to rotate rapidly, transferring Yi Tianlong's battle chi away. Similarly, Yi Qingyu's battle chi flew to the back of Yi Qingyu, causing a bigger pit behind her. Girl, what kind of skill is this? How can you transfer your battle chi attack? Yi Tianlong and the other two were sure this time. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Yi Tianlong didn't try and asked anxiously instead. I'm not sure about the specifics. I only know that this skill is called Blue Melancholy. It can transfer all material attacks of the same level. Of course, I haven't mastered it yet, so I can only block 3 attacks from a peak Emperor Realm martial artist. Yi Qingyu said slowly after a moment of silence. Blue Melancholy? Transfer all material attacks of the same level? Yi Tianlong and the other two looked at each other, a bit dumbfounded. The skill was too amazing. What? How could Yi Qingyu learn such an abnormal skill? Moreover, they had never heard of such an abnormal skill. And what was a material attack? What an abnormal skill. Looks like the relationship between Lord Devour and Little Han isn't simple. Just as they were looking at each other, a faint sigh suddenly came from behind them, followed by a series of words that made them even more confused. Greetings, Ancestor. Greetings, Ancestor. They were stunned for a moment, then quickly came to their senses. Their expressions became extremely respectful and worshipful, and they turned around to salute the person behind them. The person who came was white-browed Yi Ruoshui. Yes. Yi Ruoshui smiled slightly. Her figure flashed and she arrived in front of Yi Qingyu. She looked at the light blue light shield on her body and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, girl. Your comprehension of the water laws is not bad. Work hard. You will become stronger in the future. Only when you are strong can you help your brother more. Ancestor, I want to go to Luotian Mountain. Please let me go. I will definitely cultivate hard. Yi Qingyu didn't care about Yi Ruoshui's praise. Instead, she opened her eyes wide and implored with expectation. Okay, I can promise you, but you can't go in. You can only wait outside. After all, it's useless for you to go in now. Yi Ruoshui thought for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Okay, I'll wait outside. When Yi Qingyu heard this, she quickly withdrew the light blue light shield on her body. A joyful expression appeared on her face. Her pure smile made her look very innocent. Ancestor, this. Yi Tianlong became anxious when he heard this. However, he immediately thought that since the ancestor had agreed, he would definitely take care of Yi Qingyu secretly. Thus he was relieved. At the same time, he thought of Yi Qingyu's strange light blue light shield. He asked curiously, Ancestor, why is this girl's skill so strong? She can actually deflect a material attack of the same level? A material attack? Yi Qingyu and Yi Baihu also looked at Yi Ruoshui with wide eyes, very curious. After all, they had never heard of such an overpowered skill. Of course, Yi Qinghan's body fusion skill was also very overpowered. However, Yi Qinghan's body fusion skill was only produced because he had a beast, so this could be easily explained. On the other hand, Yi Qingyu didn't have anything. she had only cultivated for a few years. Of course this skill is strong, because this is a fusion skill of the profound mysteries of the law. This is a skill formed from the fusion of the profound mysteries of the element of water and the roundness of water. Tell me, how could it not be abnormal? A material attack is the general term for all attacks made from energy. Any attack that harms the body is called a material attack. And Little Han's body fusion and the Yu clan's illusion attacked the soul, so it is called a soul attack. Yuruashue was obviously in a good mood. Her eyes were full of smiles as she explained to the three. Profound mysteries of the law can be fused? Profound mysteries of the law can be fused? Why have we never heard of profound mysteries of the law being fused? Yi Tianlong and the other two were even more shocked. Yi Qingyu was the first to ask. There are many things you don't know. Yi Ruoxue smiled faintly and said with a chuckle, the fusion of profound mysteries of the law, you can only comprehend it after you step into the God level. Not to mention the profound mysteries of the law of the heaven and earth of the same element, even those of different elements such as the law of lightning and the law of earth, can be fused. After fusing, the power of both attack and defense will increase by several times. Of course you don't need to know this now. Your current task is to successfully comprehend the profound mysteries of the element you have comprehended and reach the God level first. Profound mysteries of the same element could be fused after reaching the God level? Different laws of the heaven and earth could be fused? After fusing, the attack and defense would increase by several times? Yi Ruoshue's words brought Yi Tianlong and the others to a deeper and higher realm. They couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, they had a strong and urgent desire for the higher realm after the God level. After a moment, Yi Baihu suddenly thought of something. He frowned and asked in surprise, Ancestor, didn't you say that profound mysteries need to be fused after reaching the God level? Then what's up with Yi Qingyu? That's right. Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu also came to a realization. Yi Qingyu was only at the second level of the Emperor stage and had just comprehended the law not long ago. How could she learn to fuse the profound mysteries of the law? That was simply impossible. Yi Ruoxue paused for a moment, then chuckled and said, of course it's impossible for her to fuse profound mysteries. In fact, this profound mystery was not fused by her. That skill was not created by her. Even the water law she comprehended was not comprehended by her. Chapter 244. What? She was not the one who had fused the profound mysteries, nor was she the one who had created that technique. Even the water laws that she had comprehended were not her own. Yi Tianlong and the other two were once again dumbfounded. It was as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world, but this joke had come from Yi Ruoxue. Thus, they did not dare to treat it as a joke, nor did they dare to ask any further questions. They only cast puzzled gazes at Yi Qingyu and Yi Ruoxue. She was not the one who had comprehended it? Someone else had comprehended it? Could it be that Yi Qingyu had a soul in her head? Was she helping her comprehend the laws of heaven and earth? Don't make wild guesses. Alright, I will explain it to you in detail so that you won't be overly suspicious. Yi Ruoxue saw the expressions on the three's faces and found it both infuriating and funny. She slowly said, actually, all of this is the effect of the divine crystal. When everyone becomes a god, the laws of heaven and earth will send down divine clouds and divine lightning to help them condense the divine crystal and grant them the ability to teleport. The divine crystal is the foundation of every god-rank cultivator. If a god-rank cultivator has a divine crystal, then as long as the divine crystal has not been shattered or the soul has not been completely destroyed, then he is equivalent to an immortal body. Even if his body is destroyed, he can condense it again. Yi Ruoxue smiled slightly when she saw everyone's dumbfounded gazes. She knew that what she had said had shocked them greatly. She paused for a moment before continuing, of course, if a deity-level cultivator's head is shattered, their soul will be instantly destroyed. This deity-level cultivator will die completely and their divine crystal will leave their body. However, all of his martial techniques and comprehension of the laws will be recorded by the divine crystal. If someone fuses with their divine crystal, then they only need to learn the martial techniques and laws stored within the divine crystal, like flipping through a book, and easily comprehend the mysteries of the laws contained within. And this is the case for Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu has a half-crippled jade spirit body and her body still contains a lot of energy that she has not sacrificed in time. At the same time, the divine crystal also contains a trace of energy. Of course, this trace is extremely powerful for ordinary people. With the help of these two pure energies, Yi Qingyu can easily cultivate to the peak of the Duke realm. Then, she can study and comprehend the mysteries of the laws contained within the divine crystal. Then, she can easily advance continuously until, she reaches the god rank. So that was how it was. All the mysteries surrounding Yi Qingyu have been solved. Yi Tianlong and the others finally understood why Yi Qingyu's cultivation speed was so terrifying, and why she was able to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth so quickly without any bottlenecks. It turned out that it was all because of the divine crystal and her jade spirit body. The divine crystal was the essence and foundation of a deity realm martial artist. No wonder it was so powerful. No wonder Yi Ruoxue had said that even if she sold the entire Yi family, she wouldn't be able to obtain it. This thing was just too powerful. Ancestor, I remember you saying that Lord Devour has a close relationship with Little Han. Is it related to this divine crystal? After a short moment, Yi Tianlong recalled what Yi Ruoxue said when she first appeared, and he couldn't help but ask. Of course it's related. Even God Realm experts are divided into strong and weak. My strength can only be considered average among heavenly God Realm experts. The 3 war gods of Dragon City and the Island Lord of Hidden Island were considered to be above average heavenly God Realm, while the God City Lord was at the peak heavenly God Realm. Different realms have different comprehensions of laws. Some are strong, some are weak, and some are fused. Of course, the laws in our divine crystals are the same. And the laws in Yi Qingyu's body are absolutely the divine crystal of a peak heavenly God Realm warrior. You said that Lord Devour doesn't have a good relationship with him. Why would he give a divine crystal to his sister and choose the best divine crystal of a heavenly God Realm warrior? The divine crystal of a peak heavenly God Realm warrior? It seemed that Little Han and Lord Devour had a close relationship. However, if they wanted to know the specific situation, they had to wait for Yi Qinghan to come back safely. Ancestor, do you think Little Han can come back safely? Yi Tianlong heaved a sigh and asked again. Yi Ruoxue shook her head slightly. I can't sense his current situation. Whether he can come back safely or not, it depends on God's will. Anyway, I think Lord Devour won't let him die. The answer will be revealed after half a year. Yi Tianlong and the other 2 squinted, gazing at the southwest. After half a year they would know whether Yi Qinghan was still alive or not. At this moment, they were eager to know if Yi Qinghan could come back safely from the god-slaying mountain. What kind of hope and shock would he bring them? Seduction City, Tranquil Lake Island. Since the purple lightning strike had struck the Tranquil Lake Island 1 year ago, the island had been immersed in a joyous atmosphere. The Yu family finally had a god. Not only did the Yu family have peerless beauties, but they also had the ultimate power. It was a big event that could be recorded in the history book of the House of Aries. It was a happy event that could make the Yu family's disciples happy for the rest of their lives. It was a big event that could bring glory to the Yu family for 10,000 years. However, as the person involved in this event, she didn't have much excitement. Quite the contrary, she was a little worried. On the day that she had become a god, the 6 god-rank experts of the House of Aries had gathered on the Tranquil Lake Island and told her an extremely painful and sorrowful secret. This made Yu Shishue's mood a little sour, and the stubborn young girl in front of her made her feel even worse. A grown girl, couldn't be kept at home. I have taught you for many years. As a daughter of the Yu clan, you must strive for the prosperity and glory of the Yu clan. You must think and fight for the Yu clan's interests. We can have our own selves, we can have dreams, we can have love, but everything must be placed behind the interests of the clan, Yu Shishue said faintly after a moment of silence. Clan leader, I understand what you are saying, but I don't think that love and the clan can't be considered at the same time. Based on the information you have, you can easily determine Yi Qinghan's potential and how important he is to the clan. Furthermore, you said that his sister Yi Qingyu is also about to become a god. I don't understand why you want to stop me from going to the god-slaying mountain. Yu Qingqing was currently kneeling in the Joyful Heart Pavilion. Even though her expression was very calm, the stubbornness in her eyes was very obvious. She wanted to go to the god-slaying mountain and use her meager strength to rescue her man. Most importantly, she understood how important she was to the Yu clan. As long as she went, the Yu clan would definitely not ignore her, and the chances of Yi Qinghan being rescued would increase by a few notches. However, when she mentioned this to Yu Shishue, she was unsurprisingly firmly rejected. She understood very well that Yu Shishue was a peerless woman who was comparable to the Moon Queen in the history of the Yu clan. She valued the glory and prosperity of the Yu clan immensely. For the sake of the Yu clan, she had sacrificed her youth, love, and everything else. She had bitterly cultivated for nearly 100 years before finally becoming a god, allowing the Yu clan's position in the House of Aries to become impregnable. As such, she didn't plan on using her infatuation with Yi Qinghan to move her. Instead, she began to analyze how important Yi Qinghan was to the Yu clan, hoping that the Yu clan would do their best to rescue Yi Qinghan. Chapter 245. As long as Yi Qinghan is alive, I will do everything the Yu clan has to offer. But you don't know that Yi Qinghan's strength is almost certain to die if he barges in recklessly. And Lord Devour said that the God-slaying mountain's ultimate treasure is about to appear. In half a year, the God-slaying mountain will be bathed in blood, and I have no intention of getting involved. Yu Qingqing's words didn't move Yu Shishui in the slightest. She shook her head slightly and persisted with her thoughts. But, the Yi clan said that there's a 60, no an 80% chance that Yi Qinghan is still alive. And I don't believe that someone as extraordinary as him will die just like that. Yi Qinghan is definitely still alive, so I must go to the God-slaying mountain. Yu Qingqing's pearl-like eyes shone with a stubborn light. As long as she didn't see Yi Qinghan's corpse, she wouldn't give up. Ai. Yu Shishui sighed again. As she stared at the stubborn girl, she couldn't help but think of the previous holy maiden Yu Yena. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Did the Yu clan owe a debt of love to Yi Dao and his son? 2 generations of holy maidens had fallen to their father and son's robes, and they hadn't changed even in death. You can go, and the Yu clan can also send someone, but you have to agree to 2 of my conditions. Yu Shishui made her decision. Clan leader, please tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely agree. Yu Qingqing's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly agreed. Yu Shishui's expression turned serious, and her eyes shone with a dignified light. I want you to promise me that, first, if Yi Qinghan dies, you must forget about him. Either you choose a new protector, or you will never marry and become the Yu clan's protector. Second, you only have the strength of a peak marquis, so you can only enter the heavenly road of the God-slaying mountain. However, you can only stay there and not challenge the trials. Otherwise, I will get someone to knock you out and bring you back to the Yu clan. A trace of disappointment flashed across Yu Qingqing's face, but she knew that this was Yu Shishui's bottom line. In the instant that Yu Shishui had become a god, the natural laws of heaven and earth had given her an enormous amount of energy. Even though her cultivation base had advanced to the peak of the Marquis realm, it was still not enough to stop her. But she knew that this little bit of strength was not enough to go to the God-slaying mountain. Nodding her head, she said, Qingqing understands. Many thanks, clan head. Qingqing understands your painstaking efforts. Yu Shishui's conditions weren't harsh at all. Even if Yu Shishui hadn't mentioned it, if Yi Qinghan really did die, then she would spend the rest of her life on Calm Lake Island, never marrying. Han, you have to live. Otherwise, I don't know if I will die of old age on the tranquil Lake Island or if I will die like Aunt Yu Yena. Do you have the heart to see me live a miserable life? Yu Qingqing slowly retreated from the joyful heart pavilion and cast her gaze towards the southwest sky. A bitter smile appeared on her face. Even the peach blossom on her head was no longer as alluring. Feng Zi came out of seclusion and so did Hua and Hua. The 2 of them had reached the 2nd level of the Duke realm thanks to the huge amount of spirit herbs and fruits provided by their clans and their hard work in cultivation. However, it was obvious that they hadn't reached the threshold to enter the God-slaying mountain. However, the 2 of them still remembered their promise from a few years ago. After a huge argument at home, they finally obtained the right to take a look at the God-slaying mountain's heavenly road. Of course, it was impossible for them to pass the trial. The 2 of them couldn't do anything about it. This was already the best they could do. Given their playful and lazy personalities, it was already very difficult for them to cultivate to such a level. Long Sinan also came out of seclusion. Her strength as a 2nd-level emperor caused another commotion in Dragon City. However, her insistence on going to the God-slaying mountain to search for treasures attracted a lot of opposition from the Long clan. She was the young clan head of the Long clan, and she was on the verge of becoming a god. They didn't want anything to happen to her. However, Long Sinan brought out a war god from the House of Ares and showed off a holy weapon that the war god had bestowed upon her. No one in the Long clan questioned her anymore. They were just curious as to why Miss Long was so obsessed with treasure hunting. Did she want to pass the 3 trials and get the holy weapon? The Divine City started to get busy. This time, the Divine Master had issued a death order to obtain the divine weapon in the small divine spark. If they got it, they would be rewarded handsomely. If they couldn't get it, they might have to bear the wrath of the Divine Lord and be executed. This time, the Divine Lord took out countless high-tier weapons and more than 10 holy weapons to distribute to the people who were going to search for treasures. They were armed to the teeth and their combat power increased greatly. Therefore, they were all very confident that the Divine City would be the winner of the treasure this time. Shui Wuhan was also very confident. He didn't get a holy weapon because he was only a 1st-level emperor. Moreover, he had only broken through for half a year. However, he was still very confident that he would be the one to succeed in the end. Tu Qianjun gave him a black snow lotus that was considered a treasure to the Shui clan's insects. After 1.5 years, all 12 of his insects had successfully evolved. He was very confident that as long as he succeeded in his sneak attack, everyone would end up the same. Therefore he was very excited and looking forward to it. The celestial demon city also started to get busy. The 12 clan leaders received the message from the demon god mountain and started to get busy. This time, all the imperial realm elites of the fiend clan were mobilized. They were all excited and ready to make a move. After all, this time around, the demon god mountain had already sent out a voice transmission. This time around, whichever clan obtained that supreme treasure, their clan leader would be bestowed the position of a saint sovereign. This position would be protected and supported by the demon god mountain for 10,000 years. After Xiaoxia's death, the position of a holy sovereign would become empty. The clan leaders were obviously eyeing this position. However, the demon god mountain actually gave such a promise. Of course, they were very eager for this position. After all, if they succeeded, the clan that obtained the position would enjoy 10,000 years of glory. The barbarian god Manor wasn't that complicated. Their clan leader, Mangon's father, was the sole ruler of the barbarian god Manor. Moreover, the barbarian race was incomparably united. As long as the barbarian god gave the order, they would go all out. This time, Mangon's father, Man Xiaolu, naturally received the order from the god realm experts of the clan leader and was already prepared. The barbarian emperors of the clan were already prepared to kill their way to the Luotian mountain. It was worth mentioning that after 4 years of cultivation, Mangon had miraculously reached the upper stage of the barbarian emperor realm. In the last prefecture battle he had lost a lot of face because of Yi Qinghan. He almost lost his position as the young clan leader. Fortunately, after he returned, he cultivated hard and successfully reached the upper stage of the barbarian emperor realm. He directly swallowed the objections of the clan leader. This time he decided to take back his lost dignity and prestige. Therefore he prepared to lead the team to the Luotian mountain without hesitation. He knew that Yi Qinghan had died a few years ago. Therefore he was very confident that this time, the Luotian mountain would ruthlessly slaughter the people of the House of Ares to avenge the humiliation of his broken finger. The hidden island was very lively. For the first time in thousands of years, the hidden island went to the Fire Dragon continent. Moreover, it was to kill and rob. The people of the hidden island were originally exiled sinners. The blood of murder and robbery still flowed in their veins. This time, of course, they were very excited. All of them rubbed their palms and prepared to set off. They would go all out and make the name of the hidden island famous. For a time, the undercurrent of the continent was surging. All eyes were cast on the junction of the 3 prefectures, at the mountain shrouded in white mist. Half a year later, the Luotian mountain would be very lively. Of course, it would also be incomparably tragic. Chapter 246. Yi Qinghan did not know, nor did he care, whether the opening of the god-slaying mountain's heaven road would be very tragic. What he cared about was whether his nerves would go wrong and whether his head would explode. The minesweeper work that had lasted for more than half a year had given him the urge to die. His nerves were always tense, his brain was always memorizing and calculating, and he was always in fear. He was afraid that if he was not careful, his body would be directly shot to pieces by the flying sword chi. He had been in this state for more than half a year, and it had been less than 2 months since the opening of the heaven road. If an ordinary person were to continue for such a long time, that person would either be crazy or dead. At this moment, Yi Qinghan not only did not have the slightest excitement and disdain he had when he first saw this minesweeper game. Instead, he felt incomparable admiration and anger at the master of the god-slaying mountain for designing such a game. This thing was really not something that ordinary people could break through. How many people could last for 10 months with their minds working all the time? To be able to last for 10 months in a state where one's nerves were tense, in extreme danger and could die at any time. To be able to maintain a clear and calm mind and not make a single mistake? He thought of the first level, the land of illusion, and the second level, the puppet passage. He could not help but feel a deep lingering fear. At the same time, there were also strong questions in his heart. Why did the master of the god-slaying mountain set up this way? What was the purpose of this setting? Did he want to see countless people come in to die? Fortunately, Yi Qinghan had been the 7th son of the Yi family for more than 10 years. He had painstakingly cultivated all the way and stayed alone in the god-slaying mountain for several years. It created incomparably tenacious nerves, as well as an extraordinary personality and endurance. It was precisely because of his incomparably strong nerves, incomparably strong character, and his endurance that he was able to persist. Otherwise, he would have accidentally made a mistake, been killed by the sword chi, or become mentally deranged and crazy. He looked at the remaining 10,000 or so stone pillars and showed a gratified smile. He had already eliminated most of the swordless stone pillars. He estimated that he would be able to clear the remaining stone pillars in about 3 days and completely pass the Stone of Destiny. Yi Qinghan did not know what the master of Luotian Mountain meant, but Lu Shi was quite clear about it. He knew very well how terrifying and powerful his master was back then. Back then, before his master was seriously injured and on the verge of death, he randomly chose 12 material planes, threw down 12 divine swords and 12 small divine pavilions, and created 12 god-slaying mountains. His motive for doing this was very clear. He wanted to choose a peerless genius to be his successor and avenge him. He had created a passage that connected the god-slaying mountain to the small divine pavilion. His purpose was to test the abilities of the challengers in all aspects. The illusory realm tested one's character, while the puppet passage tested one's aptitude and potential. As for the third stage, it tested patience, intelligence, and more. It was obvious that the young man in front of him was top-notch in all aspects. Moreover, Lu Shi believed that this young man was not only top-notch, but because of other reasons he was also peerless. Therefore, the way he looked at Yi Qinghan became gentler and more fond of him. He even faintly looked forward to what kind of powerful existence this young man would become in the future. 3 days later, Yi Qinghan glanced at the countless stone pillars that had been split in half, and finally fixed his eyes on a stone pillar in front of his left foot. If I remember correctly, this should be the last safe stone pillar, right? 1, 2, yes, that's right. This one is safe. After confirming it again and again, Yi Qinghan directly stepped on it. His god-level body was jumping to its limit. Safe. A second later, after confirming that it was safe, Yi Qinghan directly took out his dagger and slashed down. Buzz. Following Yi Qinghan's slash, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared under the stone pillar, illuminating the hall that was originally as bright as day. It was very beautiful. Oh no. Yi Qinghan was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. He operated his battle chi and immediately changed his body's aura. At the same time, his figure flashed as he prepared to use form displacement transposition to escape. Haha, kid, don't worry, this isn't sword chi. This is a hint that you've broken through the Stone of Destiny. Just as Yi Qinghan was extremely nervous and scared to death, Lu Shi's hearty laughter rang out, freezing Yi Qinghan's body in midair. Squeak, squeak. After the golden light, the stone pillars below all magically disappeared. The floor of the hall was once again restored to its original state. Phew, scared this young master to death. F***ck, the creator of the god-slaying mountain is not a good person. Yi Qinghan sat down on the floor, gasping for breath. He looked extremely dispirited and tired. Haha. Lu Shi slowly walked over with a sneaky smile on his goat-like face. He nodded and said, "Kid, you're very good. If I were to break through this level, I would have been thrown into disarray. In the past, I had nothing to do, so I tried it again and again, but I didn't succeed even after a year. This thing is too mentally exhausting." Yi Qinghan did not answer his words. Instead, he smiled bitterly and directly lay on the ground, sleeping soundly. He was too tired. Lu Shi smiled helplessly when he saw this. It was indeed hard on this child. This child was only 20 years old. He was estimated to be 15 or 16 when he first entered the god-slaying mountain. A child who had stayed alone in this godforsaken place for several years and was constantly in a dangerous situation was not something that an ordinary person could endure. Lu Shi estimated that there were less than 2 months before the heavenly road opened. Moreover, if the next 2 minor levels were successfully broken through, it would not take much time at all. He silently waited for Yi Qinghan to wake up. Yi Qinghan's sleep was very sweet and very long. He slept for 10 days and 10 nights. "You're awake?" Just as Yi Qinghan was half awake and half asleep, Lu Shi's faint voice sounded, pulling his consciousness back to reality. He rubbed his eyes, stood up, stretched, and wriggled his numb body. He cupped one hand in the other towards Lu Shi and said, "Hello, senior, I've made you wait for a long time." "Ah, no problem. Do you want to continue to rest, or are you ready to break through the second level?" Lu Shi said with a faint smile. "I guess the heavenly road is about to open?" Yi Qinghan asked after a moment of silence. Lu Shi nodded his head and his expression became solemn. "Yes, indeed. To be precise, there is still 1.5 months before the heavenly road officially opens. What I want to tell you is that if you succeed, you will have to spend some time to refine the small divine pavilion. Most importantly, once you succeed, all the barriers will be weakened. Therefore, even if you succeed, there's a high possibility that your treasures will be snatched away by the latecomers. Therefore, you have to make the best use of your time. Chapter 247. F***ck, what a coincidence. Hurry up, if I succeed, the path to heaven will open? The people behind me can come in and check the loot? That's not fair. Yi Qinghan scolded angrily. Haha, it's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence. Actually, it's the same no matter when you succeed. Once you succeed, the heavenly road will open immediately. At the same time, the difficulty will be halved. This was set up by my master. I can't do anything about it. She looked at Yi Qinghan's childish expression and chuckled. F***ck, then what are we waiting for? Senior, I want to pass the test immediately. Yi Qinghan was helpless. He could only pass the test quickly and strive to succeed as soon as possible before the experts from the other prefectures arrived at the god-slaying mountain. Well, let's begin. Let me explain the second test to you. She did not beat around the bush and directly explained. The second test is called the Questions of Destiny. There are a total of 5 questions. You only need to write down the correct answers and you will pass. Of course, if you answer a question incorrectly, you will be killed immediately. There is no suspense at all. F***ck. This is not fair. This is bullying. Yi Qinghan was speechless. This was too much of a bully. 5 questions from an almighty god-ranked expert. Needless to say, they were all extremely complicated and difficult questions. There might even be questions that no one in the entire Fire Dragon continent could solve. He would be killed immediately if he answered a wrong question? Haha kid, this world is not fair. Get ready to answer the questions. There is no use complaining. You have at most half a year to answer these 5 questions. You will still be killed within half a year. Shi also shook his head helplessly. Then he waved his hand and shot out a chi sword. The chi sword sank into the wall on the left. Suddenly, the hall flashed with a golden light and the ground suddenly trembled. A stone tablet a few meters wide slowly rose from the ground. This is the first question. If you answer it correctly, the second stone tablet will appear. If you answer it incorrectly, the sword chi inside the stone tablet will kill you instantly. Shi looked at the helpless Yi Qinghan and pointed at the stone tablet. Yi Qinghan walked over. This was like forcing a duck onto a perch. There was no other way. He could only climb up even if he couldn't. He walked to the front of the stone tablet and looked at the large words on it. Fortunately, although the words were a little sloppy, the font was still exactly the same as the ones in the Fire Dragon continent. Question 1. 3 divine generals went to the Sea of Stars. They passed by the Sleepless Island and went to the largest sleepless inn in the city to stay. They asked for 3 earth rooms and spent 1,000 divine stones on each of them, making a total of 3,000 divine stones. The next morning, the owner of the hotel came back and found that he knew one of the divine generals, so he asked the waiter to refund them 500 parangons. However, the waiter had embezzled 200 parangons and returned 100 parangons to each of the 3 divine generals. In that case, each of the 3 divine generals had actually spent 900 parangons, making a total of 2,700 parangons. The waiter had embezzled 200 parangons, making a total of 2,900 parangons. However, the 3 divine generals had paid 3,000 parangons at the beginning. May I ask where the remaining 100 parangons have gone? Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded as soon as he read the question. Instead of answering it, he turned to Shi and asked, Senior, can I ask you a question? Shi was a little puzzled and said, Go ahead. If you want to know the answer, then don't bother. I haven't solved this question yet. I want to ask, where is the master of Luotian Mountain from? And have you heard of Earth? It's the Earth plane, something like that. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up and he eagerly wanted to know. Shi replied, Yes. The Stone of Destiny before the 3rd test and the current question made him very suspicious. The master of Luotian Mountain was very likely to be from Earth, or he had been to Earth, or he had come into contact with people from Earth. This was because the Stone of Destiny was simply a copy of Minesweeper, and this question was a very classic question on Earth. However, this question was mixed with a lot of so-called things from the God realm to confuse the audience. Of course, he was not sure if there was an Earth plane. After all, the God realm was omnipotent, and there were many strange people in the God realm. Maybe these questions were created by strange people. After all, they had become gods. If they could do such difficult things, then this small test should be easy. Where is the master from? Of course, the master is from the God realm. Earth plane? I've never heard of it. There are tens of billions of material planes, how would I know? Maybe there are. Why are you asking this? Lu Shi looked at Yi Qinghan somewhat inexplicably, not knowing why he was asking such strange questions. Oh, nothing. Hearing Lu Shi's answer, Yi Qinghan was a little disappointed. Earth was his hometown. Although, if he was sure that Earth existed, he would not want to go back. After all, he had been away from Earth for so many years and had nothing to worry about, but here in the Fire Dragon continent, he had countless people and things to worry about. But, after living on Earth for more than 20 years, he still had a lot of feelings. If he was sure that Earth existed and he had the ability, he might find a way to go back and play. Of course, that was very far away. Yi Qinghan no longer thought about it, but looked at Lu Shi and continued to ask, "Senior, how should I answer this question? Say it directly? Or write it down?" Well, you can directly say the answer to the stone tablet and then say the answer. Finally, say it and answer it. The stone tablet will automatically judge the result, so you have to think clearly before answering. If you answer wrong, you're finished. Lu Shi explained again and at the same time, cautiously instructed Yi Qinghan. "Thank you, Senior." Yi Qinghan nodded, turned his head and said to the stone tablet, "Answer. This is a question that stealthily changed the concept. In fact, it should be calculated like this. The 3 godly generals spent 900 god stones each, which is 2,700 god stones. The hotel owner took 3,000 god stones and refunded 500 god stones. In the end, he received 2,500 god stones, and the waiters embezzled 200 god stones. The hotel owner's 2,500 god stones and the waiter's 200 god stones are exactly 2,700 god stones for the 3 godly generals. Answer complete." The answer matches Master's answer 90%. The answer is correct. As soon as Yi Qinghan answered, the stone tablet suddenly made a mechanical sound, and then it slowly sank. Finally, it disappeared completely. After a while, the second stone tablet slowly rose again. Stealthily changed the concept? 2,500, 200, 2,700. That's right, why didn't I think of that? Ah, interesting. Just as Yi Qinghan was about to look at the second question, Lu Shi suddenly screamed, which shocked Yi Qinghan. Lu Shi could not help but nod, and he liked Yi Qinghan even more. He laughed and said, "Kid, you're too smart. How did you think of it? And you answered it in such a short time. Genius. Chapter 248. Damn. I'm just a little clever. Seniors who can comprehend the laws of heaven and earth and split the sky and earth apart, that's great wisdom." Yi Qinghan hastily replied modestly, but in his heart, he felt extremely ashamed. How could this be an answer that he had come up with directly? This was the crystallization of 5,000 years of wisdom of the Chinese people in his previous life. He had just stolen it. Ignoring Lu Shi, Yi Qinghan continued to look at the second question. After reading it, countless black lines appeared on his face again. The second question, the Lord of Ice and Fire Island, who has always been known for his strict laws, went to inspect the island's prison one day. He asked a young man what crime he had committed and how many years he would be sentenced to. The young man replied that he had assassinated the governor of a small city. He was heartless and killed innocent people, so he was sentenced to life imprisonment. The Lord of Ice and Fire Island felt very sorry for him. He was going to spend the rest of his life in prison. However, he killed indiscriminately and broke the rules of the island, so he couldn't go unpunished. So he ordered the warden to reduce his sentence by half. The Lord of Ice and Fire Island left happily, but the warden was very anxious. How much was half of a life sentence? May I ask, if you were the warden, what would you do to satisfy the Lord of Ice and Fire Island? Yi Qinghan was worried. This question was a bit ambiguous. It was obvious that the Lord of Ice and Fire Island was very strict. If the warden didn't follow his orders, he would definitely anger the Lord and suffer. But who knew how long the young man could live if he was imprisoned for life? Then he definitely didn't know half of the sentence. This was a dead question. After thinking for a long time, he still had no clue. Yi Qinghan decided to go to Lu Shi and see if he could get any inspiration. But when he looked at Lu Shi spoke first. "Kid, don't expect me to tell you anything. I know this question, but I can't tell you. Otherwise, I will also be killed." That serious? Yi Qinghan's nose twitched. Then he said, "Senior, of course I won't ask you to tell me the answer. I just want to ask, what kind of place is Ice and Fire Island? Is there anything special about it? And the first question's God's Stone, Nightless Island, and so on. Can you explain it to me?" Lu Shi saw that Yi Qinghan's questions were not against the rules, so she said without hesitation, "These are all things from the divine realm. Ice Fire Island and Nightless Island are islands with a little fame in the stellar sea of the divine realm. Godstone was a stone from the god realm that contained miraculous effects. It was relatively precious and had a wide range of uses, so the god realm used it as a universal currency. As for the specific situation on Ice Fire Island, I'm not sure. I don't have the right to enter. Not qualified to enter? It seemed that this Ice Fire Island was quite powerful. Yi Qinghan thought about it carefully and found no clues. Instead, he started chatting with Lu Shi out of curiosity. Senior, you're so powerful, so why aren't you qualified to enter? Does Ice Fire Island forbid outsiders from entering or leaving? My strength is at the top in your Flame Dragon plane, but in the Divine Realm, I'm at the bottom. What does the Divine Realm have the most? It's heavenly gods. Above heavenly gods are divine generals, divine kings, god emperors. Wait a minute, the island master of Ice Fire Island is a god emperor. He made a rule that experts below the divine king realm are not allowed to enter Ice Fire Island. Do you think I can enter? Lu Shi pondered for a while and felt that if Yi Qinghan couldn't break the god-slaying mountain, then it would be useless for him to know this. If he could break it, he would go to the divine realm sooner or later, so it didn't matter if he knew in advance, so she explained it to him in detail. Heavenly gods, divine generals, divine kings, god emperors. There were even stronger experts? Yi Qinghan was shocked. He didn't expect that Lu Shi would tell him something so shocking when he was just casually asking. The gods of the Flame Dragon continent were at the bottom of the divine realm? Then how awesome was the divine realm? How exciting would that world be? So, isn't the Lord of the God-slaying mountain a god realm expert? What level is he at? Yi Qinghan thought of the Lord of the God-slaying mountain. Yi Ruoxue had told him that only Lord Devour could enter the restrictions of the God-slaying mountain. Even the Lord of the Divine City couldn't enter. It seemed that this god was really powerful. You guess. You should know if you think about it carefully. Lu Shi smiled mysteriously and looked at Yi Qinghan teasingly. I should know? Yi Qinghan was confused. How would he know? I'm not familiar with the Lord of the God-slaying mountain, and there's no relationship between us. Wait a minute, there seems to be a relationship. I got his Soul Emperor ring. Soul Emperor ring? Soul Emperor? He's a god emperor? Yi Qinghan's eyes widened as he exclaimed in disbelief. To be precise, he's a top expert among the god emperors, and his position is unquestionably the first among them. Of course, it's useless for you to know this now. It's still too far away for you. You'd better think of a way to solve this problem of destiny. Lu Shi's eyes shone with a strange light of worship. He respected and worshipped the Lord of the God-slaying mountain, the Soul Emperor, from the bottom of his heart. Oh my! God Emperor! Yi Qinghan swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. His body began to tremble slightly. Even a sky god was so awesome. He couldn't imagine how powerful a god emperor, who was countless realms higher than a sky god, would be. At the same time, he was very confused. If the Soul Emperor was so powerful, then why did the Soul Emperor ring on his hand only have the power and functions of a divine artifact? It didn't deserve the name Soul Emperor ring at all. Could it be another imitation? Thinking too much was useless. He began to think about the second problem of destiny. But after thinking for more than a day, he still had no clue. Helplessly, he closed his eyes and prepared to rest. After all, mental activity was very exhausting. He had not recovered from the mental energy he had used to solve the Stone of Destiny. Of course, he felt mentally and physically exhausted. But, when he closed his eyes, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened and he stood up. He looked at Lu Shi and said anxiously, Senior, let me ask you something else. Is there day and night in the Immortal Realm? Lu Shi was meditating. Hearing Yi Qinghan throw out such a strange question, he was secretly impressed, but he didn't show it on his face. He just said lightly, Of course there is, but the days and nights in the Immortal Realm are much longer than in the Flame Dragon plane. One day in the Immortal Realm is about half a month in the Flame Dragon plane. Yi Qinghan got the answer. He stood up and said to the stone tablet, Answer, if I were the warden, I would let this young prisoner go home during the day and go to prison at night. After a month, I would let him go home at night and go to prison for half a day. This cycle would continue until the day he dies of old age. Answer complete. Chapter 249. The answer is 90% consistent with Master's correct answer. The answer is correct. As a mechanical sound rang out, the stone tablet slowly fell down, and another stone tablet rose up. Yi Qinghan did not look at it, but turned his head and lay down on the ground, beginning to sleep. While Yi Qinghan slept soundly in the God-slaying mountain, it was indeed very lively outside. The wide flat land in front of the god-slaying mountain was now occupied by countless people and countless tents. There was only a little more than a month left until the heavenly road opened. One city, one island, and 3 prefectures, countless forces and countless experts had already arrived outside the god-slaying mountain a few days ago, quietly waiting for the heavenly road to open. The 4 forces were clearly divided into 4 camps, which were set up at a distance from each other. The people were orderly and did not make any noise, nor did they come into contact with each other. Of course, there were no conflicts, disputes, or fights. Thousands of years ago, the blood oath between the divine city and the 3 prefectures had clearly stated that fighting was forbidden outside the god-slaying mountain, but once inside the god-slaying mountain one could fight at will. Who would emerge victorious would depend on one's own ability. Of course, fighting was strictly forbidden outside the god-slaying mountain, or else the 3 prefectures would be slaughtered. This rule was actually very correct. After all, in the god-slaying mountain, the treasures were randomly scattered, and the terrain was strange. It was inevitable that people would kill and snatch the treasures, and eventually it would turn into a group fight. Since it was inevitable, it was better to make it public and allow it. Since one dared to come looking for treasures, then be prepared to be killed. Treasures belonged to those who had the ability, and those who did not have the strength to carry treasures would certainly get into trouble. Therefore Yi Ruoshui and the patriarchs of the Feng Hua and Yu families forbade Yi Qingyu, Feng Zihua, and Yu Qingqing to come to the god-slaying mountain, but not to enter. At most, Feng Zihua and Yu Qingqing could only play in the heavenly road, and were not allowed to challenge the checkpoints. At this time, in a super large tent in the house of Ares' camp, there were many people sitting inside, and in the seats of honor were several old fellows from the various families. 2 members of the Yi family had come. Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingyo sat at the head of the table. The Feng family had sent a Grand Supreme Elder, Feng Sisi. The Hua family had also sent a Grand Supreme Elder, Hua Xiang. The Yu family had sent an old acquaintance, Yu Ji. The Dragon City had also sent 2 saints. 7 Supreme Elders, such a powerful cosmetic surgery, it could be said to be a big operation. Of course, they were not here to search for treasures, and even if they wanted to enter they could not. When the heavenly road opened, experts above the Saint Realm could not enter. Strangely enough, the people from the Shui clan did not come. Clearly, the Shui clan had lost 2 peak-level experts, and they planned to lay low for a while. They did not want to get involved in this mess. This time, Lord Devour had said that the supreme treasure was about to appear in this world, even though the 3 divine cities had an agreement. However, if the people from the House of Ares had really gotten their hands on this treasure, they were afraid that if they weren't around, the mutated tribe or the people from the divine city's hidden island would make a move. So of course they had to come. Moreover, one more person from the Yi family had come. Of course, it was obvious that he had come for Yi Qinghan. Because of Yi Qianlong's guilt towards Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinghan's importance to the Yi family, he had to come. Moreover, Yi Qingyo had come because Yi Qinghan had lost the divine mountain in his hands. Of course he had to come. Other than the old fellows at the head of the table, the important disciples of the various families were below, such as Yi Chang, Yi Qingyu, Yi Qinggu, Long Sainan, and so on. Of course, those who were qualified to enter this place were the geniuses or important members of their families. Old Long, why does your daughter look so unfamiliar? Such terrifying power. I guess she's at the peak of the noble realm. You're so dishonest to have hidden her from the world so well. Yi Qingyu's appearance naturally attracted the attention of the old fellows from the various families. Although Yi Qingyu hadn't used her full strength, the old fellows weren't fools. Their eyes were sharp and they immediately noticed the girl's terrifying battle aura. Yi Qingyu looked like she was only 18 or 19 years old. Although they couldn't be sure of her exact strength without probing, the faint aura she exuded indicated that she was at least at the peak of the noble realm. Perhaps she'd already broken through to the emperor realm. How could they not be shocked by such strength at such a young age? How could they not be shocked? The fact that the Yi family had produced Yi Qinghan was already shocking enough. Now, an even more monstrous genius than Yi Qinghan had suddenly appeared. How could they accept this? Most importantly, they'd never discovered that the Yi family had been collecting spirit herbs and fruits on a large scale. If she wasn't an unparalleled genius created by spirit herbs and fruits, then she'd be even more terrifying and frightening. Haha, the younger generation of the clan has recently been stimulated by Yi Qinghan and have suddenly become diligent in their cultivation. As a matter of fact, another pretty good talent has appeared. This time I brought him out to meet the elders and broaden his horizons, haha. Only a few god-rank experts knew about Yi Qingyu. Yi Tianlong naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to expose her. If Yi Ruoshui hadn't spoken up this time, he wouldn't have let Yi Qingyu out even if he was beaten to death. He was, of course, just laughing it off. He wouldn't admit anything. As for what the others thought and guessed, it was none of his business. Old Long, you'll be struck by lightning if you act tough. You can't fool people like this. Stimulated? Our family's little lunatic was stimulated by your family's Yi Qinghan. He's only reached the second stage of the Duke realm even after refining half of the family's accumulated wealth. Sigh, comparisons are odious. The Yu family's little brat has reached the pinnacle of the Duke realm without using any spirit herbs. You're slapping us in the face. Feng Sisi glanced at the elite descendants of the various families and sighed dejectedly. He brought Feng Zi out this time to gain some face. He hadn't expected to be slapped in the face twice by the Yi family and the Yu family. It was boiling hot, that's right. Strange things happen every year. I just don't understand why there are so many strange things happening in the Yi family. Not long ago there was Yi Qinghan, and now there's someone even more insane than Yi Qinghan. Old Long, are you not going to let us stay in the House of Aries anymore? You can't play like this. Hua Xiang also sighed. He and Feng Sisi had the same idea, which was to bring out the flowers and plants to show off, but in the end Yi Tianlong didn't reply, but Yi Qingyu, who was beside him, said angrily with bulging eyes, "What's the use of saying this? If my little Han comes back alive, I'll stretch out my face and let all of you slap it." He would never forgive himself if Yi Qinghan didn't come back safely. Let's not talk about this. Let's discuss how the descendants of the various families should cooperate and fight against the enemy when they enter the Goddown Mountain. A Saint Stage expert from Dragon City saw Yi Qingyu's expression and hurriedly changed the topic, talking about what would happen after the opening of the Heavenly Road of Half Moon Queen. Chapter 250. Your little sister Qingyu? The few old fellows at the top formed a group, while the experts of the various clans below also formed two groups. Yi Chang and the other middle-aged men of the various clans gathered together, chatting and gathering information. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwu, Long Sainan, Yu Qingqing, Feng Zi, Hua Zi, Yi Qingyu and the other third-generation elite disciples of the various clans gathered at the left corner of the big tent and chatted. The center of the topic was obviously the younger sister of Yi Qinghan, Yi Qingyu, who shocked the old fellows at the top and everyone in the tent. At this moment, Yu Qingqing, who was wearing a peach blossom robe and had two black pearl-like eyes, was holding Yi Qingyu's hand and speaking excitedly. "Your sister Qingqing, right? I've heard about you from Sister Xiaowu. You're very beautiful. You're worthy of my brother." It was Yi Qingyu's first time traveling and she was also very excited. Most importantly, she had met her brother's fiancé at this moment. Of course, her heart was filled with very complicated emotions. There was happiness, curiosity, intimacy, amazement and of course a little jealousy. "He Qingyu, let me introduce you. These are all your brother's good friends. This is Miss Long Sainan, the daughter of Residence Master Long. This is the madman of the Feng clan Feng Zi. This is the rogue Hua Zi of the Hua clan. This is Long Shuelu, the nephew of Residence Master Long Yu Qingqing." Yi Qingwu, thanks to Yi Qingyu's good fortune, tagged along. Of course, she was happy and began to introduce everyone to Yi Qingyu. "Nice to meet you, little sister Qingyu. You're such a lovely little sister. No wonder your brother loves you so much and is willing to risk his life for you." Long Sainan nodded. Yi Qingyu's weak and pitiful aura had successfully moved her heart. Instantly, her eyes were filled with love and pampering. Feng Zi laughed and said with shifty eyes, "Sister Qingyu, don't listen to the little demon girl's nonsense. Call me Big Brother Feng from now on. When you go to West Wind City, just say your big brother Feng's name and you'll be able to do whatever you want." "Go away, madman, don't lead little sister Qingyu astray. Little you, I'm just a flower. Your brother and I have a life and death friendship. From now on you're my biological sister. If there's anything just tell me. Even if it's the emperor, I'll beat him up for you." Flower and Plant's pretty face was still as pretty as ever. His beautiful big eyes were very sincere. Long Shuelu didn't say anything. He just smiled and nodded. In his heart, he was very envious and jealous of Yi Qinghan. Of course there was also some hatred. He felt very strange. Why did so many fresh cabbages end up in the hands of that pig Yi Qinghan? Yi Qingyu responded to each of them with a smile. Her expression was very sincere and serious. She and her brother Yi Qinghan were used to being bullied since young. In the past, when they saw the real young masters of the Yi family, they would avoid them. They didn't dare to look at them directly. Now, so many famous young masters and young ladies of the House of Aries had appeared in front of her. They were very close to her and treated her so well. At this moment she couldn't help but feel even more proud of Yi Qinghan, whom she hadn't seen for many years. When she woke up, her brother had become so powerful. Not only had he defeated the bad guys of the Yi family, but he had also become the hero of the House of Aries. Now, all these high and mighty young masters and young ladies had very unusual relationships with her brother. She could imagine how powerful and awesome her brother was. However, after a moment, the pride she had for Yi Qinghan started to turn into a deep longing. She looked through the curtain of the tent and started to look at the mountain in front of her that was covered in white fog. She started to quietly say in her heart, "Brother, Jianghu is here. I'm here to bring you home. You must come back safely. Come back safely. Jianghu doesn't want to be separated from you anymore. If you can't come back, Jianghu will look for you. Even if I have to go to the underworld, I will find you." The House of Aries was making preparations. The other three forces were also anxiously making arrangements for the opening of the heavenly road in 20 days. Mangon kept touching his left hand. His left hand that was missing his middle finger had always been a pain in his heart. Every time he rubbed his left hand, he would think of the humiliation and nightmares that Yi Qinghan had brought him. Therefore he decided to take revenge on the House of Aries, take revenge on the Yi family, and take back the glory and dignity that he had lost. Shui Wuhan was very excited these days. When he saw the Yi clan's disciples through the robe, he saw Yi Qingyu, Yi Qingwu, Yu Qingqing, Hua Fengzi and Long Shuilu had all appeared. His blood was boiling all over his body. He knew that his chance for revenge had come. He had to do something for himself, for his dead father and master. He had to do it. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't know that his sister, whom he hadn't seen for a few years, was looking at him from the foot of the mountain. He didn't know that Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingwu had come to bring him home. He didn't know that Yu Qingqing was wearing it. He didn't know that his favorite peach blossom had arrived. He didn't know that the wind purple flower had arrived. He only knew that he had one last question. He could solve this question of fate and challenge the last small challenge. Then he would successfully enter the small divine pavilion, escape from the god-slaying mountain, return to the fire dragon continent and return to the Yi family. Therefore at this moment he was very excited and eager. He was very lucky to solve the third and fourth questions in a very short time. Now this was the last question. Looking at the stone tablet that was slowly rising, he began to pray silently. He hoped that the last question would be easy. It would be best if it was the same as the third and fourth questions. Actually, Yi Qinghan could easily solve the third and fourth questions. No. It was Yi Qinghan who could solve the first 4 questions. In fact, it had something to do with his 2 lives. In his previous life, although he wasn't highly educated, the 5,000 years of cultural heritage in Wuxia had given him a strong reserve of knowledge. Moreover, he was an otaku who played with the computer all day long. He was involved in all kinds of miscellaneous knowledge. His knowledge and logical thinking could be said to be super strong. It could be said that he wasn't the one who solved these questions. Instead, it was the precious culture of Wuxia and the huge amount of knowledge on the computer that helped him solve them. The 5th question was finally out. Yi Qinghan hurriedly looked at it carefully. Question 5. A mortal man and his fiancée went for a walk by the river. Suddenly his fiancée fell into the river. The man hurriedly jumped into the water to look for her. However, he couldn't find his fiancée, so he left this place sadly. After a few years he revisited this place. At this time he saw an old man fishing. However, the fish that the old man caught didn't have any water plants on them. He asked the old man why the fish didn't have any water plants on them. The old man said, "You don't know, water plants have never grown in this river." At this moment the man suddenly jumped into the water and committed suicide. What? Ah! When Yi Qinghan saw this question he was stunned. He was silent for a while. Then he suddenly clenched his fists tightly and knelt on the ground. He forcefully pounded the ground and laughed wildly. Chapter 251. Yi Qinghan's inexplicable actions frightened Lu Shi. Lu Shi was startled and immediately stood up. His pair of slender eyes were wide open. He didn't understand why Yi Qinghan would suddenly lose her composure. Could it be that she had gone crazy answering the questions? He also knew that this reasoning was very strange. Those who were not perverted would not be able to deduce it. It took him several years to figure it out. At this moment he could not help but look at Yi Qinghan anxiously and remind him, "Kid, calm down. Don't worry, there's still time." Haha. Yi Qinghan was still laughing wildly, but Lu Shi's words made him suppress it. He stood up, turned around and laughed wildly at Lu Shi again. Then he clenched his fist and made a very arrogant gesture. He chuckled and said, "Senior, don't misunderstand. I'm just too happy. I've already King solved this question. Haha, I'm going to solve the question of destiny. What? Lu Shi blinked her eyes and was stunned. Was this kid still a human? Did he come up with an answer just by looking at the question? One had to know that his master loved these kinds of strange questions. Back then, he had paid a huge price to publish a lot of posts in the realm of the gods and collected a lot of information before finally choosing a few of the classics. Didn't expect it? This kid solved it in the blink of an eye? Genius? Answer: when this man went to save his fiancée, he mistook her hair for the seaweed that was entangled around his leg. As a result, he kicked his fiancée away. Now that he found out that he was the cause of his fiancée's death, he committed suicide out of sadness. Answer complete. Lu Shi was still in shock when Yi Qinghan began to answer loudly to the stone tablet. The answer has been determined to match Master's correct answer 90%. Answer correct. The question of destiny has been solved successfully. The stone tablet's mechanical voice sounded again. Then, with a flash of golden light, the hall returned to its original state. Oh yeah. I'm too talented, no, I'm too talented in the Chinese civilization. Yi Qinghan laughed happily. He was extremely happy. He was only one step away from success. Ha! Not bad, not bad, not bad. Lu Shi walked over with large strides. His entire goat-like face seemed to have become several decades younger. His face was flushed and glowing, and his expression was extremely excited. His two slender eyes were suffused with rays of light. He looked at Yi Qinghan with a fiery gaze, as if Yi Qinghan had already broken through all the barriers and was about to break out of the god-slaying mountain. He had finally imprisoned the dragon out of the sea. He laughed heartily and said, "Kid, you're not bad. What's your name?" Oh. Yi Qinghan saw that Lu Shi was even more excited than he was. Moreover, it had been so long since Lu Shi had asked about Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but say, "Junior is called Yi Qinghan." "What is it, senior?" "Ah, nothing, nothing. Yi Qinghan, your name is very good and you're also a very good person. Well, do you want to take a rest first or do you want to start the last barrier?" Lu Shi asked with a smile but didn't explain much. He only praised him a few times and asked, "Well, let's start. Junior is in good spirits now. I'll try to break through the last barrier in one go. This place. I don't want to stay here for even a moment longer." Yi Qinghan took a deep breath and replied with a serious expression. He had been here for far too long. He had been away from his family, his woman, for far too long a time. Well, the last barrier, the gate of destiny, opened. Lu Shi's expression also became serious. He had to treat this matter seriously. With a wave of his hands, two dazzling energy swords burst out from his left and right hands at the same time. The energy swords left his arms and shot towards the walls on both sides. The two dazzling energy swords split into 5 at the same time in midair, turning into 10 energy swords that fiercely hit the walls on both sides. Hua! The 10 energy swords were like 10 boulders smashing into a calm lake. It couldn't help but cause a shocking sound and ripple at the same time. Following the 10 crisp sounds, the two sides of the walls suddenly lit up with a dazzling light, illuminating the entire hall as white as snow. It also made Yi Qinghan's eyes unable to see anything clearly, leaving only a vast expanse of whiteness. Squeak, squeak. The sound of the stone slabs rubbing against each other, which made one's teeth ache and goosebumps rise all over his body, rang out. The dazzling light gradually dimmed. Yi Qinghan hurriedly closed his eyes to recover and adapt to the light. After a long while the sound stopped. Yi Qinghan hurriedly opened his eyes and looked to the side. However, when he looked, his entire body tensed up and his soul trembled at this moment. He saw a magnificent scene that he had never seen in his life. On both sides of the walls, 10 huge doors appeared at the same time, and behind the doors was a dazzling golden path that stretched as far as the eye could see. Most importantly, this path stood in midair and extended into the distance. Up, down, left, and right, it was all a vast and boundless starry sky. It was unknown how vast the starry sky was, how many dazzling stars there were, how long the path was, and what kind of world it was connected to at the other end of the path. 10 vast and boundless starry skies, 10 dazzling golden paths that led to the heavens. Seeing such a scene for the first time, the word, shocking, wasn't enough to describe Yi Qinghan's current feelings. At this moment, the only thing he could think of was that the God Emperor was really King awesome. Alright, stop daydreaming. Lu Shi's voice pulled Yi Qinghan back to reality. Yi Qinghan once again closed his eyes, not looking, not thinking. He forced himself to calm down and opened his eyes to look at Lu Shi, waiting for his explanation. This is the final stage, the door of destiny. Once you enter this door, your fate will change. Live, die, become strong or become crippled. Everything is within your control and everything is within your control. Wuxia nodded. Without any nonsense, he immediately started explaining the rules of the final stage. The rules of this stage were personally set by Master, and there is no possibility of cheating. These 10 doors lead to 10 small spaces that Master has set up. One of them is very safe and it leads straight to the small divine pavilion. As for the other 9, it leads straight to hell. Because all 9 of the spaces are guarded by high-tier holy beasts, although you will eventually reach the small divine spark with your strength if you encounter a holy beast, the outcome is 100% death. There is no suspense at all. The rules of this stage are that you can randomly choose a door to enter. Whether you live or die, it all depends on your luck. Silence. After listening to the rules, Xianxia didn't say a single word. He only fell silent, and his face gradually turned pale. Then, the paleness turned into a flush of red. His chest started to tremble and his entire body started to tremble. Finally, he slowly raised his middle finger, opened his pursed lips and said resolutely, "Soul Emperor. F***ck your big uncle?" Chapter 252. What did it mean to have a slim chance of survival? This last level completely explained the true meaning of having a slim chance of survival. A high-rank holy beast was a divine existence. Even a Saint Realm powerhouse would die if they came here. The Soul Emperor, that old bastard, simply wanted to play people to death. A 1 in 10 chance. No one could be so lucky as to walk to safety on the first try. And it was obvious that this game could only be played once. Hey, Xianxia, what's that? Don't scold me. Although my master is indeed a bit abnormal and I hate him sometimes, aren't you slapping me in the face by scolding him in front of me? Wuxia was furious at Xianxia. It was not strange at all. If it was anyone else who had made it to the last level with a slim chance of survival, and now had to make a forced choice again, even a saint would go crazy. However, since Xianxia had scolded his master like this, although he laughed inwardly, he still reprimanded him on the surface. Seeing that Xianxia had finished venting and had calmed down a little, Wuxia said again, "Of course. The master of this level is a bit abnormal, so he also gave the challenger another choice." Eh? There's another choice? Xianxia's eyes lit up and he wanted to scold again. "You goat-faced old monster, why did you leave your words unsaid? Are you trying to learn from your master and play with people?" Of course he did not dare to say this. He just quietly listened to Wuxia's words. The other choice given by the master is that if the challenger makes it here, he can choose not to accept the challenge of the last level. He can let me send you out of God-slaying mountain. Of course the price is to destroy your cultivation. You will become an ordinary person in the future and live a quiet life. Of course. As compensation, I will give you a holy weapon and a wealth that you will never be able to use in several lifetimes. Wuxia nodded, a trace of slyness flashing in her eyes. However, she quickly regained her seriousness and said indifferently, "F***ck, I'm going to destroy my cultivation again. Without cultivation, what's the use of having a holy weapon? Well, without strength, can I keep this wealth?" Xianxia began to curse the 18 generations of female relatives of the Soul Emperor, the master of God-slaying mountain. This last stage was too poisonous, even more poisonous than syphilis. The first option was to risk his life and take a gamble. It was possible that he would lose his life, but it was also possible that he could obtain the supreme treasure of the God-ranked mountain. Although he did not know how powerful the supreme treasure of the God-ranked mountain was and how useful it would be to him, he was certain that the items of the God-ranked Almighty would not be too bad. The second option would indeed allow him to leave safely. He would bring a sacred artifact, several lifetimes worth of wealth, and a completely useless body back. He would live a peaceful life and die of old age in the Yi family castle. How should he choose? This was a difficult choice. This was because both paths were basically dead ends. No normal person would choose either one. However, there was no third option. Xianxia slowly closed his eyes and began to think carefully. One would face many choices in life. Since he couldn't avoid it, he could only face it coldly. Life was like rape. If he couldn't resist, he could only enjoy it. He began to think about his previous life. He thought about his previous life as an orphan otaku. He thought about the 15 years of oppressive life in the Yi family castle. He thought about the blood oath he made in front of his mother's coffin. He thought about the several times he wandered between life and death in the savage mountains. He thought about the gratitudes and enmities in the Garden of Enchantment. He thought about the lake water of the tranquil lake island. He thought about the countless corpses he had cut down at Duanren Feng. He thought about the divine city. He thought about Yi Qingyu's delicate figure. He thought about Yu Qingqing's tacky peach blossom. He thought about Yi Qingwu's impressive chest. He thought about Dark Moon's pink bed. He thought about many things. He asked his heart, what did he want? What did he want? How should he choose? Sometimes, when you don't know what to choose, you can only calm down and ask yourself sincerely, what do you want? Then you will have a clear answer. Although the result may not be very satisfactory, at least you won't regret it. Because this is your heart's choice. Half an hour later, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes. There was no confusion, no anger, no resentment in his eyes. There was only a faint calmness and an indomitable determination. He started to walk towards the door on the left. Of course, he just randomly chose one. He knew that luck was not something that could be forced. If it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a curse. If it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. In the end, he stood outside the glittering golden door. He turned his head and smiled at Lu Shi. After leaving a sentence, he resolutely stepped through the door. It was straightforward and decisive. Senior, I once said that if you want to become strong, you must have the heart of a strong person. And I already have the heart of a strong person. My life has already been extraordinary, so I will continue to be extraordinary. Even if I die, I won't regret it. Then Yi Qinghan's figure disappeared from the hall. The door slowly closed, leaving behind a smiling goat face and a sonorous voice. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, easily stepped through the door and walked on a golden path with an unknown future. But unbeknownst to him, when the 10 doors closed, the entire god-slaying mountain shook. An earth-shaking, earthquake-like sound rang out, awakening all the martial artists at the foot of the god-slaying mountain. Immediately afterwards, a 7-colored ray of light suddenly shot out from the top of the god-slaying mountain, illuminating hundreds of miles in all directions. It also made the sleepy eyes extremely awake, as well as the shock and astonishment in their eyes extremely clear. What's going on? The experts of 1 city, 1 island, and 3 prefectures all came out of their tents and looked at the god-slaying mountain in astonishment. They looked at each other as if trying to find the answer in each other's eyes. But everyone was confused. Since the god-slaying mountain came to the Fire Dragon continent, there had never been such a change. Of course, no one knew what had happened. Boom! The colorful light from the top of the mountain gradually began to envelop the entire god-slaying mountain, and the sound was indeed getting louder and louder. The white mist of the god-slaying mountain suddenly became thicker. At that moment, the white mist was suddenly replaced by a golden light in the center of the front of the god-slaying mountain. The golden light gradually expanded, completely pushing away the white mist, and finally formed a sparkling golden door dozens of meters high and dozens of meters wide. On the other side of the door, there was indeed a dark and gloomy hole, as if a giant beast had opened its mouth. Oh my God! The heavenly road has opened ahead of time. What's going on? Isn't there still 10 days? The heavenly road has really opened? The colorful light? The sign of the birth of a supreme treasure? It's too strange. As soon as the golden door was formed, most of the experts present knew what had happened. And Yu Qingqing, Feng Zi, and the others who had not entered the god-slaying mountain also saw the black hole, and a golden road slowly began to extend out from it. They all understood. The golden road that slowly extended out was the heavenly road formed when the god-slaying mountain opened. The god-slaying mountain had opened ahead of time. Chapter 253. Members of the God City, listen up. Therefore all the challengers set off. Target: clear 3 stages such as the small divine pavilion. Set off. At the moment when everyone was feeling puzzled, a small voice broke the silence. Immediately, hundreds of emissaries of the divine city covered in golden robes began to quickly rush towards the path of heaven. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the path of heaven and began to rapidly advance towards the interior of the god-slaying mountain. All demonic thearchs, move out. The demonic gods will be with you. The second to react were the demons from the demon Immortal abode. After a series of rustling sounds, all the demon emperors in the demon Immortal abode set off. Children of the god of berserkers, the god of berserkers is with you. Charge with me. The god of berserkers' sons also set off. Hundreds of tall pillars moved forward with loud footsteps. Oh no, they got ahead of us. Children of the house of Ares, charge. The treasure belongs to the house of Ares. Wuxia shouted hurriedly. Yeah, hurry up, Ye family members, charge. Yi Qingyu also became anxious and hurriedly called out. They had already instructed the members of the Yi family to find and rescue Yi Qinghan as their primary objective. At present, the sooner the better. Otherwise, if Yi Qinghan were to encounter the powerhouses of the other manors, it might be even more dangerous for him. The Heaven Road had opened in advance, and with the strange changes in the God-slaying mountain and Lord Devour's message, it was easy to determine that the most precious treasure of the God-slaying mountain was about to be born. Since it was absolute, then the difficulty of passing the test would definitely not be as abnormal as before. Therefore, those who entered early would have a much higher chance of success. After a flurry of movement, the great army of the House of Aries began to surge towards the Heavenly Road. However, because there were many families in the House of Aries, there were also many more people, so the command was a little uncoordinated. Hence, after a flurry of movement, they all rushed towards the Heavenly Road. On the other hand, the people from Hidden Island were neither slow nor slow. They waited for the people from the House of Aries to enter the heavenly path before slowly following behind them. They walked towards the heavenly path as if they weren't here to break through, but to have fun. For a moment, the camp, which was originally densely packed with people, became empty after a short while. Only a few old fellows from each faction and a few elites were left. All right. Little lunatic Xianxia, they've all gone in. You guys can go to the Heavenly Road now. Remember, you can only stay in the hall inside the Heavenly Road to play. You can't challenge the checkpoints. If there's any danger, quickly exit the Heavenly Road. The elders of the House of Aries heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that all the challengers had entered. The arrangements were almost complete. As for the outcome, it was up to God's will. Only now did they remember that they had promised to let Feng Zihua and the rest into the God-slaying mountains Heaven's Road to play. Feng Zihua, Yu Qingqing, Long Shuelu, and Yi Qingwu, the 5 of you can go in and play, but you can't challenge the levels. Otherwise, when you come back, you will be punished according to the clan rules. Yi Tianqing and the guards of your families, remember, if they do anything strange, knock them unconscious and bring them back. Yi Tianlong nodded. As the person with the highest status among the Sage Realm experts, he spoke directly. This matter was agreed upon by Yi Tianlong and the Grand Elders of the major families. They would let a few Emperor Realm experts bring them into the hall inside the Heavenly Road to play and broaden their horizons. After all, the Heavenly Road was safer. The illusions and monsters of the God-slaying mountain wouldn't attack them. Moreover, if there was any danger, they could directly retreat. With these old fellows outside, no one could act recklessly. Among the young elites, only 2 people had reached the Emperor Realm. Long Sinan was strong enough and had a treasure bestowed by the war god. She followed the group in to search for treasures. Yi Qingyu had also reached the Emperor Realm, but Yi Tianlong wouldn't let her in, even if it was relatively safe in the Heavenly Road's hall. Yi Qingyu? Yi Tianlong suddenly thought of a problem. He suddenly turned around and looked around for a while. Then he stared at Yi Qingwu and shouted, Yi Qingwu, where is Yi Qingyu? She's not here? Oh, she said she went to the toilet? What's wrong? Yi Qingwu was very excited when she saw that she was about to enter the God-slaying mountain. Suddenly, she was shocked by Yi Tianlong's shout and turned around in a daze. Yi Tianlong had instructed her not to leave Yi Qingyu's side for even a moment. Now that she suddenly didn't see her, she became a little anxious. But then she remembered that when the God-slaying mountain changed, Yi Qingyu said she was going to the toilet, so she quickly explained. Bastard, didn't I tell you to follow her closely? Go and find her. Everyone in the Yi family, go and find her. Yi Tianlong felt a bad omen and shouted. I was shocked by the change outside and didn't notice. I'll go and find her now. Yi Qingwu panicked. She quickly explained again and prepared to go and find her. There's no need to go. Xiao Yu. Oh, something bad is going to happen. Yi Qingyu's face was very gloomy. When he saw an elder of the Yi family quickly walk out of the Heavenly Road, he felt that something was wrong, very wrong. Reporting to clan leader, Supreme Elder, Miss Yi Qingyu has disguised herself as a woman of the Yu family and entered the land of illusion. Third Master Yi Chang has already followed her and asked me to report this. The person did not waste any time and directly brought news of Yi Qingyu. Bastard, go in immediately and tell Yi Chang to keep a close eye on Yi Qingyu. If anything happens to Yi Qingyu, tell him to bring his head to see me. Go. Yi Tianlong cursed angrily. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. His whole body trembled and he seemed to be on the verge of going crazy. You little bastards, what are you waiting for? Why haven't you entered the Heavenly Road yet? Yi Qingyu understood Yi Tianlong's mood and was afraid that he would fly into a rage. He hurriedly urged Yi Qingwu, Yu Qingqing, Feng Zi, and the others to enter the Heavenly Road. Feng Zi and the others had long been suffocated by the aura that Yi Tianlong had inadvertently released. When they heard this, they hurriedly entered the Heavenly Road. Clan leader Yi Qingyu lowered his head in shame and said to Yi Tianlong, looking slightly helpless and worried. Brother Long, don't worry too much. There are so many people in the House of Aries. Your little girl may not be in trouble. Yu Ji tried to smooth things over and comfort Yi Tianlong. Sigh. Yi Tianlong let out a deep sigh and looked at the Luotian mountain that was shrouded in white mist. The two peerless geniuses of the Yi family had entered and he did not know if they would return in the end. If something happened to them, how should he explain it to Yi Ruoxue? Everyone also looked at the Luotian mountain with very complicated expressions. At the top of the Luotian mountain, the colorful light was still dazzling and blurry. Chapter 254. At this moment Yi Qinghan's mood was very complicated. He was a little worried, a little scared, and a little conflicted. However, his footsteps did not stop. He did not regret it either. He walked forward resolutely, taking big strides towards the unknown. In his previous life he was an orphan. He was an otaku. He was a stray dog that wandered around rubbish dumps and dirty ditches. No one cared about him, no one cared about him, no one liked him. Every day he relied on his meager salary to survive. He was humble, lonely, and lived an ordinary and numb life. Only on the internet could he imagine a beautiful, hot-blooded, extraordinary life. In this life, he had transmigrated. He had become the seventh child of the Yi family. Although, in the first 15 years of his life, he was only the seventh child of the Yi family. He was bullied and humiliated by others. However, a mystical ring had changed his life. An even more mystical beast had changed his entire life. These few years, although he had suffered, been tired, cried, and laughed, he was very satisfied and enjoyed this kind of life. Hot-blooded, exciting, glorious, and controlled. He was sure that he liked his current life. He had also decided to walk on the path of a strong warrior. He would keep moving forward until he died. He knew that 10 wonderful years was better than a dull and ordinary life. He did not know if his choice was right, but he knew that he would not regret it. If you don't grab the opportunity when it comes, then you will live a dog's life forever. Advance, advance. With the blue dragon dagger in his hand, his aura outside and his shadow step below, Yi Qinghan did not think too much. He concentrated on investigating the situation around him and advanced at full speed. After 10 minutes he still could not see the end of the road. Half an hour later. 2 hours later. He finally reached the end. It was a door that was exactly the same as the entrance, shining with golden light. Without hesitation, he unleashed his battle aura, merged with his beast, and concentrated. The blue dragon dagger swallowed and spat out waves of energy. His aura suddenly soared, and his whole body rippled with a fierce, resolute, and indomitable aura. He suddenly rushed towards the door. Separated by a single door, it was like a completely different world. Yi Qinghan felt his body sway. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the scenery in front of him. It was like a fairyland and he was stunned once again. Was this the immortal world? Was this the God world? He had come to a place that he had never dreamed of. This was just like an immortal's residence. The place where he stood was a small square made of white jade. The entire body of the transparent white jade was suffused with a sparkling and translucent radiance, and it was spotless. On the left was a small pond. The water was clear and there were a few beautiful fishes swimming in it. The water was flowing. On the right was a small garden. Colorful flowers, grasses, and trees of unknown names were releasing their own fragrance and green. The most shocking thing was that there was a palace right in front of them. It was a super big palace. This palace was not dazzling with gold or jade, nor was it colorful. It was pure white. The palace was built very beautifully, just like a palace of immortals. At the main door, there were 3 big words written in bold calligraphy, which added a bit of immortal aura to the palace. Carefree Pavilion. The entire surrounding terrain was shrouded in a faint white fog, but it did not affect Yi Qinghan's vision. Instead, he felt that it was full of immortal aura. Moreover, when he came here, he felt that the air here was different from other places. It was very comfortable, very warm, and very intoxicating. Boss, be careful. This place is so strange, there might be a holy beast. Xiao Hei's voice brought Yi Qinghan's thoughts back to reality. He could not be bothered to appreciate the beautiful scenery here, and hurriedly looked around to make sure there were no abnormalities. Buzz. At this moment the air trembled and Yi Qinghan's taut nerves became even more tense. A figure suddenly appeared in front of her, a figure that made Yi Qinghan jump in fright. Senior? Why is it you? The person who came was the goat-faced Lu Shi. Lu Shi did not answer his question. Instead, he comfortably closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths and leisurely said, "After thousands of years, I finally smell the aura of the God realm again. The aura of the God realm is really nice and comfortable, haha. Senior, what is this situation?" Yi Qinghan faintly felt that there was some very good aura and hurriedly asked. This time Lu Shi responded. He turned around and his face was no longer smiling. Instead, his expression was serious and solemn. He suddenly knelt down on one knee and respectfully said to Yi Qinghan, "Congratulations, young master, for breaking through all the checkpoints of the God-slaying mountain and becoming the master of the Carefree Pavilion. At the same time, you have also become Lu Shi's young master." Yi Qinghan was stunned, confused and dumbfounded, then shocked, panicked and scared. He hurriedly shook his head and said, "Senior, quickly get up. What is this situation? Don't scare me, okay?" What a joke. Lu Shi was a god-level expert, a legendary god. How could he dare to accept his worship? How could he accept it? And what master of the Carefree Pavilion? Wasn't the Carefree Pavilion the Immortal Palace? The more he thought about it, the more confused and panicked he became. These unbelievable things scared him. "Ha, young master. Don't panic, it's very simple. You broke through all the checkpoints of the God-slaying mountain and entered the Carefree Pavilion. Therefore you have been rewarded by the master. From now on, you are the master of the Carefree Pavilion. As for me, before the young master reaches the god level, I will always protect your safety until you ascend to the god realm." Lu Shi stood up. He was very satisfied with Yi Qinghan's respect towards him. His eyes were full of smiles as he explained to Yi Qinghan. I broke through the last checkpoint? So simple? My luck is so good that I actually had a 1 in 10 chance of meeting it? Ha! My luck is invincible." Yi Qinghan finally understood. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Then this smile grew bigger and bigger. It turned into a smile, into a laugh and finally into a maniacal laugh. The truth is that your luck isn't good." Lu Shi's words caused Yi Qinghan to stop his maniacal laughter. But he was still overjoyed. He looked at Lu Shi with a bright smile as he listened to him speak. Lu Shi meaningfully smiled. "The truth is that in the last checkpoint, the Gate of Destiny, it is the same no matter which path you take. The result is that you will arrive here without any danger. The moment you stepped into the Gate of Destiny, you have already broken through it." Ah! Yi Qinghan was startled. His mind raced for several moments before he immediately understood. The last checkpoint was a bluff. There was no chance of death or life or any high-rank Saint Beast. It seemed that the Soul Emperor had only set up this checkpoint to test the heart of a powerhouse. As long as one dared to accept the challenge and step into these 10 gates, then one had already succeeded. If one didn't, then not only would their heart be crippled but their body would also be crippled. That old bastard, he was far too sinister, far too cruel. Chapter 255. A 1 in 10 chance was basically courting death. The other way was to leave safely, obtain a sacred artifact and an endless amount of wealth. Only the challengers would be a little afraid, a little timid, and wouldn't dare to choose this path with a 9 out of 10 chance of survival. Hee. Lu Shi understood Yi Qinghan's thoughts. She smiled and said, "That's right. In fact, the first trial tests the heart and character. Those with a bad heart and bad character will be directly eliminated. The second trial tests potential and talent. Master will not choose a piece of trash as his successor. The third trial tests patience, intelligence, and the heart of an expert. Without patience, one won't be able to walk the path of the gods for long. Without intelligence, one will die sooner or later in the divine world. Without the heart of an expert, one will never become a peak expert and laugh proudly at the common people." Awesome. At this moment, Yi Qinghan finally understood everything. He couldn't help but feel endless admiration for the Soul Emperor, this mighty god-rank expert. However, he didn't have time to think about this. Apart from ecstasy, his heart was also filled with urgency. He had to go home. Rubbing his hands together, Yi Qinghan swallowed and said with a chuckle, "What is that? Senior, when can I go out? Also, didn't they say that the minor godhead, the unfettered pavilion has a divine artifact? Countless treasures?" Lu Shi looked at Yi Qinghan's unintentional childish behavior and couldn't help but find it funny. She said, "Don't worry, you need to refine the core spirit artifact of the unfettered pavilion. It will take about 2 or 3 days, but you can go out after that." There are divine artifacts and of course there are treasures too. Come, let's go in and see the treasures that belong to you." Hearing this, Yi Qinghan became even more excited. He swallowed a few times and his body trembled with excitement. He followed Lu Shi and strode toward the unfettered pavilion. Yu Qingqing, Yi Qingwu, Feng Ziwafu, Long Shuilu, and the others had complicated feelings when they stepped onto the heavenly road. 5 years ago, they made a solemn vow to work hard to cultivate and break into the god-slaying mountain together. But unexpectedly, 5 years later, Yi Qinghan had been trapped in the god-slaying mountain for a few years, and it was still unknown whether he was alive or dead. Long Sinan had entered the Emperor realm and had already followed the large group to break through the barriers. Even Yi Qingyu had sneaked in. At this moment she must have followed the large group to break through the barriers and search for Yi Qinghan. As for the few of them, although they had been working hard on their cultivation for the past 5 years, they had not been able to cultivate at all. However, their original realms were too low. Although they cultivated diligently and consumed a large number of natural treasures, spirit medicines and spirit pills, or had other encounters, they were still too weak. However, none of them had stepped into the Emperor realm, so they didn't even have the qualifications to enter the god-slaying mountain. They could only stroll around the path of heaven under the protection of the Emperor realm experts of their family and see the world. The path of heaven was very magical. The strange gravity in front of the god-slaying mountain was not located on the path of heaven, so they walked on the path of heaven with ease. The path of heaven was very long. After walking for a few minutes, they still couldn't see the end. The scenery outside, the supreme elders of the various families, and the countless tents could no longer be seen clearly. However, the path of heaven had not yet reached the end. There was fog on the path of heaven, but this fog was very magical. It floated over in waves. The white fog on both sides of the path of heaven was very thick, and the surrounding scenery could not be seen. However, the path of heaven was not fixed in time and space. Occasionally, a wave of white fog would float over, making the path of heaven become faintly discernible, like a fairyland. Finally they reached the end. At the end of the path of heaven was a super large square. At a glance, the square was shrouded in white fog from time to time, so they couldn't see the end. The average visibility was only a few hundred meters. However, after they walked around, they roughly estimated that the square was about thousands of meters long and thousands of meters wide. There was a shining golden door in every direction. It seemed like it was for people to enter. Grandpa Tianqing, there's nothing here. It's not interesting at all. After walking around a few times, Yi Qingwu found that there was only white fog in this place. It was monotonous and boring, so she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Yi Qingyu had already gone in, but she was still wandering around outside, waiting. She felt very uncomfortable. Miss Wu, I advise you not to go in. We will be monitoring you at all times. If you make any strange movements, we will have to knock you out and bring you back. Moreover, don't be discouraged. After entering the path of heaven, there is a good chance that you will obtain treasures. It is very likely that treasures will be scattered in this square. Of course, the treasures of the god-slaying mountain will be scattered at random times. Whether you can obtain them or not depends on your luck. Tianqing swept his gaze over the young men and women. He understood what they were thinking. He had placed a lot of importance on Yi Qinghan back then, and he really wanted to go in and investigate. However, he was only a second-level emperor, so Yi Tianlong had given him the task of keeping an eye on her. The two Yu clan's emperors didn't leave Yi Qingqing's side for even a moment. Yi Qingyu's incident was a warning to them, and they didn't want Yu Shishui to go berserk. Yi Qingqing was very sad. Even though she was dressed in red and had a peach blossom on her head, it couldn't hide the sadness and paleness on her face. The man she deeply loved was right in front of her, and she didn't know if he was dead or alive, but all she could do was wait here foolishly. She couldn't do anything for him, and she couldn't find out his situation immediately. She didn't know if she would ever see him again, so she was very sad and her heart hurt. She peered through the thick white fog, constantly looking around and searching. Her nerves were tense at all times. She was constantly anticipating and fantasizing. She imagined that the handsome, somewhat evil youth would suddenly appear in front of her just like he had at the foot of Duanren Peak and wave at her. It had been 5 years. How was he doing? What had he become? He seemed to know that she had missed him for 5 years and couldn't sleep every night? Did he know that her heart had been aching for 5 years? Yi Qingyu's heart didn't ache. She was just very anxious. She looked angrily at the elders of the Yi family surrounding her. Even though she had sneaked in, she was still discovered by Yi Chang. Even though Yi Chang didn't know what happened to Yi Qingyu, he knew how important Yi Qingyu was to the Yi family due to Yi Qingyu's sudden increase in strength and the attitude of Yi Tianlong and the others towards her. Therefore, he didn't leave Yi Qingyu's side at all. He even called a few elders to look after and protect Yi Qingyu together. Yi Chang was the deputy elder of the battle hall of the family, and he was also the son of Yi Tianlong. More importantly, his strength had skyrocketed in the past few years. After the incident with Yi Jian, Yi Chang understood something. Power and status were all fleeting clouds. Strength was everything. Therefore he cultivated very hard. Due to the change in his state of mind, His understanding of the laws of heaven and earth suddenly sped up several times. At this moment he was already a level 3 Emperor Realm expert. Therefore he became the leader of the Yi family's treasure hunt in the God-slaying mountain without any suspense. Chapter 256. At this moment Yi Chang was standing on the first level of the puppet channel. He could not help but frown as he watched the monsters being easily slaughtered by the elders of the Yi family. There seemed to have really been a change in the God-slaying mountain. 10 years ago he had led a team to the God-slaying mountain. The guardian beasts of the God-slaying mountain were not at this level. He thought of the illusion of the first level and how easily they had broken through. He could not help but have a deep suspicion that the God-slaying mountain must have changed. The difficulty of breaking through had been directly reduced by half. Now any expert could easily pass through. However, Yi Chang did not order the team to move forward quickly. Although the treasure of the God-slaying mountain was important and precious, the purpose of their trip was one person. A person who was more important and precious than the treasure of the God-slaying mountain, Yi Qinghan. Yi Chang, take 10 people and quickly break through. Night Spring, take 10 people with you and break through as quickly as possible. Be careful not to show off and don't fight the outsiders. Finding Yi Qinghan is the most important thing. Everyone else, spread out and search for him. Night Spear didn't think too much about it. Everyone hurriedly obeyed and acted separately, leaving only Yi Chang, Yi Qingyu, and the other 2 elders of the family. The God-slaying mountain was very strange. There were countless parallel spaces in the puppet channel, and each group of people had to break through a different level. Moreover, the area was very large. Therefore, Yi Chang had no choice but to continue to break through and quickly spread out to find Yi Qinghan after passing through a level. Yi Ruoxue had said that Yi Qinghan had an 80% chance of survival, but he did not know whether Yi Qinghan was in one of the countless small spaces in the puppet channel or had already reached the 3rd level. He could only try his luck. Fortunately, the other major families had also separated and did not break through at the same time. In this way they might be able to find Yi Qinghan and protect him. Yi Qingyu did not know the situation of the God-slaying mountain. Although she had come in, she had no clue and did not know how to change her real name to find Yi Qinghan. Yi Chang was always by her side, so she couldn't run away. Brother, Qingyu is here. She's here to look for you. But where are you right now? She could only pray silently in her heart, praying that she could once again see the figure that had haunted her dreams countless times. Looking at the sky full of yellow sand, her heart began to tremble faintly. She tried her best to open her eyes wide and kept shouting in her heart, just like when she was in her own courtyard in the Yi family castle, looking at the direction of the barbarian city and the rising sun in the east. Yi Qinghan did not know that in the Goddown Mountain, his sister, woman, relatives and friends were all looking for him. Of course, he didn't have the time to think about these questions. He was stunned by the things in front of him. At this moment, he was standing in a large hall of the unfettered pavilion. Looking at the furniture and decorations in the hall that were made of unknown materials, he was somewhat dumbfounded. He wasn't someone who didn't know what was good and what was bad. The Yi family was one of the 5 major families of the House of Aries, so the things in the family were considered top-notch. Moreover, he had also been to the Yu family and stayed there for a period of time. But at this moment, when he looked at the luxurious and expensive furniture in front of him, he felt like a country bumpkin entering a villa. A table made of jade, a black wooden chair made of an unknown material that exuded a faint fragrance, a screen that exuded an oppressive aura, a dazzling pendant decoration and profound calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall. Senior, these things must be very valuable. Following behind Lu Shi, Yi Qinghan observed for a long time and finally couldn't help but ask this question. You can't just use the word valuable to describe these items. Master is the most powerful person among the God Emperors. He has countless treasures and wealth. This unfettered pagoda is one of his 12 celestial residences. Any one of the items here is enough for you to live comfortably in the firmament. Lu Shi smiled but suddenly thought of something and said, Young master, you don't have to call me senior in the future. I'm your servant now. If you really want to call me that, just call me old dear. Otherwise, I'll be angry. Old dear? Then I'll call you old dear. You don't have to call me young master either, just call me little Han. That's what all the elders in my family call me. Lu Shi was being polite, but Yi Qinghan didn't dare to take advantage of him. At the same time, he thought of something and said, If I take one of these things out, will it be valuable in the Fire Dragon continent? Of course it's valuable. At least one of these things can be exchanged for a few so-called divine tools. Of course, don't think about it. You can't take any of these things out, at least not in the Fire Dragon plane. Okay, I'll tell you about these things later. This is just a side palace. follow me to the main palace. She didn't explain too much, but quickly walked towards a corner in front of them. Oh my, this is just a side palace, there's still the main palace. Qinghan felt dizzy again and quickly followed Lu Shi. The main palace was a bit bigger than the side palace, and didn't have as many gorgeous decorations. The whole main palace could be described as empty, but what Qinghan saw here made him even more shocked and excited. There was a black stone platform at the top of the main palace, and there were 3 things on the black stone platform. It was these 3 things that made Qinghan's breathing become extremely rapid and fanatical. A sword as white as snow, a black saber and a purple ring. Divine tool. Qinghan finally cast a questioning look at Lu Shi. Although he looked very serious, his involuntarily trembling body and accelerated heartbeat betrayed his current mood. Things that could be placed in the main palace were definitely precious treasures, and precious treasures were divine tools that were even more powerful than divine tools. The most important thing was that there were 3 of them. Hee little Han, don't get excited. Although these 3 are divine tools, only one is useful to you. The answer was revealed. Sure enough, they were all divine tools. However, Lu Shi's words still made Qinghan feel slightly depressed. Why was there only one that was useful? This sword is called Broken Snow, so it's naturally a divine tool. Moreover, it's a high-grade divine tool among divine tools. Lu Shi walked to the front and picked up the divine sword. The divine sword was 1 meter long and half a foot wide. It was completely snow-white, and the scabbard had patterns of strange beasts. The surface of the entire sword was faintly glowing, and even a fool could feel that it was extraordinary. Clang! When Lu Shi held this sword, it was as if the faint light on the surface of the sword had come to life, and actually swam around the body of the sword. It was as if a white dragon was attached to the divine sword, and at the same time, it let out a crisp clang-clang sound, as if it was showing off and humming proudly. This broken snow divine sword is possessed by a dragon's soul, and can increase the strength of the user by 500%. It's a high-grade divine tool, and it's considered a rare item in the Immortal realm. It can be exchanged for a city. When Qinghan saw this, he became even more excited. These were all his, and he could actually have a divine tool. This was an indescribable feeling. He moved his mouth and asked, "Can I use this sword?" "No, not to mention in the Fire Dragon continent, even in the Immortal realm, you can't use it." Lu Shi shook her head, and put the divine sword back in its original place. She picked up the black saber and said again, "The Broken Snow divine sword is too famous. The Remnant Snow sword is far too famous. Moreover, this sword itself contains a great secret. As long as you dare to reveal it, you will forever be hunted down. No one will be able to save you. As a result, you can only display this high-quality sword in the unfettered pavilion. You definitely cannot reveal it. In other words, you can only look at it and not use it." Chapter 257. What a pity. What a waste. Qinghan sighed and felt a little helpless. It was indeed a pity that he could only look at such a good thing but not use it. However, he understood that Lu Shi's words made sense. Thus he did not think much and nodded. Seeing Qinghan nod his head, Lu Shi continued, "This blade is known as the Slaughter God Blade by its owner. Its grade is unknown. Its abilities are unknown. Although it can only increase the user's attack power by 200%, it is still unknown. Although it can only increase the user's attack power by 200%, Master said that this blade is not ordinary. However, he did not have the time to decipher its secret. From the outside, you can't tell that this blade is a divine weapon. When you use it, there are no special effects. It looks like an ordinary weapon. Thus, you can use this blade without worry." Catch. Slaughter God Blade? Grade unknown? Ability unknown? Increase the user's attack power by 200%? Not ordinary? Qinghan was still pondering over Lu Shi's words. Unexpectedly, Lu Shi threw the blade to him. Qinghan quickly caught it and looked at it carefully. Strictly speaking, this Slaughter God Blade could not be called a blade. It was straight, but it could not be called a sword. The tip of the blade was flat, and only one side had a sharp edge. The blade was 1.5 meters long and 1 foot wide. It weighed about 100 kilograms and was completely black. There were some mysterious dark red patterns on it. This blade reminded Qinghan of the legendary warrior's weapon, Sky Splitter. It was the same design, but the color was black. And this blade could also be called a giant iron ruler. It was just that one side had a sharp edge. Qinghan held the hilt and felt the shocking weight of the Slaughter God Blade. This was the first time he saw a weapon that weighed more than 100 kilograms. However, with Qinghan's current cultivation base, He could easily carry 100 kilograms like he was holding a kitchen knife. After casually swinging it a few times, Yi Qinghan was very satisfied. Actually, he had wanted to change his weapon for a long time. Although he was used to using the blue dragon dagger, it was too short. Furthermore, now that he had successfully cultivated the Night Emperor's 7 styles, he had always wanted a domineering long saber. As for this slaughter god saber, he was very satisfied with it. He couldn't bear to part with it. Good blade. Good blade. Yi Qinghan continuously caressed the blade, feeling the chill brought by the blade. He was in a good mood. Although he was satisfied with this blade, the divine sword was gorgeous, mysterious and mighty. However, when Yi Qinghan held the saber, he felt very comfortable and happy. It was as if the saber had always belonged to him. It was as if the saber had become an inseparable part of him. Although he didn't know its rank or its abilities, if a powerful person like the Soul Emperor said that this saber was unusual, then it was definitely unusual. Yi Qinghan decided that when he had time in the future, he would carefully explore it. Perhaps this saber would be like his soul ring, suddenly surging with many inexplicable and mysterious abilities. Alright. Lu Shi's words pulled Yi Qinghan back to reality. Lu Shi looked at Yi Qinghan like a child who had obtained his favorite toy. He smiled and continued, "There will be plenty of time for you to play in the future. Now you have something more important to do." Yi Qinghan smiled embarrassedly and nodded. "What is it? Please speak, Elder Lu." "Refine this ring. This ring is the center of the free and unfettered pavilion. This is a magical space ring. Refining it is equivalent to refining the free and unfettered pavilion. In the future, you can enter the free and unfettered pavilion at any time." Lu Shi grabbed the ring and slowly threw it over. A spatial divine item. Refining it is equivalent to refining the carefree pavilion? Yi Qinghan looked at the ring in his hand doubtfully. His other hand was still holding onto the slaughter god blade. Actually, the entire unfettered pavilion was originally inside this unfettered ring. However, Master forcibly moved it to the space turbulence of your flame dragon plane. Now that you have refined this unfettered ring, the unfettered pavilion will naturally return to the unfettered pavilion. This isn't an ordinary spatial artifact, because ordinary spatial rings can't store living people. Lu Shi nodded solemnly and began to explain and refine this ring for Yi Qinghan. After a while, when Yi Qinghan finally understood how to refine the ring, Lu Shi urged him. "Alright, refine it immediately. The path of heaven has already opened and the power of the trial has been reduced by half. Hurry up and refine it. I will explain the rest to you in detail in the future." "Alright." Yi Qinghan knew the importance of the matter. He did not waste any more time and quickly sat cross-legged. He placed the slaughter god blade at his feet and closed his eyes to refine the carefree ring. When Yi Qinghan started to refine the carefree ring, the fallen god mountain shook again and the small divine pavilion at the top of the fallen god mountain shook slightly. However, it was obvious that the people below didn't notice it. Actually, the small divine pavilion that they saw in the Flame Dragon continent was just an illusion. The real small divine pavilion was actually in the turbulent space in the Flame Dragon continent. In the turbulent space, there were countless spatial cracks and turbulent wind blades that could easily kill a god-grade expert. However, when these wind blades floated to the exterior of the small divine pavilion, they automatically bent. It was as though there was an invisible force that was automatically parting the turbulent wind blades. It was very magical. However, when Yi Qinghan refined the carefree ring, the small divine pavilion shook slightly. Not far away, a black figure entrenched in the turbulent space suddenly lit up with 2 dazzling lights. It was a mysterious man with 2 horns. This man was sitting cross-legged in the turbulent space, and the surrounding turbulent wind blades took the initiative to detour around him as if they couldn't touch him. The horned man's eyes were brown. At this moment, he was staring at the small divine pavilion. After looking for a while, he closed his eyes again and continued to sit cross-legged. He was like a sand city in the turbulent space, continuing to remain silent. At the same time, in an ancient castle in the deepest part of the dark forest, someone let out a slight sound of surprise. In the deepest part of the dark forest, there was an ancient castle that no one knew about. The ancient castle was very gorgeous and beautiful. It was several times bigger than the carefree pavilion, and its various decorations were more luxurious, even extravagant. At the moment when the small divine pavilion shook slightly, a woman in a fiery red robe who was reading a book on the top floor of the ancient castle exclaimed in surprise. She put down the book in her hand and looked in the direction of the fallen god mountain with a playful smile on her face. However, after a while, the woman of unknown age smiled slightly and continued to pick up the book in her hand. She concentrated on reading as if she didn't notice anything and nothing had happened. The dark forest returned to its former peace. While Yi Qinghan was refining the carefree ring, Lu Shi's figure flashed and he left the carefree pavilion. He actually returned to the hall of the last stage of the puppet passageway. He returned to the hall and quickly aimed his hands at the walls of the hall. He began to shoot out chi swords of varying strength in different directions. As he shot out the chi swords, a screen suddenly magically appeared in the hall. On the screen different figures were flashing. If Yi Qinghan were here he would definitely shout in excitement. Because the figures on the screen were not flashing, he knew many of them. There were people from the Feng family, Dragon City, Barbarian God Mansion, Demon God Mansion, and of course Yi Chang and Yi Qingyu. Haha, it's quite fast. Little Han needs to refine for a day, so I might as well have some fun. This is also the last time I play, so I must have some fun. A playful look flashed in Lu Shi's eyes. He continued to wave his hands and control the countless formations and mechanisms of the fallen god mountain. Chapter 258. The team from the Divine City was the first to enter the Heavenly Road and was also the fastest. As Yi Qinghan had broken through all the checkpoints of the god-slaying mountain, the power of the checkpoints had been halved. Therefore the team from the Divine City was the fastest. In just one day they had reached the 8th checkpoint. The leader of the team from the Divine City was a very short peak Emperor Realm expert. His name was Tu Hei, and he was a collateral descendant of the Massacre God Guard clan. Tu Hei looked coldly through the golden robe. He couldn't help but smile when he saw the group of level 8 blood tigers being easily defeated by his subordinates. Although he didn't know why the god-slaying mountain had suddenly changed, it didn't affect his mood. He had reached the 8th checkpoint in one day. It seemed like he was extremely lucky this time. He was already imagining his team breaking through the checkpoint of the god-slaying mountain, obtaining the divine sword and returning to the divine city. He would then be bestowed with the 5 guards by the divine lord. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He waved his hand again and all the emissaries beside him rushed towards the blood tigers. They would probably be able to break through the checkpoint in 10 minutes. The next checkpoint, the 9th checkpoint, was the stone-swallowing rat level. Although there were many guardian beasts in the puppet passage, the terrain would automatically change according to the overall strength of the person passing the checkpoint. However, he knew very well that the guardian beasts of the 1st, 5th, and 9th checkpoints had never changed. It was just that the strength of the guardian beasts was different. On the 9th level, there was a stone-swallowing rat that was very difficult to deal with. Since all of them were emperors, they would be facing a stone-swallowing rat of the lower 8th level. Of course, although there were more stone-swallowing rats in the 9th checkpoint, Tu Hei didn't care about them. The terrain of the 9th checkpoint was a plain, so they could see the entrance at a glance. Therefore most of the team could pass if they risked their lives. 10 minutes later, most of the blood tigers had been cleared. Tu Hei ordered most of the team to rest. They were about to pass the 9th checkpoint, so they had to maintain the team's peak strength. Xue Wuhan was sitting among the group of golden-robed people in a very low-key manner. Along the way he had never used his 12 golden-shelled insects. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity to either steal the treasure or kill someone. He believed that once his 12 golden-shelled insects that had swallowed the black snow lotus attacked, no one in the god-slaying mountain would be able to stop them. Not even Tu Hei, who was at the peak of the Emperor realm. Go! Half an hour later, Hei Tu stood up and waved his hand coldly. All the golden-robed men stood up and surged towards the entrance of the 8th trial. After exiting the passageway, they didn't stop at the resting area, directly exiting the puppet passageway, and then collectively rushed into the 9th trial. What's going on? Why did the terrain of the 9th stage change? As soon as they entered the 9th level, Tu Hei and the other experts who had passed the 9th level before were all astonished. The terrain of the 9th level had suddenly turned into a canyon, and it was a maze of a canyon. This wasn't right. There had never been such a problem in the past few trials and the records of the Divine City. *T, the god-slaying mountain has changed. If the guardian beast of this level is still the stone-swallowing rat, then it's going to be troublesome. Tu Hei's face darkened and he sighed inwardly. The stone-swallowing rats weren't difficult to deal with, but there were too many of them. In the past, if it was a flat terrain, then it would be easy to deal with them. If they fought with all they had, it would be very easy to reach the passageway. But now in this maze terrain, the passageway entrance was random. Finding the passageway entrance was a troublesome matter, not to mention dealing with the endless number of stone-swallowing rats. Squeak squeak, whatever he said came. Following a series of sharp squeaks, countless stone-swallowing rats swarmed over from both sides of the canyon. On the ground, in the air, and on both sides of the canyon, there were stone-swallowing rats everywhere. It was a dense black mass that made people feel a chill from the soles of their feet. T everyone. Triangular arrow formation, attack forward. Tuhei cursed. Helpless, he began to command the small team to fight against the countless stone-swallowing rats. T, why are there 8th-rank stone-swallowing rats mixed in? What's going on? What's wrong with the god-slaying mountain? The more Tuhei fought, the more he felt a headache. According to the difficulty of the previous 8 levels, this level should have at most 8th-rank stone-swallowing rats. But just now, several stone-swallowing rats that were at least 8th-rank stone-swallowing rats had appeared, causing the formation of their small team to fall into chaos. 2 of their team members had died on the spot. Everyone turn around and form a defensive formation with your backs against the wall. Take turns to defend. Wait for the experts of the other 3 prefectures and Hidden Island, otherwise we will all be annihilated. After a moment, Tuhei issued a helpless order. There were too many stone-swallowing rats. If they continued to advance, then they would constantly have people die because their aura was broken. In the end they would all be annihilated. Helpless, he could only take turns to defend and wait for the people of the other 3 prefectures and Hidden Island to arrive. Only then would they charge forward and break through the level. When this order was issued, everyone in the small team breathed a sigh of relief. They quickly formed a defensive formation and took turns to defend. Finally, they were able to withstand the continuous attacks of the stone-swallowing rats. In the hall of the 12th level, Lu Shi looked at the situation on the large screen in front of him and smiled. He said leisurely, "That's more like it. You guys charged too quickly, so there's no point in playing like this. When everyone is here, I'll give you something more fun." Hee fun. The change in the 9th level was, of course, Lu Shi's doing. In fact, for thousands of years, Lu Shi had been controlling the mechanisms of the fallen god mountain and toying with countless challengers. Of course, he did not violate the rules set by his master. He just wanted to make the game more fun and exciting. 2 hours later, the small team from the demon god residence had reached the 9th level, but as soon as they appeared, they were immediately besieged by a similar number of stone-swallowing rats. They could only barely defend and did not dare to advance. 3 hours later, the barbarians from the barbarian god residence had entered. But these barbarians relied on their strong defense to ignore the attacks of the stone-swallowing rats and began to advance. In the end, they suddenly encountered a group of 8th-rank stone-swallowing rats. After paying the price of several lives, they did not dare to advance. They seemed to be waiting for the other martial artists to arrive and advance together. 5 hours later, the people from Hidden Island had also arrived. Instead, the people from the House of Ares were the last to arrive. The people from the House of Ares arrived one after another. The first to arrive were the people from the Feng family. When they saw the sea of stone-swallowing rats, they naturally did not dare to move recklessly. They stood their ground and defended themselves, waiting for the other families to arrive. The last to arrive were the children of the Yi family. When the Yi family children entered the 9th level, something strange happened. All the stone-swallowing rats suddenly retreated. Not a single one of them stayed, leaving behind countless rat corpses and a pool of fresh blood on the ground. What's going on? Long Fei Feng Xiao Yuro Hualu, have you found our Yi Qinghan? Yi Chang looked at the elites of the various clans of the Divine Battle Manor before him. Many of them were injured and some of them even had their bones bitten off, revealing bloody wounds and chilling white bones. Yi Chang looked at the elites of the various clans of the Divine Battle Manor before him.